Hi, everybody. This is Ava filling in for John. Welcome to Mertech.com's daily news wrap-up. We are sharing dozens of videos from a wide range of producers that provide you with no-nonsense, common sense, logic, and truth. I am following these channels and given these videos a thumbs up. The links to these video channels are in the description box below. Please follow Mertech on Rumble and give me a thumbs up on this video and share this information far and wide. This great news wrap-up will begin approximately 9:30 p.m. tonight. Don't miss it. Thank you and may God bless.
There we go. All right. So, yes, we're going to start out with Elon Musk. Uh, okay. Leaves Doge with questions remaining over the cost-cutting legacy, and something from Robert Govea, Robert Biden's domestic violence extremist report declassified. That's interesting. And from Benny Johnson, UFO captured, scientists studying. It gives shock warnings after X-ray. This is not from Earth. Well, alrighty then. Let's go ahead and click the play all.
The Doge influence will only grow stronger.
Let me back this up here and give Fox News a thumbs up, and I hope you give me a thumbs up as well. And if you're not following my channel, please do so, because I provide these daily news wrap-ups every night, 7 days a week, Monday through Sunday. So please join me so you can catch up on the latest information that you don't have to rely on the mainstream media, the lying legacy media, to get your information. You can get the no-nonsense, common sense, logic, and truth. All right, let me give you a full screen here for your viewing pleasure. And without further ado or interruption, let's get going with our daily news wrap-up. Thank you very much for joining me.
The Doge influence will only grow stronger. I'd liken it to a sort of Buddhism. It's like a way of life. So it is permeating throughout the government, and I'm confident that over time we will see $1 trillion of savings and a reduction in $1 trillion of waste and fraud reduction.
Elon Musk there with a positive message as he steps down from his role with the Trump administration. Some believe his impact in Washington is likely to live on. Others are skeptical about his cost-cutting legacy. Our next guest is the author of this quote: "Did Elon Musk drain the swamp or drown in it?" Let's bring in Stephen Moore, former economic advisor to President Trump and a visiting fellow for the Heritage Foundation. So, Stephen, answer the question posed by your own headline. Did he drown or did he drain it?
Well, John, I don't think we know the answer to that yet, because I think we're going to see over the course of the next few months and even the next few years whether Doge lives on and really captures those hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars of savings. I think Elon Musk says he thinks there's $1 trillion over 10 years. I think that's quite possible. But you know, there's another old saying about Washington that no good deed goes unpunished. And Elon Musk came in about 4 months ago. He did it at his own expense, put his business interests on hold. I think he's a real patriot. I think he's a hero for what he did. But boy, you know, Washington just tried to devour him. He became an instant villain for informing and educating Americans about how much waste and fraud and thievery there is out of the federal government. I don't really understand that reaction, but he certainly got beaten up in Washington.
Yeah, that was the amazing thing to me. Here was a guy who was sort of beloved by, you know, the green culture and
Right.
many on the left for inventing this car that, you know, runs on electricity and supposedly is going to save the planet. But then when he joins the Trump administration to try to save taxpayer money and cut waste, people went ballistic, mostly on the left.
Boy, did they ever. And, look, I'm a small government guy. I'm pretty libertarian in my philosophy. But even if you believe in big government and government is here to help you, you would think that, more of the liberals would have said, this is a good thing. If you believe in big government, you want good government. Unfortunately, we don't have good government in Washington. We have people stealing. We have, by the way, you don't have to just believe Elon Musk and what Doge uncovered. The federal government's own auditors, John, have found $500 billion a year in what they call, quote, improper payments, which means people are stealing money from these programs. I would think that people would rally behind him, but it didn't happen. It's almost like he picked up a rock in Washington and showed American people all the little bugs that are underneath it, and they didn't. The people inside the Washington Beltway didn't like that much because, frankly, people are getting rich off of the scams in Washington.
Yeah, and none other than 60 Minutes had a recent piece about how foreign state actors like Russia and China are stealing money from U.S. taxpayers by, creating fake IDs and that kind of thing. We ought to be able to stop
you're exactly
that.
Right. No, you're exactly right, and that's what these. For example, all the programs we had to deal with COVID, we found that as many as a quarter to a half of the people were stealing money from these programs, as you just said, John, don't even live in the United States. So that's hardly a way to stimulate the American economy if you're sending your money to Russians and Ukrainians and Chinese and other people are ripping us off. Look, I really sincerely hope that this effort continues. We're losing $2 trillion a year, John, at the federal level in terms of these massive debts and deficits. What better way to bring that debt and deficit down by taking money away from people who stole it? We should go after some of these people who stole the money and actually bring criminal charges against them. I don't think any criminal charges have been brought virtually to any of the people who've ripped off, in many cases, millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars for these programs. So let's hope Doge becomes a permanent entity in Washington. And let's hope it becomes bipartisan. Everybody should be against waste and fraud.
Yeah, but it does seem that from the other side of the aisle, opposite the president's side, there's been an awful lot of complaining about Doge and what they are finding.
And that's because a lot of them are making money off of this. Remember, one of the first things that Elon Musk uncovered was these non-governmental organizations, so-called NGOs. Right. And I've always said, if I die, I want to be resurrected as an NGO, because hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars are going to these so-called NGOs. Many of them are run by the very people who ran the federal program. So it's this incestuous relationship. And then, for example, with the USAID, the biggest foreign aid program, literally hundreds of millions of dollars, they couldn't even tell us what happened to the money.
Yeah, incredible. Some of the stuff that they have found is truly amazing. All right, Steve Moore.
Well, John, what I want to do, when I'm 130 years old, I want to continue to get a Social Security check.
Yeah, because there are apparently tens of thousands of Americans who are.
Yes.
All right, Steve Moore, good to talk to you. Thanks.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
If you were somebody who had any questions about what Joe Biden was doing to your country, you may have been labeled a domestic violent extremist. I promise to root out and expose the politicization of intelligence. Remember, it's like LGBTQ plus XBLADOSHA. It's like they can't help themselves. Yeah, right. Political activism, use of strong rhetoric, generalized philosophic embrace of violent tactics may not constitute violent extremism and are constitutionally protected. Yeah, right. The Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, declassified these materials. We'll take a look at them. But if you were somebody who had any questions about what Joe Biden was doing to your country, you may have been labeled a domestic violent extremist. I know we got, after January 6th, labeled harmful and dangerous and all sorts of other things for our misinformation, which all turned out to be true. But now we get the documents that were behind that onslaught. And the question is, will anybody be held accountable for it? Or are we just going to read documents here? So here is what Tulsi Gabbard posted for us. It says, look, as the Director of National Intelligence, I promise to root out and expose the politicization of intelligence. And so I recently declassified 2 reports that show how Biden and his administration labeled Americans who disagree with their policies as domestic violent extremists, DVEs, homegrown DVEs, racially motivated DVEs, and the list went on, saying it was followed by FBI investigations, surveillance, and government-directed social media censorship on all of us. This is the classic ploy to politicize intelligence and the national security state against the American people, undermining our constitutionally guaranteed rights and freedoms. And so this is what Joe Biden was saying. Look at this. December 13th, 2021, right in the throes of the post-insurrection January 6th, right in the throes of the COVID pandemic. And here's what they're talking about here. Authored by NCTC, Homeland, and the FBI, coordinated with redacted. Why can't they tell us who they coordinated with? It's the NCTC current. It says, all of these Democrat weaponized entities, FBI, Homeland, we assess that there are some DVEs, domestic violent extremists, and their foreign analogs will threaten violence in opposition to COVID-19 mandates. Remember when they were going to say, it's going to be a winter of misery and death if you don't take this pharmaceutical. And if you question us, you're killing grandma. Remember that? In 2020, DVEs threatened or plotted violence against the healthcare sector. It's funny now because their side's shooting CEOs in the back. Since the advent of the jabs, DVEs have expanded their potential target set to include government officials, healthcare workers, or others who are working on the vaccination efforts. We anticipate the threat will continue at least into the winter, as many of the new mandates are now being imposed across the country. Remember these sick freaks? In United States, we have observed that at least a handful of identified anti-government or anti-authority violent extremists. Remember, we were making so much fun of them because they had all the different letters in their extremist names. Remember, it's like LGBTQ plus I expialidocious. It's like they can't help themselves. They have DVEs, then they have anti-authority violent extremists, anti-government or AGAAVEs. Then they got the militia violent extremists, the MVEs, and then the RMVEs for the racially. It's like totally nuts. Since August, some of these MVEs have called for violence against medical whatever, and they employ, some DVEs employ a number of techniques, let's say, some of which may be criminal, whereas others just may constitute the exercise of rights protected by the Constitution. Yeah, I forgot about that. It says U.S. persons linking, citing, quoting, or voicing the same narratives raised by these DVEs are likely engaging in First Amendment protected activities unless they're acting in concert with the threat actor. Furthermore, yeah, right. I mean, we were being censored. We didn't say anything violent. We never saying anything about violent ever anywhere. Have always disavowed that uniformly, even much to our chagrin. Like, okay, maybe, it's just the good blanket rule. We still got censored. We got canceled, and we were in it like the light end of the abuse of a tyrannical government, right? Not like, oh, woe is us here. There are other people who got thrown in solitary confinement for posting memes and stuff like that. Like, it was insane times we were living through. And some of it was First Amendment protected activity. You mean like posting memes, perhaps? That could have been one. But they didn't. They targeted these people. They went after the J6ers. They raided homes. They called people showing up at school boards terroristic parents and stuff like that. And this was just the outgrowth of their weaponization of the entire apparatus. The mere advocacy of political or social positions, yeah, right, political activism, use of strong rhetoric, generalized philosophic embrace of violent tactics may not constitute violent extremism and are constitutionally protected. Yeah, right. Thank you for that little footnote. We know how this happened in practice. And if they couldn't arrest you for it and investigate you under this memo, well, then they just demonetized you, or they threw you off the internet, or they went after your law license. Or if you're a medical doctor talking about this, they would try to cancel your medical licenses so that you were just now totally defeated unless you succumb to their will. Diverse socio-political factors that are amplifying this threat. All right, let's see here. An overlapping set of social-political grievances that are spurred by the DVEs could be plotting attacks. Here's things that you might be mad about. Anger at responses to the pandemic, which was the worst response in the world, I think is now pretty conclusive. I think our CDC is saying that now. No, it's like the worst in the world. Our health expectancies went down. We had more deaths than anyone else. And it was a disaster. Thank you, government. They promised us they had everything figured out. They didn't because they're morons. Adherents of several DVE ideologies continued coverage around anger at immigration. They also invaded us with 15 million people at least during those 4 years, and perceived election fraud, which was actually fraudulent, as we talked about ad nauseum here. Evolving conspiracy theories, which were all true, thus increasing the likelihood of violent messaging. They say that they're doing a bunch of investigations. These are motivated by perceptions and fraud, right? We were on the receiving end of a lot of that, saying that New York-based militia violent extremist groups were also arrested. Obviously, the Capitol siege is in there, so-called. Key disruptions. Somebody put a bomb at the Democratic Party, some other Texas group, whatever. And so this was their pretext to come after every single person who contested the government's lies. Tulsi Gabbard was talking about this over with Will Cain. Here's what she said.
That's exactly the point. And this is where some former FBI agents have actually come out who were serving in the FBI during this period of time and pointed out exactly that fact, that this line of continuum that they have created here that places a level of suspicion on people. Ultimately, again, the through line here are people who oppose President Biden administration's policies should be seen with some form of suspicion as a potential domestic terror threat. You've talked a lot about, you spoke with Senator Rand Paul about the Quiet Skies program, the secret domestic terror watch list program, something that the Biden administration placed me on the very day after I spoke out against Vice President Kamala Harris's policies and warned about the potential of the threat that she would pose if she were elected and served as commander in chief. So there are many different examples here that go towards exactly what you're talking about, that by laying this groundwork, they are then giving excuse and license to the FBI and other federal agencies to then surveil or carefully watch Americans who oppose the Biden administration's policies.
All right. So Tulsi Gabbard, it's really pretty surreal in a way that she was on the no-fly list as a threat to America. And now she's running the office of the Director of National Intelligence. And it's not like she stole that position. Everybody went to the polls and voted. We saw what they were doing when they were in charge. We were disgusted by it, more so than the other side. And we won the elections uniformly. So now she can come in and correct the record. And so for all the faults of the American system, you might say, well, at least there is that possibility, right? That these maniacs can be in charge. They can exercise every single lever of power to try to stop the opposition party from rising, and they still lose, right? That's a pretty nice feature that we have here. Now, Bongino said that we're also talking about a new COVID strain. Oh no! Says, as we read and process reports of a new COVID strain emerging, says Dan, I want you to know we are actively investigating in multiple field offices the cover-up of the origin of the COVID virus, along with associated matters requiring our attention. You deserve answers. Yes, we do. Thank you for that, Dan. All right, so we got that coming up. And then we also had Comer saying, while all this was happening, while we were being attacked by the Biden administration, in truth, Biden didn't know what the heck was going on. And Comer is investigating this. Who was really running the FBI? Who was really targeting all these people? Was it Bernal, Jill Biden's chief of staff? Was it Elizabeth Warren? Who was it? We want to know.
The four staffers aren't well-known staffers. These four staffers operated behind the scenes. But while we're starting with them, Sean, we believe these are the staffers that were responsible for using the auto pen. Someone got documents and manually placed them in the machine and pressed the power button to sign Joe Biden's signature. That was not Joe Biden. That was done by staffers. That would be done by any staffer. So we believe and have good reason to believe these are the four staffers that were responsible for that. We want to ask them, who gave you the authority to use Joe Biden's signature? And we'll go from there. Obviously, we believe that some of the names like chief of staff and perhaps the first lady were involved in a lot of the decision making. If that's where the trail leads, then we'll bring them in as well. But we're going to get answers to all the questions that every American deserves answers to. But again, we're going to see where the trail leads. We followed the money. We found the shell companies. We found the bank accounts. We're going to do the same thing with this auto pen. Who was giving the authority for use of the auto pen? Remember, Sean, there was more activity in the last 100 days of the Biden administration than the first 3.5 years of the Biden administration. Many of the far-reaching executive orders were signed during the last 100 days, and they were all signed by the auto pen. We don't believe that you can sign a legal document with an auto pen. If I issue a subpoena, I have to fly to Washington, D.C. to manually sign my signature on that subpoena. Anything pertaining to the law has to be signed by a person. We know the auto pen was used. What I can tell you tonight is the four staffers that we've asked to come in for transcribed interviews, they have all lawyered up. They are taking this very seriously, and this is going to be a battle to get to the truth.
Well, I hope they stay on it. Thank you, James, for doing it. We've got some power now. Get those subpoenas out. Pam Bondi can prosecute them just like they did for Navarro, just like they did for Bannon. And as we recall, congressional subpoenas from even a fake committee like January 6th committee are valid, and they have to be honored or else you go to jail. So we're looking forward to seeing what comes from that. Thank you to James Comer for digging in.
What's this? What is what? He asked you a question. What is that?
We come in peace. We come in peace. We come.
He says it is a government psyop and we should destroy it.
What's up, guys? It's Benny. Here's what we know. The government's lying to us about UFOs. Here's what we don't know. Where do these UFOs come from? Because we've seen so many videos, and there's just clearly something out there. Now, are these spirits? Are these angels and demons? Are they really objects from another world? Is it the government effing with us? Is it the government setting us up for a massive psyop? We don't exactly know. But we do know that the increase in either drones above New Jersey or metallic objects shooting in and out of the water and space, like that, this stuff is, quite well documented at this point. So well documented that they've even recovered one of these crafts in Colombia. And you recovered because, well, we don't really know what the hell this thing is. Here it is. This is a sphere discovered in Colombia. It displays the symbols researchers compared to ancient scripts. They also used AI to help decipher it as a possible language. This is an object. Here's the video of it floating in Colombia. Again, I'm just playing you what's readily available on the internet of what the way the story goes. Some hikers saw this object floating around in the sky, and I guess you can definitely see something there, right? Sure as hell looks like a sphere, just kind of floating with no visible form of propulsion, which would be strange, be hard to pull off, even with the drone. Be hard to pull off. I mean, right? I guess you could alter the video. You could make all this AI. But the way the story goes is that this ball, this sphere, crashed down, and that they were able to recover it. They were able to go get it. And what did they find? Well, they found something quite remarkable. It's been all of the news on my feed, and I have an entire UFO feed on my X, has been about this, and it sparked quite a bit of a conversation. Scientists discover a mysterious sphere in Colombia. Metallic sphere in Buga, Colombia, sparks UFO rumors, and people are popping off over it. Radiologists now are examining the UFO sphere and are saying that it's very, very strange. Let's read. Scientists have made remarkable discovery. A sphere, believed to be a UFO. The sphere, according to social media, was spotted on March 2nd flying over Buga, Colombia, before it landed. One of the researchers studying the three-layered sphere noted that there's no welds or joints characteristically of an indication of human manufacture, which bolstered belief that this could be extraterrestrial origin. Julia Mossbridge, the founder of the board of Charity Institute, Love and Time, okay, I'm not sure what that is, but a member of the University of San Diego Department of Physics and Biophysics, told Fox News Digital that she remains skeptical of its extraterrestrial origins. To me, it looks like a really cool art project. Okay, well, let's go ahead and look a little closer here. Because they are now, some of the famous Tic Tac UFOs and some of the more famous UFOs that have been captured by military videography, there's just really no explanation for them. One of the people at Fox News that did the best reporting on this, Tucker Carlson, says he doesn't even want to cover it anymore because he's convinced that they're spiritual beings. It's pretty unique. Radiologist examines a UFO sphere that crashed in Colombia. So this is the first time that I can recall that anybody has been so forward about what they found as it pertains to UFOs, where they're actually, examining them. It's not like blurry photographs. They're examining an object. And they have video of it flying. Okay, I'm just going to say, you got to remain somewhat skeptical here. And that now they're looking into it, literally looking inside of it. And here's what they found.
El jueves 1 de mayo del 2025, el señor José Luis Velázquez, especialista en rayos X, realizó una serie de sorprendentes pruebas a la esfera Buga, la cual cayó a tierra después de recibir una descarga de 10,000 voltios. Las imágenes obtenidas arrojaron resultados sorprendentes. En el interior se puede observar en el contorno en tonalidad blanca una densa capa que la rodea, lo que es indicativo de que es muy gruesa. En tonos más grises, con menor densidad, se aprecia otro material menos denso que confirmaría que la esfera no es hueca y explicaría su inusual peso, que se ha logrado documentar de manera inexplicable, es variable. Asimismo, se detectaron una serie de 16 puntos que rodean al núcleo. Esto se trataría de microesferas. Al mismo tiempo, se observó un elemento de tonalidad oscura que se distribuye en el interior de la esfera de Buga, que revela que este material sería el menos denso, quizá poroso.
La radiología es una herramienta no invasiva, como pudiste ver, solamente atravesó la pieza. Nos habla de dos densidades diferentes, tanto en una imagen positiva como en una imagen, esta es positiva, la otra es negativa, que denota una densidad de materiales diferentes, que sugiere que la pieza es una esfera externa más una parte interna. Aquí incluso si me acerco a la parte de este lado, hay otra densidad. ¿Sí ven?
Sí.
Ahí se ve, la externa es una, luego hay otra capa más delgada, luego entramos a otra, luego entramos a otra. Hay como tres capas de diferente densidad.
También destaca la zona ecuatorial de la esfera, donde se contabilizaron 32 puntos distribuidos alrededor de la circunferencia. Asimismo, las observaciones en rayos X presentan que la distribución de los elementos es homogénea y que por su densidad pueden tratarse de metales. El investigador Nacho Rojo sugiere que por su composición, esta esfera pudo haber sido ensamblada precisamente para albergar en su interior esta clase de materiales. Se ha descartado toda posibilidad de que se trate de un objeto ornamental. De hecho, fue registrada desplazándose en el cielo sin elementos visibles que nos permitan entender cómo puede desplazarse en el aire. Asimismo, el investigador español señaló que no encontró en las imágenes evidencias de fragmentación o desprendimientos, lo que significa que la esfera de Buga se mantiene íntegra. Se apreciaron también los puntos que penetran la estructura de esta esfera en el área perimetral.
Concluyendo, doctor.
Es una pieza muy rara, diferente a lo que yo he radiografiado de diferentes cosas que he hecho.
¿Nunca había visto algo así?
Nunca había visto una pieza así. Te agradezco que me hayas invitado a radiografiarla, porque es una pieza única, con características muy sui generis. Pero justo ahí nos enfocamos y ahí no se ve que esto tenga soldaduras o uniones.
O sea, no hay soldaduras, no hay uniones.
A lo que yo he visto, mira, he tenido la oportunidad de radiografiar muchas cosas. Piezas de roca petrificadas, he trabajado para paleontólogos, para el INA en esculturas, en relicarios, en cristos de caña, en obras de arte de madera, en obras en piedra, en levantamientos de antropólogos y en cosas de metal también he podido radiografiar. Esto se ve muy nítido y sí he visto soldadura y no hay evidencia de que haya aquí una unión o que esto esté soldado o unido.
En estos análisis preliminares, las observaciones de analistas e investigadores coinciden en señalar que su composición es compleja, que tiene un origen artificial, que no tiene evidencias de soldaduras y que se trata de una estructura interna integrada por elementos de alta densidad. Asimismo, coincidieron en apuntar que es necesario profundizar más en diferentes análisis y pruebas para establecer su origen y el cual podría provenir de las estrellas.
¿Usted lo escuchó? El experto está confundido.
I got to tell you that I appreciate the transparency there. I do. It's the photos of the object. Be nice to maybe get, I don't know, an international team to independently verify all of this and to talk us through it. Because they seem pretty, at the very least, they're forthright in what they're seeing and what they're finding. There you go. Is anyone being, injured from touching it? Like, is it's safe? X-rays reveal complex internal density patterns. External symbols and markings visible to the naked eye are not visible to radiographs, suggesting that they may be superficial or composed of material invisible in this form of imaging. The equatorial seams is present, implying two hemispherical sections, although again, no welds, joints, or mechanical fasteners are visible. Speculation ranges from advanced aerospace debris to possible extraterrestrial probe. No definitive origin has been established. Is this all part of Operation Bluebeam, where the federal government brings the aliens to Earth, and the aliens tell us all to form a one-world government, right? Get rid of all borders and all modern currency, and we'll live in the pod and we'll eat the bugs, right? Is this it? Is this what they're doing? We know they've tried to do this. We know that we've seen the documents about how this all works. So I don't know exactly. But I do know this, that there are various people that are out saying, hey, listen, while this might not be it as far as like the UFO that we're all looking for, it is a real problematic pattern for us as human beings that we don't know what's really in our skies or in our waters below us. Because a lot of these things are going in and out of the ocean. Here's a Fox News interview with a Professor Julia Mossberg, who's saying, while she doubts that this sphere is the real deal, and I'd love for it to get shipped to America and get I'd love for it to get some real like heavy scientific analysis that is totally independent, right, of the other team. That the real problem here is that clearly, and the real problem for our government is clearly that we can't control what is in our skies and what is in the water and what is on the earth. And that's a real problem for governments that depend on people being pacified and trusting them. Okay, here's the scientist. Let me know what you think in the comments.
I think it's fascinating. I think that. So what I think is that we are entering. Let me just frame this from a bigger picture, because this is a small part of a bigger picture, right? So we are entering a time when we are starting as humans to recognize we don't have the control that we thought we had over everything. I mean, I think humans got into this not very humble, sort of grandiose place where we were like, yeah, we got it all under control. We can make anything happen. We can do all the things. And I think what we are learning, I mean, my background's in cognitive neuroscience. I think a lot about how human beings think and the sort of mistakes we make. And one of the mistakes we can make is, because I think I understand this, everything I think today is true. My model of the world is true. And it ends up making us get very confused when something shows up that doesn't fit our model of the world. And so we already know the federal government has said, frankly, we've been looking at UAPs for decades. We haven't been telling you. Now we're telling you. There are things that we don't understand. We are investigating them. Now, there's lots of organizations like the Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies, the UAP Disclosure Fund, the Galileo Project, that are made of people, all political persuasions, all scientific knowledge persuasions, trying to get rigorous information themselves, not necessarily waiting on the federal government, about what's going on in our skies, what's going on in our waters, and actually trying to get international cooperation around these things. Because, like this, for instance, the sphere in Colombia, it's in a different country. So what are the rules about how we deal with something that's interesting that's found there?
President Trump announces major economic deal at his Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania rally. Huge. President Trump announced he is doubling steel import tariffs from 25% to 50%. Trump made the announcement during a rally at U.S. Steel's Irvin Works plant in celebration of a new deal entered in between the American steel manufacturer and Japan's Nippon Steel.
We are going to be imposing a 25% increase. We're going to bring it from 25% to 50%, the tariffs on steel into the United States of America, which will even further secure the steel industry in the United States. The Nippon investment we're announcing today blows them all away with a record-setting, and this was just heard of, we just came out a little while ago, $14 billion commitment to the future of this company. That is the single largest investment. That's the single largest investment of any kind in any industry. So not only steel, go all the way back. You go into fracking, you go into anything you want to go into because you're a good fracking state too. We love fracking, by the way. But think of this, the largest investment of any kind in the history of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And we also will be the largest investment in the history of American steel industry. There's never been a $14 billion investment in the history of the steel industry in the United States of America. And Pittsburgh will very soon be respected around the world as the steel city again. So I want to congratulate you.
Putting American economic interest and investment first. This is exactly what we voted for. President Trump also announced a massive $5K bonus that is coming out of this huge deal.
This is an incredible deal for American steelworkers, and it includes vital protections to ensure that all steelworkers will keep their jobs and all facilities in the United States will remain open and thriving. U.S. Steel will maintain. And every U.S. Steel worker will soon receive a well-deserved $5,000 bonus. That's very nice.
Not just putting American financial interest first and investment, but putting the American worker first. That's what we voted for. Not only was President Trump speaking to the American steel workers, he allowed them to take the mic and speak as well.
It's a great day to be an American steel worker. It's an honor to be on the stage with my hero and the greatest president ever, Donald J. Trump. Hello, my name is Brian Pavlak. I'm a third-generation steelworker and the president and founder of Steelworkers for Trump. The attempted assassination of then-president candidate Donald J. Trump prompted me to establish Steelworkers for Trump. Our membership now exists to 2.5K. In my opinion, President Trump has demonstrated remarkable support for the American steel industry, surpassing the collective efforts of all other presidents combined. Through tariffs, he has fought to keep steel being made in America rather than being dumped onto us by China. Through this deal, he has fought to keep us billions of dollars in investments will secure jobs for generations to come. Thank you, President Trump, for your commitment to revitalizing the American steel industry and restoring its greatness and making American steel great again.
Restoring American greatness. That's exactly what MAGA is literally all about. Cancer, acne rosacea, multiple sclerosis, and rheumatoid arthritis are 4 different diseases in 4 different areas of medicine. What if they can all be treated with parasite medication, and that turns out for these diseases to be true? What if I told you that if you had a pet or ate sushi, you are more likely to have parasites? This means that a lot of our ailments that we experience every day are caused not by environmental issues, but by parasites as well. This is something Big Pharma does not want you to know about. I know many of us check off many of these boxes. This is why Purge is offering their new Liver Cleanse products for all of you out there that need to clear those toxins out once and for all. PurgeStore.com offers everything you need to cleanse and detox your body. Powerful enzymes and probiotics, 15-day colon cleanse protocols, liver cleanse, and of course, the parasite cleanse. Right now, if you go to PurgeStore.com and use promo code DREW, that's DREW, you will get 20% off your entire order. Use the link in the description below, PurgeStore.com, and support the Gateway Pundit today. The Gateway Pundit is supported by the people, we the people, that is you, the American people. We thank you for your support. A common theme from the steelworkers that took the mic are multi-generational steelworkers in America.
So my name is Don German. I am the plant manager for this Irvin Works here. I had 35 years with U.S. Steel. I'm a first-generation U.S. Steel worker. It is an honor to host you, Mr. President, today. And let me tell you, it was a lot of work, but it was well worth it. But I will always tell people that, you know, it is for the workers that are out on this floor. It is for our families that are out here who support us. It is for the community members in our community and our state and our country. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Good afternoon. You know me, I'm Kurt Barshik. I like to tell Mr. President, the day I started at U.S. Steel, my supervisor at the blast furnace told me, "Kid, what are you doing here? Do you think this mill will be here? Look at Homestead. Look at Duquesne. They're not here. You're wasting your time." And I can stand here years later and think about our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren that are going to have family-sustaining, good-paying jobs, all because of President Trump. Thank you, President Trump. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not prepared, but I can tell you I would rather be nowhere than where I am today with all of my U.S. Steel family, friends, and everybody that I love. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Berg. Thank you, Mr. Maury. And most of all, thank you, Donald J. Trump.
When we decided to stand up for the men and women of the Mon Valley, we knew it wasn't going to be easy. Almost every day there were obstacles in our way. At any point we could have chosen to give up, but we are steelworkers, and giving up just isn't something we do. These investments will ensure steel will be made right here in Pittsburgh for years to come.
Remember when they used to say the forgotten man, the silent majority? Not so forgotten anymore, and definitely not so silent any longer. Thanks to President Trump opening up that door. President Trump also honored the American city Pittsburgh and its role in its history in the United States, producing steel.
For more than 124 years, the men and women of U.S. Steel have poured the molten metal and forged the tempered beams that built America's railroads, bridged mighty rivers, and raised up towering skyscrapers like the ones we have in New York. 100 stories high and much higher than that. The city of Pittsburgh used to produce more steel than most entire countries could produce. And it wasn't even close, but our steelworkers know better than anyone. Decades of Washington betrayals and incompetence and stupidity and corruption cost this region over 100,000 steel jobs, and they melted away just like butter melts away. Between the year 2000 and 2016, more than half of all the jobs in Pittsburgh iron and steel mills were obliterated. They were just absolutely taken away, like you take away candy from a baby. When I came into office 8 years ago, I proclaimed a simple but crucially important principle. If you don't have steel, you don't have a country. You don't have a country. You can't make a military. What are we going to do? Say, let's go to China to get our steel for the army tanks and for the boats and ships.
Exactly. No longer putting the rest of the world first and America last. No. The American worker, American interest, the American prosperity and future. will be priority moving on. This is the path to make America great again. My name is Drew Hernandez for the Gateway Pundit, and you have been on Watch with Drew Hernandez. I'll see you guys on the next one.
We're defined as anti-Trump. You damn right. You damn right. We are anti-Trump. But we also have to spend the time letting voters know what we stand for.
A lot of them are with us on the issues. They're just not part of our coalition because they feel like they're not welcomed in it.
There's a condescension that is imputed to Democrats that I think we really need to deal with. So much of politics is not just how you make people feel, but how you make people feel about themselves.
So Democrats are weighing strategies to try to regain voter approval, especially among young men. Critics, though, say these tactics are simply a diversion as investigations expand into a possible cover-up of Joe Biden's health decline while he was president. Joining us now, Dr. Lauren Wright, a political scientist at Princeton University. Dr. Wright, let me put this question to you. There are going to be investigations in the Senate, as we just said, as well as in the House, into who knew what when regarding the president's health. If you were on one of those panels, what would you ask?
I would ask who knew what when, and specifically how early. Some of the reporting indicates Biden has been declining since 2021, and his staffers saw that firsthand. Yes, it's a Republican effort, but it's a serious, dangerous issue that deserves every bit of scrutiny from the Senate, from the House. It's one of the most dangerous lies ever told by government officials to the American public is Joe Biden's cognitive decline. I hope they do look into it.
We learned from the Robert Hur tapes that were released of his, White House counsel investigation. Joe Biden couldn't even remember what year his son died and what year he ran for president or won the presidency. The fact that this guy was in office and had the nuclear football trailing him around is really kind of scary. And it raises the question, who was really in charge? Who was really running the Oval Office?
Well, it's also antithetical to American democracy. And that's the message that Democrats campaigned on was Trump's a risk to democracy. The country is going to cease to exist, is what Joe Biden said if Trump is elected. And all the while, they were undermining democracy in one of the most fundamental, basic ways by seemingly taking away Americans' right to elect their president. They didn't want unelected bureaucrats running the highest office in the land. And unless people can give evidence to the contrary, that seems to be what was happening. And it's very scary. It's very serious. And it deserves all of the scrutiny and the seriousness that investigations into Trump's 2020 election lies and January 6th deserves, if not even more.
But I can see a bunch of, top White House aides just going in front of Congress and saying, well, he seemed fine to me. Can they get away with that, do you think?
I mean, maybe they can, but the damage has been done. Luckily, Americans did elect a different person. And so Joe Biden's not going to be back in the picture anytime soon. And so in that way, democracy does hash itself out, because one of the biggest issues for voters heading into 2024 was Joe Biden's age. And some polls even showed that 70% of Democrats were worried about this issue. And so it worked itself out, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't look back to see how it happened.
Well, you're the political scientist, and doesn't this all go back to the fact that the, leading Democrats were afraid that Bernie Sanders was actually going to win their nomination back in 2016, and that, so they sort of propped up Joe Biden to make sure that somebody who was more palatable to mainstream Democrats won the election?
Well, Democrats do have a much more restrictive primary process, but I think the bigger issue for them right now is that they do have a problem with the truth. They staked out these very extreme policy positions, not just messaging issues, policy issues heading into 2024. And some of them are now saying they never even said these things, whether it's on gender identity or the economy or immigration or inflation. Just all of these things deserve an explanation. They either need to double down on those unpopular policy stances and explain what happened, or say that they were lying and that it was strategic. And part of that is how the Democratic primary process unfolded.
So, all of those people that Joe Biden pardoned, including his own son, Hunter, and a number of other people, Dr. Fauci, for instance, we don't even know if he made those decisions himself or if somebody, put the auto pen in front of him with a sheet of paper and said, here, push the button, Mr. President.
I mean, those pardoning decisions are extraordinarily controversial, and certainly Trump has made some too, and both are within their powers to do so. But yes, the problem is exactly what you just said, John, which is that every decision Joe Biden made at the beginning of his presidency all the way to the end now is going under a spotlight that is entirely appropriate.
We'll see if we get some answers from these congressional investigations. Dr. Lauren Wright, good to have you on. Thank you.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
The U.S. will begin revoking visas of Chinese students. The elites love to send their kids to our schools. Xi Jinping's daughter, called Xi Mingzi, she went to Harvard. Rubio announced that we're also not going to give visas if you censor the speech of Americans. Anybody who's complicit in censoring Americans, you're in big trouble. Visas revoked for the Chinese students in America. Marco Rubio posting this on X, saying the U.S. will begin revoking visas of Chinese students, including those with connections to the Chinese Communist Party or studying in critical fields. And that's a lot of students. It's like almost 300,000 of them. CNN gave us an update. Estimates about 275,000 from China. We're back in 2023 and 24. That's a lot of people. Almost one half of Wyoming. According to a report from the IIE and the State Department, it sent the second most students from abroad from any country, trailing only behind India, right? And the elites love to send their kids to our schools, including Xi Jinping's daughter, called Xi Mingzi. She went to Harvard, and that was some time ago. She enrolled in Harvard in the United States in 2010. After a year, she enrolled under a pseudonym. They come over under pseudonyms. You never know who they are. They maintain low profiles. She graduated from Harvard University with a Bachelor of Arts in Psychology and then went back to Beijing. And so this happens a lot. And I was trying to find out if there were any other high profile people like, the daughter of the prime minister there. And it's hard to find. There's really not much detail there. Like, they keep it super secret, but it's a lot of people there. Now, the policy is very simple. It came over from Rubio. He said, under President Trump's leadership, the United States will work with the Department of Homeland Security to aggressively revoke visas for Chinese students, including those with connections to the Chinese Communist Party or studying in critical fields. We will also revise visa criteria to enhance scrutiny of all future visa applications from the People's Republic of China and Hong Kong. And the New York Times was giving us a little bit more background on this, saying there's a lot of people who say this is going to be a big, big shift because the Chinese elite, like, this is their exit plan, or this is the future plan for their kids. So if their kids are not going to be able to come over here, they're going to put pressure back there in China to do something. We'll see what happens. But he said the move is going to send ripples of anxiety across university campuses. China is the country of origin for the second largest group of students. Many universities rely on Chinese and international students paying full tuition for their revenue. Oh no. American universities have also benefited over many decades by drawing some of the most talented students from China. Chinese students and researchers are represented in large numbers in labs, although Rubio's written statement did not define the critical fields. In recent years, there's a lot. No evidence. They say, well, there's no evidence the Chinese are invading us. Okay. It is unclear how quickly the State Department and Homeland will cancel the visas and revoke these things. I'm sure there's going to be many lawsuits about this. Until now, family members of most Chinese Communist Party officials could study here. Many top party officials did send their kids here in recent decades, including the dictator Xi Jinping's daughter, went under a pseudonym. Around the same time, this other person called Bo Guagua is the son of a former Politburo member who's now imprisoned in China. He went to Harvard Kennedy School and Columbia. In 2020, officials in the first Trump administration decided to cancel the visas of thousands of graduate students. It was the first time that happened. A report published last year by the State Department said that China had the second highest share of more than, 1.1 million international students who enrolled in American higher educations, 275,000 total. India brought in 330. So we have about 1 million foreign students in our country. Wild numbers. The number of Chinese students had dropped 4% from the previous year. In another move, Rubio announced that we're also not going to give visas if you censor the speech of Americans, which is great news for our friends at Rumble who are getting attacked in Brazil, things like that. So how about you cancel all the Brazilian leaders' visas until they allow Rumble to be played on their platform down there? It is unacceptable for foreign officials to issue or threaten arrest warrants on U.S. citizens for social media posts on American platforms while physically present on U.S. soil. And it's unacceptable for foreign officials to demand that tech platforms adopt global content moderation policies or engage in censorship that reaches beyond their authority into the United States. And so no visas for you. You're going to censor speech. Get out. Tom Cotton says, China's use of students to spy on political dissidents and American researchers is a well-documented national security threat. This is a great decision by Trump, and it's Rubio. He also, this is the post on the censoring. Anybody who's complicit in censoring Americans, you're in big trouble. And the Chinese have responded to the cancellation of the visas. Here is the minister of China explaining to the world the following. When asked about whether China has communicated with the U.S. through diplomatic channels about China's comment on the related matter after Rubio said you're getting your visas canceled, Foreign Ministry spokesperson called Mao Ning said on Wednesday at a press conference that we have noted recent developments. She says China upholds that normal education cooperation and academic exchanges should not be disrupted. We urge the U.S. to effectively safeguard the legitimate rights and interests of all international students, including Chinese students overseas. Man, they sound like Democrats over there. Like they said nothing other than like we like students, I guess.
我们注意到有关动向，中方一贯认为正常的教育合作和学术交流不应当受到干扰。我们敦促美方切实保障包括中国留学生在内的各国留学生的合法正当权益。
All right, so I guess it's kind of a lame statement. We appreciate when the Chinese say things like, your sons will mourn in a pit of fury for 10,000 years unless you give us our visas back. It's kind of what I was expecting. But she's, they're trying a different tack now. We urge the U.S. to effectively safeguard the legitimate rights. I thought it was going to be like, you will die the death of 10,000 sons. And Xi Jinping will never, whatever they do. And it's kind of, but it's pretty good. Anyways, so visas canceled for China. Sounds like a good start.
I'm not sure I've ever saw this one before. This is actually a police chase going on here. Officers in Bucks County hot in the trail of an emu. They're kind of fun to watch run. It's kind of therapeutic. The big bird escaped from Snipes Farm and Education Center yesterday. That's in Morrisville. It took a while, but police eventually caught the emu, returned it to the farm. We're told the bird's doing just fine. And I got a little cardio in. That's good for the bird. All right, so have you seen...
But that's the question. Is anybody going to believe anything that comes out of the FBI unless they start seeing James Comey arrested? I mean, that doesn't come from the FBI, but are they going to have faith in the absence of any concrete, decisive action? And this is one where, like, maybe I'm not sure. I don't. This is where clarify who has the authority to charge James Comey. The FBI.
The DOJ. The DOJ. Well, right.
Some people do suggest that it might be Secret Service. The FBI does have charging powers. Bottom line. We know they broke the law. James Comey's latest 8647 stunt being one of them, where he even, in his book, expresses the mens rea of the act that he denies having done. Charge him. When people start seeing the bigwigs getting charged, the McCabe's not getting paid but getting charged, and people going to jail or at least facing charges, instead of what we see to be consistent, continued cover-ups, like with the P. Diddy trial, which I believe is a cover-up in and of itself, the faith will be restored. Until then, admittedly, Bongino and Patel are in an impossible situation where it's going to be impossible to satisfy all of the concerns. And some people are going to say reopening the Koch investigation and the Dobbs leak, nobody cares about. The Dobbs might be more relevant in that if it leads to an impeachment of a biased judge, it might have some political use at the end of the day. The cocaine case could care less about, but January 6 pipe bombers, we need to see concrete results and arrests and exposure of the corruption that we know is there. And that's what people are, begging for from Bongino and Patel, and hopefully we get it sooner than later, because people are fickle and their patience is thin. But I don't think they understand the monumental Pandora's box of corruption and decay that Bongino and Patel have walked into at the FBI.
Arresting Comey would do so much. It really would. And Comey walked himself right into it. Nobody forced him to do that. Saying, hey, we have the shells. DNA of James Comey is on the shells. James Comey clearly set up this message. He did it. He blamed his wife. He lied then to the public. He lied under oath. And we're going to charge him. And Absolutely. This would be the most important. That would be such a pressure release valve for people in this country who've been following this.
And by the way, I have no doubt that he also deleted and probably obstructed if there is an investigation going on with him. And for anybody saying Viva's, the Canadian schnook who doesn't respect First Amendment rights, you can't threaten people. And for people to say, oh, it's not really a threat. Comey knew that it was a threat because his stupid book, which is called FDR Drive, is about a far-right extremist who pushes the limits of First Amendment protections to name his political rivals and call for something to be done to them, and his fans do, causing violence and killing their political rivals. That was his post after the 86-47.
Wow.
So nobody's going to tell me he didn't know what he was doing and that he lacked the mens rea and it's going to be a difficult case to build. I built the case. You can charge him now. Let him get acquitted at the end of the day after we discover whether or not he actually deleted any evidence off his phone of him setting up those shells that he happened to stumble across and throwing his wife under the bus. The man is the scum of the earth, and he needs to be charged yesterday, because if they are investigating the copycat threats that are resulting from this, you go after the big dog for the copycat threats, and you'll find a lot less copycat threats when you go after the big dog for his dog whistle.
The reason why we took this so very seriously, and if it was a grandmother from Youngstown, Ohio, it would be different. But James Comey clearly has splinter cells, black ops groups, people who owe him favors, people that are allowed to carry badges and guns around Donald Trump. This is a deeply serious threat. This is a deep operator inside of the deep state. This guy will probably for the rest of his life be able to have crack teams in Secret Service and an FBI that owe him favors because he's done 30 years there, that he's helped covered up their crimes or back and forth. And so when he's calling for an assassination of Donald Trump, like this, you have to take that deadly seriously.
People try to pull up old posts of other people from the internet and say, look what they said. They said 86-46. First of all, I do say you're faffoing when you do that, even when it's with Biden. But the people that had done that in the past, it was quite clearly a reference throwback to Gretchen Whitmer, who put 86-45 out there. And so tongue in cheek, crap posting on Twitter, it's ill-advised. But it's not the same thing as the former director of the FBI posting it after a picture of him reading his book and before a picture of him summarizing what his book is about, naming his political rivals and calling for something to be done to them. The mens rea is there. The actus reus is there. There's probable cause. Charge him. Let him defend himself on free speech rights.
Because you brought up Diddy, final question here. Why is James Comey's daughter allowed to continue a trial against, Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, Diddy? What exactly is going on here? There are no coincidences in life?
There's no good excuse for it, period. Yeah. Maybe the argument is you can't fire her. Some people were hypothesizing that James Comey's 86-47 stunt was to make his daughter fireproof, because if they fired her then, it would look like retaliation. The bottom line, I don't know Bondi. I don't know her personally. I didn't have any preemptive faith in her because I didn't know her like I knew Bongino and what I know of Patel. It's inexcusable. There's no good excuse for it. Period. That you have Maureen Comey, James Comey's daughter, working on the Diddy file. And from what I understand, not necessarily running the best prosecution ever. The prosecution that they're running, limited to 2 defendants, his sex trafficking. Again, it's like Epstein only sex trafficked for his own personal pleasure. The cameras that were set up in Diddy Mansion apparently were only for his own sex video freak-offs for his own personal satisfaction. Horse crap. She should not be on that case anymore. It's corruption to the core. And it's inaction like that will cause a lot of people to distrust the Bondi and the current administration, because there's no good excuse for it that I know of.
Right. Why would you allow Lee Harvey Oswald's kid to work in the next Kennedy administration? Why would you let John Hinckley work for Ronald Reagan? I don't, it doesn't make any sense. It makes zero sense. Why would Donald Trump hire Matthew Thomas Crooks's, sibling or father?
The argument's going to be it's that it's the past administration. She has a job. Maybe there's some rules for dismissal. But the bottom line is you cannot have the Trump administration pursuing Biden-era policies or Biden-era personnel on key issues. And this is one of them. I have yet to see a good excuse for why she's still prosecuting Diddy. And my running theory is that the prosecution of Diddy is the cover-up itself, because he'll get convicted on crossing state lines with a prostitute or something. He'll go to jail for 10 years. It wraps up nice and clean, much like Ghislaine Maxwell. And lo and behold, we've got a blackmail, sex extortion, sex trafficking ring, and it was only for Diddy's personal satisfaction. I believe that as far as I can throw Thor's hammer.
So it's a cover-up for the deep state. It's a cover-up for an intel op.
That is my current opinion. I am open to being convinced otherwise, but it looks and smells like a persistent cover-up.
Meantime, Harvard's on the hot seat, and President Trump is not backing down. The president going head-to-head with the Ivy League powerhouse, accusing Harvard of stonewalling federal investigators and shielding foreign students tied to anti-American protests. State Department spokesperson Tammy Bruce says it's an issue bigger than Harvard.
Harvard's in the news. It's a big story. It's perhaps an easy story to cover, but it's not just Harvard. It is the nature of our ability to, again, know who's coming in. And perhaps, when it comes to vetting, there are many tools in our tool chest. We do know that it's worth checking visas as visas expire. We've seen historically people don't necessarily leave when their visas expire.
Let's bring in attorney Seth Berenzweig. Seth, you are a constitutional lawyer. Harvard says the president is exceeding his authority in what he is demanding of that institution. What do you say?
Well, I think Harvard ultimately is going to lose this case. Harvard University is at the center of the Trump administration's attempt to refine and protect American values, and also slots for young American students to actually attend these supposedly elite universities. Keep in mind that a lot of these foreign students that come in a program administered by DHS, led by Kristi Noem, have had these kinds of anti-West, anti-American, anti-Israel protests. These are students that are coming in that are taking slots away from American students. What the administration has been doing under full legal authority and through DHS in this instance is to tell schools like Harvard University that we are not going to allow and will in fact decertify your foreign student programs. And now there was a judge late this week that gave a temporary reprieve to Harvard University in ruling that an injunction should issue against the Trump administration. Ultimately, I think that the administration will win. Harvard will lose. The administration is doing the right thing. They are acting fully authorized by law. DHS administers this program. The State Department also is in charge of visas. And when an Obama appointed judge, such as this one this week in Massachusetts, tries to overturn the apple cart, ultimately it's going to fail.
Doug Schoen is well known to viewers on Fox, also a well-known Democratic operative. He says it never should have reached this point. Here's what he wrote on Fox News Digital. He says, of course, it should not take the president of the United States to bring American universities in line with their own codes of conduct, nor should it take the power of the White House to force Harvard to crack down on the scourge of anti-Semitism and anti-American extremism that has overrun its campus. And yet this is where we now find ourselves. It is my hope as an alum and as an American that the Trump administration and Harvard come to a solution whereby the university realizes it cannot continue to permit or reward students who so blatantly violate the code of conduct, either of the university or of the United States. So that is Doug's wish. He wants, the two sides to come together and reach an agreement. Right. But what do you think? It doesn't seem like Harvard really is inclined to budge here.
Well, quite the opposite. And by the way, I agree with that statement completely. Harvard has been absolutely opposing this. They've made that clear in their speeches. And think about this. The administration is trying to revoke the tax-exempt status of Harvard University. They have $53 billion in their endowment fund. They're acting like a VC firm. They would ordinarily have to pay those tax dollars, but the only reason they're getting a free ride is because they supposedly support American values. We know that's not the case. If these institutions want to live in a clueless ivory tower and they want to live there tax-free, America should not have to pay that rent. So I agree with that sentiment, and I think that the administration ultimately, either in the district court or in the appellate court, is definitely going to win this case. There's really no role for federal judges to even come in and overturn this. And while there are short-term setbacks that the administration has faced lately, as we've seen in other litigation instances, ultimately they come out on top. So the administration is right on this. They're right on the policy. They're right on the law. And when you look at these disgusting commencement speeches, you can see that President Trump is doing the right thing.
Okay, but again, you're a constitutional attorney, and people can get up at a microphone at commencement and say whatever they want, can't they?
Well, there are reasonable time, place, and manner regulations and restrictions on freedom of speech. And even MIT, which can be, with all due respect, a pretty woke institution, even recognize that as a result of this disgraceful commencement speech. So there are time, place, and manner regulations that can apply to freedom of speech. Also, as we've seen in other Ivy League campuses, such as in New York with Columbia University, Mahmoud Khalil supposedly had freedom of speech, but he went in and engaged in violent activity. And after some initial setbacks, once again, the Trump administration won. And ultimately, now it looks like he's going to be deported as well. So he came in trying to fly a First Amendment banner. It didn't work for him. It's not going to work for the schools. Look for these litigation trends to continue in the administration's favor over the next couple of months.
How much of this anti-Israel and maybe anti-American sentiment is being fueled or maybe funded by, enemy nation states?
Oh, there's no question about that. I mean, take a look, for example, at Qatar. Qatar has been sending billions of dollars to universities in the United States for over 10 years. And in fact, it's recently been uncovered that Qatar even sends money to K through 12 programs. You look at a lot of these universities that have these educational programs that have been instituted. There's a lot of foreign money that's going into these institutions. That's something that needs to be reviewed as well. Some of these student organizations have been exposed as fronts, and students like this MIT student and more centrally Mahmoud Khalil have actually been actively supporting foreign terrorist organizations, which is one of the reasons why the Trump administration has been winning in the courts. So you've identified a very important factor that goes into the whole flow of events and again supports the reason why the administration needs to continue to fight to protect American values, taxpayer funds, and to allow young American students to be able to get these slots in these competitive universities.
Seth Berenswag, constitutional attorney. Thanks for coming on.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
My name is Caitlin Richardson. I'm a reporter with the Daily Caller News Foundation. Today I'm at the Vatican asking people what they think about the first American Pope.
From Sheffield in the UK.
And I'm from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. And I'm from Germany.
Salzburg in Austria. From Germany?
I'm from Rome.
I'm from the UK but live in France.
I'm from New Jersey.
And what do you think about having an American Pope?
I find it great. I think it's great.
Great. We both think it's great. Oh, I think it's good.
It's still early.
Still early.
Because he was elected just 2 weeks ago. He's still there to judge,
I just think it makes a refreshing change. It's amazing, a little bit sudden.
The Italian guys are very happy about it.
Anyway, we didn't expect this program. It looks to be okay.
I think it's good because obviously America maybe doesn't have the best publicity at the moment. So having a billion people who are Catholic who now have an American as the person who is the head of the church, actually, it's a good positive light. With America right now, there's a lot going on. So I think it's good from a religious perspective that, there's an American Pope.
it's away from the, not traditions, but something else, something new, and new's always good. So,
and he's young. He seems like he's like similar in ways to the previous folks who I liked a lot.
And also he seems quite down to earth and normal as well.
He's got American backgrounds. I'm sure he's really educated. It'll probably be a great deal. Obviously, the other folks agreed.
And we are looking forward what he's going to bring, and if he's continuing the path Francisco was going, and hoping that this will be continuing to bringing people together.
There's also wanted posters. They're everywhere on local businesses. The FBI raising the reward to a combined $25,000 this afternoon. They are warning that he is extremely dangerous and armed, Rich.
Brooke Taylor live for us in Arkansas. Brooke, thank you. For more on this and also the continued search for inmates who broke out of a New Orleans jail, let's bring in Fox News contributor and former FBI Special Agent Nicole Parker. Nicole, thanks for joining us this afternoon. This is quite a case. This former police officer, how did he get this uniform, and what's going on in this search? How come they haven't found him yet?
Well, that's a great question on how he got the uniform. Obviously, he disguised himself as some sort of corrections officer, law enforcement officer. He was able to fool the individual who let him out of that gate. And, in law enforcement, we want things obviously to happen very quickly, but sometimes it does take time. And he has, the advantage of a very rugged terrain in his near vicinity with the Ozarks. That's very difficult to search. And again, with the weather conditions, law enforcement's doing the best that they can, but they are utilizing drones, canines, helicopters. And like was mentioned, the FBI has, offered a reward for $20,000 leading to his arrest. And I can tell you that as an FBI agent, human intelligence is still the most valuable. If you see something, say something, do consider him armed and dangerous. Do not approach him. Remain safe with your families. I understand this is very, very uncomfortable. We've, heard of many jailbreaks recently. It's not comforting to U.S. citizens, but it will get solved. I have no doubt in my mind. But let's give law enforcement some time. And of course, if you see something, say something, report the tips, and let law enforcement follow up on those.
Yeah, you mentioned that, you think he's going to get caught. I mean, he's surviving in the woods, it seems, in the Ozarks. I mean, yes, it's probably good terrain to hide in, but it's not the most hospitable territory, is it?
Definitely not. And eventually he's going to get desperate. People always need food and they always need water. And, people make mistakes. These people think that they're on the run for good and they make mistakes. They get tired, they get exhausted, and they get desperate. And that's when law enforcement can hone in.
There's also been some reporting and discussion about his holding in a medium security prison. Do you think it was appropriate to put a former law enforcement officer who was charged and convicted of these violent crimes in a medium security prison?
I personally do not. Someone who's been charged with murder and, or convicted of rape and murder. I mean, those are the two most serious crimes I believe that anyone can commit. A medium facility system, that's one of the problems in a lot of these prison systems right now. They are understaffed. They are overpopulated. They do not have the appropriate technology and things to stop these prisoners from escaping. But again, people are doing the best that they can. Right now, my focus is let's get this person apprehended and everyone remains safe.
And the family of the victims, too. I think they've said to local reporters that they're extremely nervous that he's out on the run. Of course they are. I mean, how much should law enforcement be making sure that they're protected?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's number one priority for any law enforcement officer is to keep their community safe. And as members of the community, please follow law enforcement's instructions. Do not approach the individual. Call 911 if you see any sightings of who you might think that is the individual. But again, keeping the community safe, always the top priority. Use common sense. But again, keep your eyes and ears open, stay vigilant, keep your head on a swivel.
So now over to New Orleans, where there were 10 inmates who escaped. There's still 2 more on the run. Here's a little back and forth with local prison officials on how those prisoners escaped.
There have also been a number of problems since the escape actually happened. I know the sheriff's office isn't here today, but can any of y'all speak to why a decade-old state-of-the-art facility is in such shambles?
We're not going to comment on the jail or any conditions prior to. We're just looking forward. We have 8 captured.
I mean, we just talked about a minute ago, Nicole, how there are underfunded facilities, understaffed facilities, but this seems to be on the pretty extreme end of facilities that you've seen, no?
Right. And I mean, again, I have not served in New Orleans, but I do have friends from the FBI who have served as special agents in the New Orleans area. And it is something that is a very serious problem there. New Orleans has, a lot that they deal with. There are histories of, people aiding and abetting individuals. There's a history of public corruption. And so I appreciate that the Attorney General there, Liz Murrell, is getting in there and she's taking charge of the investigation and she's looking for accountability and she's looking to fix these problems.
Do you think that, you see a jailbreak like this, 10 at a time? Have you ever seen anything that's been, this large in scale, this many people breaking out of jail at the same time?
Not in recent history, not that I'm familiar with, no. But again, that was a very calculated escape. The data says that between 2019 and 2023, within the federal system, nearly 1,400 people have been sentenced for, prison or jail escapes. And that's in the federal system alone. Those are people that were sentenced according to the United States Commissioning Service and Reports. And so, again, this is not something new, but to have that many individuals from one system, yes, that should give everyone pause. They need to get in there, needed to fix that. That is a serious problem.
All right, Nicole Parker, thanks so much for joining us this afternoon.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, or set your DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page for daily highlights.
We have a president wheelchair auto pen update. Other people just call Biden president auto pen, but I call him wheelchair auto pen. TM, trademark.
Drinking with my girls, hey, drinking with my boys, hey, phones in the air, now click, selfie, phones in the air, now click, selfie, phones in the air, now click, selfie.
Welcome to Doug in Exile. This is where the happy patriots are. Laura Trump is saying this is and we've heard this from other people too, but Laura Trump is underlining that this is the greatest scandal in American history. And so as it blows up in balloons, I watch the way that it's being shifted and how it's being presented, because I think she represents a lot of the direction of where the Trump administration is going on this thing, which will lead to prosecutions. It can't just be dropped and ignored. You have to keep it out in the public. We have to keep investigating it, find out who knew what, when, most of all, who was running the country.
But that's really the scary part of all of this. And, you look at November 5th of 2024, that was a day that really determined a lot for the future of America. Obviously, Kamala Harris at that point was the Democrats' nominee. But you think about the fact that had Donald Trump not won this election, guys, we would not even be talking about this. Jake Tapper wouldn't have a book out. The liberal media would not be actually talking about the fact that Joe Biden's decline was so severe. And I mean,
so
it's really
the only reason why we're hearing about this stuff is because Trump won. It's not because the media suddenly got involved with integrity. They didn't suddenly come up and go, wow, we saw something. No, they were going to continue to not see something for another 4 years. They'd have used their power to actually prosecute those of us who brought up this subject matter, which we saw them do 4 years ago also across all of social media. There were certain subjects, I'm thinking specifically of two, that if you brought them up, you got crushed. At one point on this channel, I would do a Kari Lake video, and if I put Kari Lake in the title, it got demonetized just for mentioning her name. You know how all the cultures, like looking to the right, looking to the left, going, how are we going to act, everybody? Well, this is just them post-Trump's massive win. They're going, how are we going to act, everybody? We can't pretend to cover this stuff up. We can't bully people that disagree with us anymore. We can't bury this massive public fact under the table, though we want to. If we won, we would. That's why I'm saying hats off to Laura Trump for calling this out. She's absolutely right. And these are, they say elections have consequences. One of the consequences of this election is more truth got out. And I don't see this President Trump administration doing a massive cover-up on anything. They're not that secretive. They're just not that weaselly. He's a giant bull, big, clumsy bull in a china shop, just being very public. He doesn't screen himself. His administration doesn't screen themselves. So they're just not as weaselly and secretive. So we can feel more confident in him that they're not politicians, they get rewarded for lying, but there's something very honest about Trump in that he'll show you the lumps and how the sausage gets made.
Frightening. I think we're looking at one of the greatest scandals in American political history. Whether it's just sweeping under the rug what was going on with Joe Biden, the lies that were told to the American people, the auto pen, as President Trump likes to point out, that was used time and time again to sign very significant documents. There's so much to unpack here, but I think the great news is that you have Republicans in the House saying, look, we want to investigate this. They actually are bringing a lot of Biden staffers in to question them, to say, what did you know? When did you know it? What was going on? Who was using the auto pen? But yes, I think it is.
That's Comer running investigations. And Congress, I feel bad because they're so slow. You know what we don't have the benefit of? We don't have the benefit of having all of media 100% on our side like the Democrats did. If they ever do a congressional investigation, all of the media outlets that present you the information, they all know it's go time, 100%, wall to wall. Trump impeachment, Trump said this, Trump did that. And he didn't have to do anything for them to run with the message. But now you have an overwhelming, absolute public corruption, because we all saw what was going on with Biden, even before he was president. This goes way before his presidency, that I go, that's not the same Joe Biden. That guy is in massive decline, doesn't know what he is. I'm looking forward to these investigations getting broader. I'm always going to support these investigations with this channel, try and get the word out, because it was covered up and hidden for so long. We have to do everything we can to pass this message around.
It's terrifying to think about Joe Biden having been president for the past 4 years, guys. But imagine Donald Trump hadn't won. We wouldn't even be talking about this right now.
Now, Lara, you know something about Jake Tapper. Let's play this clip and have you react to it.
I think there are any number of people that were part of this decision to hide how bad it was, not only from the media, not only from the public, but also from cabinet officials, from people in the White House, from Democratic lawmakers. I mean, there was a period, 2023, 2024, Democratic lawmakers barely saw the president.
What did they hide? What part of Biden walking around lost on stage that was well before the debate? So don't give me this, we all knew they were lying after the debate. That's what Jake Tapper and many in the media are going with. We were lied to right up to that point. They convinced us that Biden was brilliant and sharp and in control and available to the media, though he didn't have, his staff meetings for 11 months sometimes. And that never occurred to them. Those of us who saw it happen go, he really doesn't allow press to have unfettered access. Everything was filtered through Karine Jean-Pierre, where she would just lie and bumble. And by the way, talk about the worst person to cover for you. Karine Jean-Pierre is the worst. If you're going to have, and that just shows basic disrespect to the American people, and that they knew they had power. They go, you know what? We're going to put this fraud idiot up there who's totally inarticulate. She doesn't know the arguments. And she can't even lie with any level of conviction that convinces people. But we have so much power. We'll just throw Karine Jean-Pierre out there and forget you. If you have a question, there's something wrong with you. We're going to keep impugning your character. That's what I mean by they had a total bully hold on the media. It was a power play. And Jake Tapper's acting like it's all honest. It's all organic. The Democrats totally covered up Biden so that a very normal journalist would look at it and go, I guess everything's okay. No, a normal journalist would see that they were lying. A normal average person. And so that's my impugning Tapper and all of media's character is they all knew. They all saw Biden in decline. They all knew he wasn't capable as president. Now, I get it on the Democrat side. They probably just said, you know what? We know Biden is in decline and is not in charge of this country. Someone who is an ally of us Democrats, some weaselly Marxist, he's just a Manchurian candidate. He's just a ghost. We know there's a panel of smart people actually running the country, and we're okay with that because we'd rather have Biden in a coma and all of these smart, young, Marxist, Obama-like handlers, or Jill Biden running the auto pen, or Elizabeth Warren running the auto pen, or Jill Biden's chief of staff, which we know those are the names that are being floated out there. We'd rather have them in charge of the country than President Trump. Again, You're allowed to wish that, but you can't say that you care about the vote or the will of the people, because the will of the people did not vote for that panel of Marxists to run the country. They voted for Joe Biden, allegedly. Even when they're covering up for this stuff and saying that people would rather have a decrepit Joe Biden than a very present Trump, they don't get a pass. You just don't get to call yourself at all part of America. You can't say that you're pro the vote. You certainly can't say that Trump will never leave office, that Trump is some kind of a dictator, that Trump is a totalitarian, that this will be the last election, that he's for undermining election results. The Democrat Party has undermined the election results more than any other party in the last 100 years. The Democrat Party have done, once again, over and over again, what they accuse Trump of.
And I think it was Jill Biden. I also think it's Hunter Biden. I also think President.
Good. Hunter Biden was running the country, a crackhead, imbecilic crackhead who always needed daddy's money. Even worse, I'll throw this one out. Even worse, an artist crackhead. Hunter Biden was running the country. Did you vote for Hunter Biden? Even the Democrats, they would rather have Hunter Biden running the country than President Trump. That's what kind of a cult they're in.
Biden has some agency here too. We're not saying it was weekend at Birdies. He was aware what was going on. No, I'm saying he wasn't. Like, he had moments where he was non-functioning, but he understood what was going on. I mean, we saw him earlier today. He can speak and talk. If you hear right now, he could talk for 10, 15 minutes and be fine.
But Lara, during that time, Tapper attacked you. You thought you were making fun of his stutter.
Yeah, that whole situation was atrocious. You know, just the accusation that I would ever make fun of someone with some sort of a disability got a New York Times op-ed written by Captain Sully Sullenberger to say what a horrible person I was. So I'm expecting, of course, Lucas, some sort of an apology from him. I'm sure that'll be coming
Good
soon.
luck. I love the sarcasm too. I'm sure that'll be coming soon. An apology from Captain Sully Sullenberger, who's the hero who landed that plane in New York. It goes to show that even your heroes like Sully Sullenberger's are scum. What his righteousness. He's like, I'm a hero. But I'm going to take down this woman and impugn her character and call her a liar for making fun. How dare you make fun of Joe Biden and all the children in the world who stutter? See, that's a bully move. They used bully moves to manipulate everyone so that emotionally you go, wow, if I call him a stutterer, I guess I'm kind of bad
as well. But it's pretty incredible to hear Jake Tapper now. And by the way, a lot of these folks on the other side of this trying to tell us that we should now believe them. Either Jake Tapper is one of the worst reporters and journalists in the history of America because
it doesn't have to be either or. It can be both, because he's definitely one of the worst reporters and journalists in America. We can put that one in the bank.
We could all see with our own eyes and hear with our own ears. Joe Biden was not cogent at all. That right. He was very, disturbed whenever we saw him in public. He had to have this group of people take him to Marine One. He was specifically calling on reporters, not President Trump, who you see in the Oval Office calling on everybody, as transparent as he possibly could be. It's a little too late, I think, for a lot of these people. And the fact that Jake now even is like, yeah, for 10 to 15 minutes, he was fine. This is the leader of the free world. He needs to be fined 24 hours a day. I'm sorry, I'm the one to point that out.
Right. Oh my gosh, you pointed out so much so early, and you were attacked for it, and you stuck to your guns, and I love that about you.
Okay, really I'm going to credit her because, like they said, she came out so early. That's true for all of the MAGA right, everyone who voted for Trump. You came out early when it wasn't popular, when you often would put your job on the line or your social credibility against a giant Leviathan state and a giant Leviathan media machine. When it was not popular to say these things, Laura Trump spoke the truth, and she took hits and she stayed strong. Those are the kind of people that make America great. That's what a patriot does, is you don't start telling lies just because you get cover from culture. The cover from culture is an illusion. It will get you to believe lies. You know, at one point in our country's history, slavery was very popular, and you got cultural cover for saying we should formally, biblically own slaves, own another man. And it was very unpopular to stand up and say, no, my values tell me that's wrong. And it's not that they, it's just like when you know something, you don't cave on it so quickly. And there's always some giant, overwhelming popular belief, like that same-sex marriage is okay and common and totally theirs, just because it's popular, or with the life issue, just because everyone's doing it. Didn't your mom tell you this when you were a kid? Do you remember this? Just because, you can answer this down in the comments below, finish this question. Just because everyone else was jumping off the cliff, do you? So are you going to jump off the cliff just because culture tells you one thing or another? I'm Doug in exile.
We got newly declassified documents that are showing the FBI was covering up her lies to Congress. The FBI and DOJ failed to prosecute Nellie Ohr. Nellie said that she took 6 ham radio classes. Hey, that's one of those hobbies I was interested in for 5 minutes. The search will get a false negative, okay? Actually, we have no files on that at all. Thanks for searching. An FBI cover-up exposed by the one and only Chuck Grassley. He is the senator out of Iowa, and he dropped this one, which is pretty known, but also shocking, that exposes the GPS contractor called Nellie Ohr. Remember, she worked for Fusion GPS. We got newly declassified documents that are showing the FBI was covering up her lies to Congress. And Chuck Grassley released and declassified this entire report. We'll take a look at it. But here is what his press release said over on his website. He says, all right, Fusion GPS, if you remember them, this was the whole Steele dossier. This was the 2016 Hillary scam to try to call Trump a Russian colluder. And that was all fake. Jake Sullivan posted that. Michael Sussman went, tried to sell it to the FBI. He got charged and acquitted in Washington, D.C. And the entire scandal was covered up by the FBI. No one investigated it at all. Now, here is what Grassley says. The FBI and DOJ failed to prosecute Nellie Ohr. She was the Fusion GPS contractor for lying to Congress about her role and what the FBI and the DOJ did in the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, saying the 2019 FBI analysis that now Chuck Grassley got his hands on provides detailed evidence that Ohr lied to Congress during the sworn testimony and obstructed ongoing congressional investigations, violating multiple federal statutes. The document also exposes how the FBI prevented agents from reviewing all the relevant information necessary to perform the full analysis, hiding the documents in other files so that nobody knows where they are. They couldn't get to the bottom of her testimony or the fake Russian collusion investigation. Here's the background. Now, Nellie Ohr was employed by Fusion GPS from 2015 to 16 when they were trying to take out Trump. They were doing open source research attempting to connect Trump with Russian organized crimes. Remember that nonsense? This research was paid for by Hillary and the DNC. Both organizations ultimately settled with the FEC after allegations of campaign finance violations, but they didn't have Letitia in New York prosecute Hillary for that, for fraudulent business crimes, which is what she was investigating Trump for intentionally misreporting the true purposes of the payments. At the time of Nellie Ohr's employment, her husband, Bruce, was an associate deputy attorney general at the DOJ, okay? So husband works for the government, is able to prosecute and investigate a bunch of allegations because he's a prosecutor. She is opposition research for the Hillary Clinton DNC team, and they're working together as husband and wife. Both Nellie and Bruce testified to the House committee as part of the oversight, and we now know it was a disproven allegation of collusion. In 2019, we also had Mark Meadows, shout out, a member of the oversight committee, filed a criminal referral with the DOJ. That would have been to Trump's people. So, and nothing happened with that. So I'm kind of wondering where that would have gone. So 2019, it went, where'd it go? Key findings of this, Nellie Ohr, so that would have gone, I guess, to Bill Barr is who I'm thinking, right? Bill Barr would have gotten this criminal referral from Mark Meadows about 2019. Nellie Ohr may have been involved in drafting aspects of the Steele dossier and conspired with her husband, Bruce, who was working at the DOJ at the time, to ensure that high-level FBI officials actually got her work product, while Fusion GPS was coordinating with media entities to legitimize the FBI's case. Remember, they were playing both sides. Sussman went to the FBI and he sat down with those corrupt FBI people and said, hey, the Washington Post or some media entity is going to talk about Trump's collusion. You should investigate this before they publish it, because then your sources and methods and all the things that go. And then they went to the Washington Post and said, guess what? We just met with the FBI. They're going to go tell this story. They're investigating all of this Trump-Russia collusion. You guys should report about this. To both sides. Both were lies. Nellie Ohr may have falsely testified to Congress that she had no knowledge of the DOJ's Trump investigation. Yes, you did. She gave a thumb drive containing her work to her husband, Bruce. Hey, husband, this is the Hillary Clinton opposition research that we're making up. Can you do something with this at the DOJ to stop Trump? They're criminals, which he then provided to the FBI as part of its ongoing investigation, right? Or which is Hillary planting evidence, the Democrats planting evidence corruptly in the FBI. Nellie Ohr's email traffic also shows she emailed her Russia investigative research directly to Bruce Ohr, her husband, in the DOJ. Nellie's research closely mirrored the DOJ and the Trump investigation. Bruce only shared information with the FBI after he got it from his wife, which was coming from the Democrats. Nellie and Bruce met personally with British intelligence officer and Fusion GPS contractor called Christopher Steele. Okay, so then they fed it to him, and then he whitewashed it. He says, oh, this comes from the Christopher Steele research. It doesn't come from Nellie Ohr, Bruce's wife. Nellie and Bruce met personally with him in 2016. Then Fusion GPS pitched Nellie Ohr's research to the Department of State. Okay, so then they put their name on it, so it didn't come from a bad source, for an additional investigation. It's a setup. Nellie Ohr deleted emails with Russia-focused DOJ prosecutors, meaning she was concealing her exchanges with DOJ officials involved in the Trump investigation. And she may have falsely testified to Congress, saying, I was not involved in drafting the Steele dossier. Yes, you did. You made an analytical error in her own research that is identical to the one in the Steele dossier. You guys both made the same dumb mistake in your made-up reports? That's weird. Or not, because Steele just took hers, copy and pasted it. A report deleted from a thumb drive that was owned by Fusion co-founder Glenn Simpson and that was provided to the FBI via Bruce Ohr contained the same subject matter because they were working together. Now, in direct contradiction to her congressional testimony, Nellie Ohr disseminated Fusion GPS research to DOJ prosecutors beyond those that she told us. She repeatedly sent this to a bunch of other people. Lisa Holton, Ivana Nizic, Joseph Wheatley all got it. Now, in direct contradiction to her congressional testimony, aka lying, Nellie said that she took 6 ham radio classes. Hey, that's one of those hobbies I was interested in for 5 minutes before I didn't do anything with it. I can put it on my treadmill with my jujitsu gi. An exam during her time as a Fusion GPS employee. Ham radios can facilitate international communication without the use of a cell signal. Was she trying to communicate with the British via ham? Nellie claimed her ham radio training occurred before she was employed by Fusion GPS. However, per records from the Fairfax Fire and Rescue Department, her entire ham radio training occurred between March to May, and she did that while working at Fusion GPS. So it's like a little cover story or something. Nellie Ohr may have also been involved in the Alpha dossier, which is another sham document that was saying that Trump was using Russian cell phones and IP addresses and all that crap. So that's the summation here from Chuck Grassley. He declassified the full file. It's 43-pager. And inside you can see what Washington figured out for us back in 2019, well after all of this had occurred. They say, we got some administrative notes, said we opened up this investigation, and here's some background. They say an initial investigation of the allegations contained in the criminal referral that came from Meadows established the fact that Nellie provided demonstrably false information to 2 aspects of her testimony. Now, whether this might lead to a criminal charge is up for the DOJ's public integrity section, which at the time was Bill Barr. I'm guessing if the timeline is right on this. And what would he have done with this? Nothing. Captioned assessment serves to aid in the determination about whether we should prosecute this. On May 3rd, relevant FBI information related to this was inaccessible to FBI investigators. Wow. Look, given that their files were under prohibited access status, okay? Meaning somebody in the FBI locked the files up. Investigators at the FBI, hey, we just want to go, where's the file on Nellie Ohr's criminal complaint, like the big file folder? That's in the prohibited section. Why? And actually prohibited, which unlike restricted, precludes investigators from detecting the existence of even potentially relevant serial numbers. So it's not like you even know there's a file on Robert Gouveia. Hey, where's the Robert Gouveia file? Is that somewhere to be found? Yeah. Do we have one? Yeah, we have one, but you can't have it. Okay, so you can see it. And what's inside? It's got all this stuff in there, maybe a table of contents, but no, you can't have it because it's restricted. Now, prohibited means you don't even search for that. You just say, hey, let me search for any files on Robert Gouveia. Nothing shows up because they're all prohibited. But you have them, but they're secret. You can't see them because the FBI is covering it up. In other words, when search terms that exist in the prohibited status cases are searched in Sentinel, the search will get a false negative, okay? Actually, we have no files on that at all. Thanks for searching. Like, oh, I guess nothing's relevant to Nellie Ohr's corruption. On May 30th, the FBI investigation team obtained DOJ concurrence and released to Washington field office 13 redacted FD302's interview sheets of Bruce Ohr. At the time, Ryder requested unredacted versions of these from the prohibited access special counsel holdings. Then they advised that some, but not all the cases, had been migrated from prohibited status, so it's like totally gone, to restricted status so that you can identify potentially relevant restricted access serial numbers. At the time, the FBI investigators were not granted access to these restricted access cases, but could, through Sentinel searches, see that the terms were found in non-viewable serials, right? So they're like, wait a minute, this is showing up in this file, but when I search for this name, it's not showing up, but it's there over here and I can see it, but I can't act. So it's there, obviously. They say investigators would remain incapable of identifying even more relevant serials if it was in prohibited access. That's how corrupt it is. Given the number of relevant search terms that were required to run against this and the massive amount of documents, given that the SEO team had confirmed the impossibility, Washington provided an analyst to assist in running the requested searches to go find the files that were basically about as deleted as you can get them without deleting them. So then they got DOJ concurrence to go get the unredacted serials containing the search terms. Pursuant to the request, serials were compiled in the weeks that followed, but a vast majority of them were never disseminated to Washington field office. Never got them anyways. So once they got the search expert to come in here, reportedly, a team official declined to provide the serial numbers based on his determination that the requested serials were not relevant to this assessment. So who was that? Who? A team official. Who was that? All right. So the FBI is completely corrupt, as you can see. I don't know if it's gotten any better in these last 4 months or so, but probably not. This was now publicly released by Chuck Grassley. We're glad that he did this because they're just hiding the files. It's a cover-up, actively happening. So you go, why can't you find any of the Epstein files? Or where are all these records? What's crap like this? Not to mention if they're just deleted, but they're all prohibited access. And so they're all just basically in the ether somewhere where nobody can find them. Now, what can we do about this? Should they be prosecuted? Obviously. Can they be prosecuted? Probably not. FOIA fan said this. Unfortunately, her testimony was over 5 years ago when she lied to Congress. So she is outside the statute of limitations. Probably why these records are being released right now, because they know no one's going to do anything about it. But Nellie Ohr, Bruce Ohr, and the Democratic Party criminals involved in a cover-up, and every single FBI person who was involved in that should be investigated and at minimum fired and thrown out of the government, if not criminally prosecuted for covering up evidence of crimes committed inside our own government. And just think about how disgusting it is that they would try to blame this on Russia when they made it up to steal an election. Blaming a foreign superpower for rigging our election, colluding with Trump when that never happened, so that Hillary can win and then wage a war against Russia. It's a twofer. It's a 1-2 punch. You win the election and you get your war with Russia because you set them up for trying to rig your election. Sick people, treasonous behavior. We're glad that Chuck Grassley got this published finally.
Even after leaving Doge, out of frustration, almost certainly, now there's a new claim that it wasn't his frustration with the government. It was apparently rampant substance abuse that led him to leave. Now, I don't know about you, but I got to imagine if you're a guy or a gal who's used to being a CEO and saying jump and people immediately ask how high, and you go from that to working in government, I don't blame the guy for needing to numb his existence a little bit. But let's look into this ridiculous claim. And I do want to make a shout out to this video sponsor, Aura. It's a product I use. It's a product I love, and it's a great time to remind you going into the weekend. If you have ever wondered how scammers get your phone numbers, you know, how your inbox is flooded with spam, this is why. There are companies called data brokers out there that sell your data. They do it without your consent to make billions of dollars selling it to marketers and scammers. We just talked about a major data breach with Facebook like not that long ago. Seems like every other day there's another data breach. Well, all this data ends up on the dark web and then people end up buying it. That's why I recommend today's sponsor, Aura, to not just my viewers, but also my family and friends. They take care of the hard part, automatically removing your info from these websites and keeping it off. This is a product I have used now for almost a year, and I absolutely love it. It always lets me know if stuff's out there, and most importantly, it gets rid of it. You get alerts if your personal information is found on the dark web, real-time fraud alerts for credit cards and banking, 24/7 monitoring to keep your identity secure. It also has secure VPN, antivirus, password manager, and much more, with US-based support and much more. If anything does happen, Aura offers $5 million in identity theft insurance protection, and they have fraud experts based in the US available 24/7. One app, every layer of protection. Give it a try. I've got a link in the description that'll give you a 14-day free trial over at aura.com/thequartering. In those 2 weeks, it'll discover all you need to know and exactly how valuable this software is. So give it a try. Link in the description below. How Doge blew up. Okay. Explosive report claims that crippling drug habit was the real reason Elon Musk's Doge downfall, or there was a downfall. Well, I don't know if we define the term crippling differently. I'm going to go ahead and assume we do, because it seems like the guy was working pretty regularly, pretty nonstop. And as I've always said, people like this generally are taking, performance enhancing supplements. And more importantly than that, I don't care. I don't care if he was popping every pill imaginable throughout the day. He's not my dad. He's not my son. He's a guy who's trying to fix the government. And let's not pretend that the government isn't full of pill poppers just like him, allegedly. Elon Musk was using a cocktail of pills on the campaign trail as his messy personal life spilled into his work, according to a report from the New York Times. Gee, I wonder who told the New York Times. Could it have maybe been his ex-lover who's currently in a custody battle with him? Now, I don't have any evidence to that fact. I'm not saying it is Ashley St. Clair. I'm saying it's possible that it is Ashley St. Clair, given they literally just had a court meeting over custody this past week. It could possibly have been her. Musk stormed into politics as President Donald Trump's chainsaw-brandishing sidekick, tasked with slashing federal bureaucracy. But the tech tycoon found himself on the chopping block just 4 months into his stint in the government. Now, this is as far as I can see, the left is trying desperately to frame this like Elon Musk was fired. I've seen no evidence of that. His time with Doge was always going to be limited. And he was always, I think he was only going to ever do a certain period of time. Nobody in the Trump administration has disparaged him. As far as I know, reports say he is still working with the Trump administration as an advisor. So it doesn't really seem to bear out any evidence whatsoever, but the left keeps pushing this weird narrative. The Tesla CEO has previously said he was prescribed ketamine for depression and was taking it roughly every 2 weeks. But insiders allege he was taking the powerful anesthetic, which is known to have hallucinogenic properties, so frequently it was affecting his bladder, the bombshell report claims. He also took ecstasy, mushrooms, and traveled with a daily pill box that contained about 20 different drugs, including Adderall. Based? I don't care. I have a story earlier today, or I don't know if you saw later today. Glenn Greenwald. Apparently he likes to be humiliated, and he enjoys the glass pipe. Don't care. His reporting is above reproach and has been the gold standard as long as I've been doing this. I have more problem with him adopting 2 young boys as sons than anything else. But, I don't care. It's like even with Bongino, oh my God, we're reopening the investigation into the baggie of coke in the White House. I don't care. I don't care what adults. Here's a shocker for you. I don't think drugs should be illegal. How do you like that? I think people should be able to get whatever prescriptions they see fit for the most part. Obviously, they're, you talk about opioids and this, that, and the other stuff, but, I have a very liberal view about this. I think our jails are full of people that just wanted to relax after getting out of work. that weren't doing any harm to anybody because they, had a little grass, or maybe they had a little habit with pills or whatever. As long as it's not affecting anyone else, I don't think these people should be in jail. Sorry, I know I have a lot of people who would disagree with that, and I appreciate and love that, but that's my opinion. I've always thought the government's war on drugs is stupid. And if people want to do certain things, people want to, whatever, that's their choice. Those around him claim, that his consumption blurred the lines between medicinal and recreational. Then, with Musk allegedly having taken drugs at private gatherings across the U.S. and at least one foreign country. So, how do you know he didn't have a prescription for that? According to the New York Times report, which was based on a series of texts the outlet reviewed, as well as interviews with insiders, Musk has claimed in interviews that he takes small amounts of ketamine and that he really doesn't like doing drugs, but his erratic behaviors, including making apparent bad salute at Trump's election event, seemingly suggests otherwise. So the Daily Mail is now a leftoid shill outlet. Okay, well, noted. I'm going to be taking the Daily Mail out of my rotation in terms of, he did not make that salute. Why would you even write that? It's unclear if he was taking drugs when Trump put him in charge of the Department of Government Efficiency when he announced he was stepping down on Wednesday. You're joking, right? Remember, first of all, he has to take drug tests for his security clearance. $5 says behind a paywall. Why is it Jordan Hudson? What? The New York Times. I want to find this New York Times article quick. I bet you it's behind a paywall. How much you want to bet? Let's see. And it's behind a paywall. What a coincidence. They don't have, they care, but only if you want to pay them. This is a way to convert confirmation bias into money. Let's see the text here. Mr. Musk's lawyer did not respond to requests for comment this week about his drug use and his personal life. And by the way, they don't owe anybody any explanation. He's previously said he takes stuff, as he told his biographer, I don't really like doing illegal drugs. Mr. Musk, who joined the president's inner circle after making a vast fortune on cars, satellites, and rocket ships, has been known for his grandiose statements and mercurial personality. Supporters see him as an eccentric genius whose slash and burn management style is the key to his success. Well, this is, again, I will never understand the left's obsession with trying to convince people Elon Musk is not smart. Books will be written about him. His contributions to this world will be studied in schools one day, along with the likes of Edison and others. What he's going to do so I don't give two ripping ishes about how many babies, out of wedlock he has and how many pills he likes to take to unwind. I imagine being inside of a guy, in his head, is probably pretty chaotic. One of his former partners, Claire Boucher, the musician known as Grimes, has been fighting with Mr. Musk over their 5-year-old son known as X. Mr. Musk is extremely attached to the boy, taking him to the Oval Office. Ms. Boucher has privately complained that appearances violate a custody agreement in which she and Mr. Musk agreed to try to keep their children out of the public eye. These are just his ex-wives. These are women. Who cares if he took mushrooms and ecstasy? I don't care. I don't care. Now, I hope it doesn't shorten his life. I hope he manages it well. I hope he understands how to do these things. But what this is they're just muckraking. And I love a good muckrake. But when the contributions, look at that, a picture of Ashley St. Clair. What a coincidence. This is a hit piece put out by his ex-wives to try and destroy his reputation. But more importantly, get more child support from him. We all know that Ashley St. Clair wants tens of millions of dollars for being an incubator for the guy for 9 months. And she only ever cared about ensnaring him and getting rich off of it. And I guess she sold her soul for that. And she's the laughing stock of the entire world. But she has more money than I'll ever have. So I guess as long as she can sleep at night, with yet another hot baby out of wedlock, as I'm sure she'll have in the next couple of years, By the way, mark my words, she's going to rebrand herself as a feminist and a former conservative liberal. Mark my words. You're going to start seeing her appear on MSNBC and CNN. I am certainly sure of it. This report is worthless. It's meant to try and take his kids away. It's meant to try and hurt the man that cares more about this country than just about anybody other than Donald Trump that I've ever seen in politics. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure to leave a like on it. If you haven't yet, subscribe or follow down below. We'll talk to you again real soon.
All right, y'all, we are back with another video. I definitely had to bring y'all this one by Liberal High Mind, because I seen this and he said Breaking Democrat Party plans to spend $20 million to reclaim support from young men. Like what? So here's the problem with these Democrats. Now that they can't get the vote, because, you know, obviously you see what Kamala Harris did when she got Barack Obama, tried to use Barack Obama to get black men to vote for Kamala Harris. Now all of a sudden, now they spending $20 million to try to get white men all of a sudden as well to join the Democrat Party, pretty much vote for the Democrat next time around. Like, this is crazy. These people be trying to buy their way back in the office. Y'all policies suck. Donald Trump's policies was better. It don't matter how much money you spend on black men or white men, whatever the case may be, nobody is going to vote for the Democrat Party. Y'all don't care about the American people. Y'all care about illegal aliens. And don't forget, remember, they just flew to El Salvador to have margaritas with an illegal alien who beat his wife twice. And now all of a sudden, the Democrat Party plans to spend $20 million to try to get white men to come on board and vote for them. Like this is just insane. Like I said, I don't see this happening. It don't matter whatever y'all try to do with the AOC of the world, Bernie Sanders, Jasmine Crockett. All of these Democrats are just delusional. Now they want to pretty much try to spend money to try to get people to come on board. Like, this is crazy. But like I said, please hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. Shout out to everybody showing so much support. And shout out to the ones who always stay to the end and let me know in the comment section that you did watch the entire video, because it definitely helps get the video out there, and hitting that like button as well. So without further ado, let's go ahead and dive straight into this by Liberal High Mind. Like I said, this right here is crazy.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. I can't even believe it. They're literally doing the thing. They're doing the meme. We were just talking about this yesterday. I was going on about how Dems basically have to win back male voters, especially young male voters, if they expect to survive as a party at all going forward. And while talking about that, how they've shed young male voters, I made the point that I doubt it's going to be easy for them. Considering the party's hatred of masculinity, basically the Democrat Party needs to just dive fully into securing the female vote and being a radical feminist party that hates men, or they need to do some serious soul searching, work on themselves, and figure out how to slowly win young men back over. The process needs to happen naturally, organically, and most importantly, genuinely, by appealing to issues and building culture that's compatible with the male
See,
world.
that's what I'm talking about. They need to, if you're going to win over like men, young men back, you do it organically, like with your policies. It's crazy to see that they spending money, $20 million. They trying to spend money to get people to vote for them. Like, that is insane. Why'd you want to just do it organically like President Trump did? You didn't see President Trump spending no money to say, I'm going to spend money on young men to vote for me. No, it's his policies. It's what he was saying. So it's like, come on, man.
View. And basically, I was criticizing the Democrats for not engaging in that at all. No, keeping their, let's say, toxic culture intact, and then expecting that just throwing money at the issue is going to resolve the disconnect. Typical Democrat thinking, right?
That's
crazy.
crazy.
We're failing with young men because we absolutely hate them, and our party basically wants to turn them all into women. I have the perfect trick for this. Let's launch an army of TikTok kids boppers like Harry Sisson and crew to win them all back over. How stupid is that?
That's
As if
crazy.
that was going to work. Do we have a serious disconnect? Well, let me drop a bunch of money on ads where we get effeminate theater men to pretend to be alpha chads for Kamala Harris.
I'm a man. You think I'm afraid to rebuild a carburetor? I eat carburetors for breakfast.
I mean, who thinks that that's going to
That
work?
is crazy.
Clearly, no one.
I remember when they put out them dumb ads like that to try to appeal to men. It was just crazy. Like put out them type of ads for like white men, and then had Barack Obama to try to talk crazy to black men and try to force black men to vote for Kamala Harris. A woman who's talking about that she washed her greens in the bathtub. I'm not eating no greens from anybody who washing them out of a bathtub. I don't care how many you got. If you put them in that bathtub, I'm not eating them at all. You can keep your greens. I don't want them.
For the Democrats, because as we were criticizing them for basically engaging in this vapid ad campaign nonsense, well, literally the next day, a report comes out from the New York Times suggesting that Democrats are doubling down on this strategy. They plan on dropping $20 million on a campaign called the SAM Project, which stands for Speaking with American Men. Yep.
Speaking with American Men.
Disconnected outreach to male voters. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on here. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks. So look at the headline here. The Democrats are launching a $20 million campaign called the SAM Project, which plans on studying men, like a literal anthropological study on how to speak to men. And the goal is to buy ads in video games and other male spaces and to figure out what kind of words go viral. Oh, they literally think we're so dumb.
This
we're
is
so
crazy.
stupid. As if our worldview is
Y'all
going to
think about it. This post got 1 million views. Check this out. Breaking. Democrat Party plans to spend $20 million to reclaim support from young men. The plan creates a strategy called SAM, Speaking with American Men, a strategic plan. It would study the syntax used by young men to create viral posts online and recommend ad buys within video games. So instead of them trying to do it organically and try to win young men over organically, they pretty much just trying to buy men, pretty much. Oh, you like video games? Video games? Let me just play video games with you. Maybe that'll just get you to vote for me if I just play video games. Like, these people are delusional. What is wrong with them?
change while watching a video game stream and having Kamala Harris show up on screen.
That's crazy.
Oh, you got me. You got us. What are they going to do? Drop the word based? Ooh, that's so Pepe based, bro. They're trying to figure out what words go viral in the men's space so they can convince us that they don't absolutely hate our guts and want to destroy everything that masculinity stands for. What a joke. They literally think we're stupid, but unfortunately for them, it seems like they're the ones engaging in some seriously, demonstrably stupid nonsense. This is the most soulless, dystopian, disconnected thing I've ever seen. And it shows how deeply these people misunderstand the problem. The issue is that you Democrats have nothing to offer young men. Absolutely nothing. Except for this dystopian worldview that they should basically cease being men, never be assertive, no, become a docile, easily controlled flesh sack who's great at taking orders. They want to suppress you and control you and beat you down. You know, that's the issue. The fact that they hate you. They hate everything about you. If you're a masculine macho man who fends for self, takes care of family, protects his wife, protects his community, stands up for common sense and the right thing, stands up for your culture and traditions, if that's what you represent, they absolutely hate you. But they now think that they could study you and what makes you tick and get you back on their side with an ad campaign. Stupid, stupid, stupid. And that's clearly the issue here. They think you're stupid. They think men are stupid, but we aren't. They think you're dumb enough.
Y'all think about this. Imagine if President Trump would have did this. If he would have said breaking, the Republican Party plans to spend $20 million to reclaim support from young men. The media right now would be going crazy, especially CNN, MSNBC, ABC, CBS, like all of these woke networks will be going crazy. Oh, look at Donald Trump. He's trying to buy supporters. He won't do it organically. But when they do it, oh, it's okay. So y'all spending $20 million to try to find out how to get support from young men. To get support from young men is to just the policies. Look what President Trump did. Close the border. Bring prices down. all of that stuff that President Trump did, but yet they trying to buy their way back in office. I'm telling you, this is not going to work.
To fall for, the David Hogg pitch.
Young people should be able to focus on what young people should be focused on, which is how to get laid and how to go and have fun.
They think you're dumb enough to fall for a political argument. Young men just want sex. Now vote for us. Or they think you're dumb enough to vote for Kamala Harris because she picked Tim Walz to, quote, code talk to white dudes.
Exactly. A man that can't talk to nobody, the same man who couldn't even load his damn shotgun. Tim Walz couldn't load his shotgun, but yet these people wanted us to vote for Kamala Harris. Think about this. A woman that admitted she already lied and tried to use that she was black to try to get the black people to vote for her. That didn't work. Then she's like, okay, let me think of something else. Oh, guess what? Let me just see, do black people do this? Because I don't know no black person that does this. I ain't never do this. Nobody in my family ever did this. Washing greens in a bathtub. So think about it. Kamala Harris washed her greens in a bathtub. And then you got Tim Walz, who couldn't load a shotgun. You got to be kidding me.
To improve people's lives. But I also was on the ticket, quite honestly, because I could code talk to white guys watching football, fixing their truck.
White guys.
That I could put them at
See,
ease.
he messed up right there. Why you just say white guy? You should have said white. You could have just said men. It ain't had to be just white men or even if you would have said, I can code talk to black men. Just say you can just code talk to men. And then even though you said white men, no, they wasn't falling for that either. They know that you is a liar. They know that you a liar. What you lied about going over to Hong Kong or something like that, like you is a liar, bro. Nobody's going to listen to you.
I was the permission structure to say, look, you can do this and vote for this. And you look across those swing states, with the exception of Minnesota, we didn't get enough of those votes.
But you could be giving them. They genuinely think that the problem is marketing. That is how elitist they are. They don't think that their message is broken or that their worldview is simply incompatible with
That's
men of
crazy.
character. They think it's just a presentation issue, and so they need to just work on the PR. It's always the same thing with these Democrats, right? We're not the problem. You're the problem. Now let's spend money so we can change you, turn you into a mindless drone who just buys our crap. I mean, that's the way these people think. It's insane. I mean, it sounds ridiculous. When I'm saying it, it sounds hyperbolic and extreme, or as if I'm dumbing it down, but I'm really not. That is legitimately, unironically, the message that they are sending. We don't need to talk about economics. We don't need to talk about policies, cultural issues. No, we just need to send Harry Sisson to jump around on screen.
Exactly.
And say, yo, guys,
And ain't gonna get them nowhere.
Racist, guys. And then all the men will fall in line. It's an insult to our intelligence.
It's
and
not gonna
obviously
work.
It's not going to work.
Nope.
I'm telling you it's not going to work. They're not going to come to some scientific breakthrough on how to brainwash the male voter into being theirs indefinitely. They're going to waste a bunch of money and get the same damn result. Because at the end of the day, no matter how many ads you run on World of Warcraft and League of Legends streams, the DNC is still the DNC. You're still the laughing stock of the political world. Your party is the party of angry feminism and effeminate men. I mean, literally, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is now polling 20 points ahead of Chuck Schumer in New York. That is the face of the party. AOC, Jasmine Crockett, Ilhan Omar, Kamala Harris, and then Pete Buttigieg and Tim Walz as side characters. And you expect
They are
that's going to
done.
be enticing to young men because you spent $20 million on some cyber psychological ad campaign. You people are deluding yourselves.
Exactly.
You could spend
That's not gonna work.
$20 billion and you still wouldn't get the job done. A pathetic propaganda campaign of this sort will never work in a free society, especially as the culture of conversation, debate, and discussion has changed, has shifted so dramatically with Elon Musk buying X. I mean, we're headed into the era of free speech and open dialogue, and you guys are still playing these ridiculous, bought and paid for Hollywood games.
It's
Get
not
with
gonna
the
work.
damn times. I swear the Democrats just don't seem to be adapting well to the new environment, and it might spell the absolute demise of their party.
I agree.
Democrats need to look inwardly, and inwardly fast, because if they continue with this outlook that the problem isn't them, no, it's you, it's going to send the party into a ditch. Or maybe further in the ditch, because they're already already there.
Exactly.
Anyways, just wanted to rant about the fake.
Yeah, salute to Liberal High Mind. Make sure y'all go subscribe to Liberal High Mind on YouTube. Let him know that the real A-Dog sent you. Great content creator, does his thing over there. So please go over there and show him some love. And like I said, let him know in the comment section that the real A-Dog sent you. But I definitely have to check this out because this is crazy. Now they want to buy young men now, $20 million, instead of just coming out with policies and just talking to men and, and stuff like that. They'd rather spend money and think that's going to get them a vote. That is insane. But like I said, thank you all for watching, and I'll catch y'all in the next one.
Welcome to another episode of the Chicks on the Right podcast. Man, do we ever have a treat for everybody in our audience today. We are so excited to welcome Kirk Cameron to our show. Of course, he's an actor, author, producer, speaker, host of the Kirk Cameron Show. And we wanted to have you on, Kirk, to ask you about your faith, your conservative values, thoughts on today's culture. But before we get to any of that, we wanted to find out if you remember meeting us in Todd Starnes' Fox studio back in 2018, because we remember it well.
I think so. The short answer is no. And so let's just get that out of the way now. If it hurts your feelings, I'm sorry.
Not at all.
Here, I think I've detected the reason, because this is not the first time. I forget my own my own cousins' names from New Jersey.
Listen,
when we get together for weddings and funerals.
Yeah.
And I think I have a theory. It's because since I was a child, I was trained to have my short-term RAM memory filled with a new script and then exit it, delete it for new material that I had to memorize for the next week's episode of Growing Pains. And so, if it's not locked into my 20-year deep brain memory, it's just gone after a week.
I love this explanation.
What do you think? Is that fly?
Oh my gosh.
Totally
Look,
flies. So we wanted to show you a picture of the three of us that we had. This is in Todd Starnes' radio studio back at Fox. This was in 2018. But the reason that we took note of it and that we will never forget it is because you and Daisy looked fantastic together. You and me, you were so scared of me and gave me such side eye. And so that's why forever for me is one of those funny memories where I'm like, Kirk Cameron gave me side eye, you guys. That's my claim to fame.
That's my favorite picture ever.
I don't remember, but it looked like, so I must have felt something sketchy. I don't know.
Well, I mean, she is scary. She's very, very scary with her huge smile and those big white teeth. She's very, very intimidating.
Well,
scary.
Thank you, ladies, for having me on Chicks on the Right. I'm looking forward to talking with you about the culture and about the state of family and politics and spirituality, or whatever it is that you guys want to run with.
Well, we're so excited to have you on. You're part of, at least I will speak for myself. I think I also speak for Mark, but you're part of my childhood, basically. Totally. I feel like we grew up with you. So it's
Wait a minute. It's all coming back to me now. I don't remember meeting you on the Todd Starnes show, but I thought you looked familiar from back in the 1980s. That was you looking through the television screen.
It was me.
The other direction.
Guilty. Totally me. We are both Gen Xers.
Totally look familiar.
We're all Gen Xers. We grew up together. So it's really just a pleasure to have you on our show. We're going to launch right in. So the first thing I want to ask you about is there have been a lot of stories over the past, past year, a couple of weeks. There have been a lot that have popped up, really, at least in my socials, but about toxic masculinity and how I feel like it's really weird that it's we're even talking about masculinity making a comeback. It should have never gone out of style, but I feel like it's coming back, the pendulum is swinging back. And I want to see what you think about masculinity making a comeback as a father, a man of faith, what you think about, or how you feel about men and how they've been treated over the past, 10, 20 years and masculinity making a comeback.
Yeah. Well, I think that's a good question. I've not talked about it per se, but and now that you ask that, I think that the men who have allowed masculinity to be minimized should lose their man card. I mean, it's just inherently a lack of masculinity to allow masculinity as as men to fall by the wayside or to be defined by feminists who would like to tell men what it actually means to be a man. And so we also seem to have been confused about what masculinity actually is. So with the advent of trans men and males having children, babies getting pregnant, this has all become very, very confusing for our young boys. And I've got 3 sons who talk with me about, Dad, what does it mean to be a man in today's culture when Harry Styles is wearing a dress and half the dudes I know are painting their nails? And, you know, we don't want to be judgmental. We want to be loving, but is there not such a thing as truth? Is there any objective objectivity to gender and to sex? So I think that masculinity, according to my worldview, is something that's inherent in good families and good societies, and that men and women are to complement each other, and that women don't make great worlds without men, and men don't make great worlds without women. I don't think we're meant to. God could have made Adam and Steve, but he didn't. He made Adam and Eve, and rather than making the first 2 people redundant in terms of their gender, he made them a harmony between male and female, and together they produce this miracle called children, and they populate a world full of people who are meant to love God and love one another and be a blessing. So I'm thrilled to the degree that real masculinity is making a comeback. And I too have met lots of people who have talked about this need to figure it out again and get back to it, because we see the results of bad ideologies. You know, as soon as masculinity becomes toxic by pointing out some bad versions of masculinity, that's the slippery slope that sees masculinity go down the drain altogether. That's not good for men, and it's definitely not good for women.
It's not good for society. It's not good for us as a whole.
Not. And my daughters are asking the same question. Dad, where are all the men?
Right.
I don't want, right? Like we're all for compassion in men. We're all for these kinds of things. But the last thing I want is a feminine man.
Exactly.
Where's the guy in, you know, the boots and the Ford truck who's going to be ready to save me from someone or something that's trying to hurt me? I want a protector, and I want a provider. I want someone who's going to be a spiritual leader in my life.
Absolutely.
And I want someone who's got some testosterone that manifests in solid masculinity.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right.
And you and your wife, Chelsea, you've been married for over 3 decades, and you're such a good example for a traditional man-woman family marriage. And so a lot of people I know had difficulty in the election when it came to, especially evangelicals. A lot of people have trouble with Trump and sort of his brashness and his style, shall we say. And I know you were asked recently how to square Trump's behavior within Scripture. And I thought that was an interesting question that you were asked, and you had an interesting answer. I was hoping you could share it with our audience.
Well, I don't remember exactly what I said, but I'll hit refresh and try it again. You know, Jordan Peterson said something. Let me start over. Jordan Peterson said something very interesting. He said, if you're worried about the danger of strong men, wait till you see what dangerous thing weak men are capable of. And we don't need weak men. We need strong men. Now, we don't need men who are domineering and who take dominion over women or over other men. What we want is to have a good understanding of what it means to be strong and courageous, what it means to be protective and to be a leader. And so with regard to Donald Trump squaring with biblical values, I would say that, you know, we could talk about the category of morality. We could talk about the category of politics and policy, his personal life, his public life. There are many things for which I am very grateful. And one of them is that the nation did not choose the horrible, wicked alternative of a Democratic Party that's been hijacked by an extreme leftist regime that is careening us straight down the sewer hole toward tyranny and bondage. The federal government, as is true in the history of all nations, is always looking to expand. George Washington likened it to a fire. He said, government is like a fire. It's good when it remains a servant. If I make a little fire, I can cook my eggs on it. I can make a campfire in my backyard in the fire pit, and I can roast marshmallows with my kid and warm my hands by its heat. But if it grows and it's uncontained, it begins to spread and it will consume everything in order to grow bigger. And now you have a Southern California wildfire that consumes 10,000 acres and 100,000 structures, and it is massively damaging. That's what's happened in China. That's what's happened in other nations around the world where liberty has been consumed and devoured. And that can happen in the United States of America too.
Right.
So with regard to Donald Trump, yes, people can say, well, what's with all of the powerful mandates and this top-down ordering? Yeah, we're in trouble right now. But I think he sees himself as someone who's got 4 years to make good on the promises of draining the swamp and trying to turn the ship around before we go over the falls. And so ultimately, I like that he is protecting women, that he is protecting the borders. I love that he is doing so much for the pro-life movement and protecting babies. I love what he's doing economically. I love that he acknowledges that he's going to be gone in 4 years and says, guys, this is just something to try, like a chiropractic adjustment. I'm going to try to put this in the right position.
I love that.
But ultimately, you guys are the muscles that need to hold it here. And if you don't, the whole thing is going to get out of joint again. So, right? Like, I'm helpful, but this is not the way you want to run your country long term.
Yeah. He's kind of like rewriting the narrative. And it goes back to the whole masculinity thing. I think conservatism is obviously part of that, where, Mock and I, we've been doing this for, I don't even know how many, like almost 16 years now. We've been Chicks on the Right. And that pendulum, we saw it swing so far to the left, and we were like, is it ever going to come back? Oh my gosh. Yeah. And I feel like it's starting to come back, because I look at Gen Zers, I have a 15-year-old, we have older kids that are millennials, but we also have a 15-year-old. And I see kids her age that are openly Christian, openly conservative. They're doing that more so than the previous generation, or at least what I've seen, I think. I mean, and it's refreshing to see that. Like, they're just like loud and proud about it. They're loud and proud about it. Because we saw for so many years, a lot of people would write us and say, I'm conservative, but I'm afraid to say it out loud, And now we're seeing kids going, yeah, I'm Christian. Yeah, I'm conservative. Yeah, I'm going to say it out loud. And I love that. What are your feelings on that? Do you think that that's going to continue?
So, my crystal ball broke. And so my thought is that it's good that conservatives and people of biblical faith are saying, I want to come out of the closet and I want to be loud. I'm not a fan of being proud, but I understand in the good sense, you want to represent your values. But being loud and being proud doesn't make you right. We have other groups who are loud and proud, and it's not right. It's actually damaging children, leading to, chemical castration and physical mutilation of boys and girls in the name of being loud and proud. And so just like the rainbow religion used to be in the closet, but now out of the closet, loud and proud with parades, conservatives have felt like they've been in the closet when the pendulum swung that left way. And now they're coming out and being loud and proud. So I think that what our hope is not a choice between left or right, and being loud and proud. It's really the age-old choice between up or down. It's either up to the ways of God, which lead to maximum liberty under law and heaven's principles of truth, beauty, and goodness, or we go down to the ant heap of totalitarianism and bondage. So we just need to really get back to the issue of the heart. I think the heart of the issue is always the issue of the heart. Do we love God and his truth and his ways? Are we going to follow them, which have always led historically to liberty and goodness and blessing? Or are we going to follow our own ways, which lead to tyranny and confusion and stress and the breakdown of family and the overreach of government?
But if there's one thing
Well,
I know,
and I
for
think-
I was just going to say, if there's one thing for sure that in the United States, nobody should live in fear of how they
Right.
feel about, you know
No.
what I mean? Yeah.
No, we shouldn't live in fear. If I can sound a little cliche here, but I mean it truly. Except without the fear of the Lord, everything falls apart, because you will then begin to fear other people. You'll begin to fear what they think of you.
Agreed.
You'll begin
Yeah.
to fear that you'll be persecuted because of your values. And then everyone runs back into the closet, or they
Right.
tuck their head back into their turtle shell because they don't
Mhm.
want to get their head chopped off.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, we don't want to be afraid of doing what's right.
Right. Right.
Well, and I think to Daisy's point, when she used the phrase loud and proud, I think she and we mean it in a positive way, in that
Yes.
so many people have been afraid
Yes,
to
I
speak
understand.
out. And it's been so, I mean, we cannot tell you the number of messages we get from people
Right.
who are like, can you say this on your show, but don't put my name on it because I'm afraid for my
Right.
job. I'm afraid what my friends will think. And so to that extent, we're super excited to see particularly young people now that pendulum is swinging so that they are especially men. I mean, Democrats are right now about to spend $20 million to figure out how they lost young men to the MAGA movement. And the answer is so clear that they've done everything they can to
demonize them.
to demonize
Yeah.
them, to make them
Mhm.
feel toxic.
Right.
And so I'm glad that those young men are starting to find their voices. And I think that's what, I mean, I'm not speaking
Yep.
for you, Daisy, but I think that's
did-
what she meant.
You listen, we share a
Yeah.
brain, so you
It's refreshing to hear. It's refreshing. I love to hear
Yeah.
that. I know exactly what you're talking about,
Mhm.
and that's why I just during COVID, I made 100 consecutive campfires in my backyard talking about courage and bravery, because we were under house arrest essentially in California, under lockdown by our governor, and we
Mhm.
couldn't get 6 feet from another human being or go to school or work or church or anything. And so I love that people are feeling brave and courageous. We need it now more than ever.
Did you ever think about leaving California?
You
I
did, didn't you?
I
Yeah.
not only thought about it, I actually
You
did
did?
it. I now live in the state of Tennessee. We've lived here for about a year.
Okay. All right. And it was COVID that drove you to do that, correct?
No, it was our children that drew us to do that. Our children grew up, they moved out of the house, and several of them lived in Tennessee. So we moved to be with them because we want to be with our kids. And then all of our kids moved here, and now we have a granddaughter here. So
That's
Sunday night
wonderful.
dinners are back in full swing.
So great.
And it's great. We absolutely love it.
Tennessee's
We love both
awesome.
California and Tennessee.
Yeah, Tennessee's beautiful. I went to undergrad school in Tennessee. It's beautiful. And then once you're there, you're like, why did I wait to come here? Because it's so beautiful,
Yeah.
I bet.
Well, I can give people one reason to wait, and that is the bugs.
Yeah.
So
The
if you're not
mosquitoes.
ready for a mosquito as your state bird,
right,
don't come to the South.
That's true. That's true.
It is true. I mean, Daisy's in Texas and I'm
I-
in South Carolina, and we have our share of bugs.
Everything
for
is
sure.
bigger here.
California,
Uh-huh.
California is just like bug free essentially in comparison.
Yes. Yes.
But California does have its faults, as you've pointed out. I wonder, I mean, I know you said that your kids are what drew you out of California, but would you have stayed? I mean, say that your kids were still there. Would you have stayed, or do you think you all would have been like, Gavin Newsom is ruining the state, we're out of here?
It's hard to say. We love so much about California. We have Napa Valley, we have Yosemite, we have the ocean and the beach, we have the mountains, we have great weather, 365. So we love a lot about Tennessee, and God in his providence has us here for now. This may just be a strategic retreat where we learn how to build communities that are centered around faith and family and liberty, and then go back and begin to plant those types of things in places like San Francisco and Southern California where they need it so desperately.
Yeah. So I have a question about the Firefly Foundation. I got to say that 15 times fast. And Camp Firefly. Can you talk about those? As I didn't know that you did this. And how did you get into doing this? Because this was started back in what, 1990?
Yes. When I was on the show Growing Pains, together with my now wife, Chelsea, we played boyfriend and girlfriend at the time on the show.
We remember.
I was so jealous of her.
Oh my gosh,
God.
right? She's so beautiful.
So jealous.
Too. She
She's
is seriously.
she still is. And
yeah,
I didn't even know the hidden beauty in her until we had 6 children. And I saw that whole side of my wife, which is just angelic. And now we've been holding a camp for terminally ill children and their families for 35 years.
Wow.
And it started when we were on the set of Growing Pains meeting children through the Make-A-Wish Foundation and the Starlight Foundation, whose wish was to meet the cast of Growing Pains. So they would come with their mom and dad and brothers and sisters and take a picture and then, sign an autograph, and they were gone. And we wanted to do something more to help them during this difficult chapter. So we started an all expense paid week-long vacation and invited not just the sick kids like so many camps do, and thank God for those camps, but the moms and dads were never able to participate in the activities, and the siblings often get sidelined because of all the attention that needs to go to the sick kids. So we invited the whole family. We invite 6 every summer, and so it's an intimate group of about 7 families, and we spend a whole week personally with them and with our kids doing everything from mom's makeovers, queen for the day, pool parties, and piñatas with Mexican food, and Hawaiian luau's on the beach, and water skiing, and a wild animal park, and golfing, and everything to make memories and find time to just connect as people who love our families and we cherish our children. It's called Camp Firefly.
Love it.
And we're coming up on year 36 this summer.
Gosh.
And we would love if people would go check us out at the website and pray about supporting these families so that we can love them well. It's at campfirefly.com.
And it's in Georgia, right?
It's in Georgia. It's at a family resort in Georgia called Callaway Gardens.
I know exactly where that. I grew up in Georgia, so I know exactly where that is. That's just fantastic. I hope people will definitely check that out.
I hope so. I hope so too. We want to keep doing this.
Yes.
But we need it. We need help and support.
Absolutely.
Sure. So tell people, because I don't know if everyone knows that you are an author of a kid's book, right?
Yes.
So talk about that, and then also let our audience know what other projects you have going on currently and where people can keep up with you.
So there's this really wonderful company called Brave Books, and Brave has this Book of the Month Club where they send a brand new book with a pro-God, pro-America value to your doorstep every month. And these are books that teach children about the fruit of the Spirit, like love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, gentleness, faithfulness, self-control, and the First Amendment and the Second Amendment, and all kinds of great things like warning about socialism, understanding the importance of telling the truth to your parents and overcoming your own fears, how to navigate the lies of culture. So I wrote a book called As You Grow, and I had a great idea to go to a public library and read it as a story hour to children. And I was denied by over 50 woke libraries that previously held drag queen story hours.
You should have shown up in a dress.
No.
Yeah. I bet if I came in fishnet stockings and high heels, I would have been welcomed with open arms. But that outfit never looked good on me. And so I went as I was. And when we showed up, we were greeted by thousands and thousands of parents and grandparents who want to return to the values that they know built this country and will lead to their children's blessing and protection. So we've written many of these books, and we've also turned them into beautiful, colorized, animated, plus live action television episodes in a new series called Iggy and Mr. Kirk. So think of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood for our generation, for families today, with Sesame Street-like puppets including a little green, adorable iguana named Iggy that I'm raising in my treehouse in Mr. Kirk's backyard. And he has to learn all of these lessons that normal 5-year-olds have to learn, like identity and trusting God and telling the truth. What do you do when you wet the bed, and forgiveness? And he has friends, including a vulture named Culture, who's always lying to him and deceiving him. And he's got to rely on his mom and dad for wisdom. And he has access to a base chat GPT, a non-woke supercomputer who can tell him the truth. And it's just a runaway hit on Brave Plus. It's just about to be released on the Angel Studios app, where you watch the Chosen and PureFlix. So it's very exciting. It's called Iggy and Mr. Kirk, and people can find out and watch it at braveplus.com or download the Brave Plus app on your phone or TV.
Awesome.
And then you've got a show, or a couple of different shows. Tell us about those.
Well, I host a talk show on Monday nights called Takeaways, where I interview everybody from astronauts to atheists, pastors to politicians. It's really fun. I learn a lot. And I just launched a brand new podcast. It's called The Kirk Cameron Show, where I tackle politics and culture from a biblical perspective and help families find truth in a culture of chaos and find hope and peace. And new episodes drop every Monday, Wednesday, Friday on YouTube.
Awesome.
Perfect.
Very
Well,
exciting.
It's been a joy to talk with you, and I do forgive you for the side eye. I'm going to be over it now. I'm just glad we got to show you the picture, honestly, because it was. I've thought about it so many times, and we posted about it, and it's been my claim to fame, really, that I got side eye from Kirk Cameron.
I know. She's like, I got to. It's her growing pains, basically.
I'm glad I could make for a good story.
Totally. What a pleasure. It's just been a joy talking to you. Thank you so much.
Yes, we appreciate you.
You as well. Thank you for all your important work. Keep it up. We really need it.
Thanks a bunch.
Thank you.
In a down market, nobody was making much, but not everyone had adrenochrome. It says it seemed to cut my learning curve. I was jacked in, booted up. At the end of the week, my brokerage account was worth over $2 million.
What's up, guys? It's Benny. Friendly fire is some of the worst things that can happen to you on the battlefield when you're taking incoming from your own side. You're truly cooked on the battlefields of politics and the culture war. It's also really bad. You're also cooked. Now, it's not particularly crazy for Caroline Leavitt to come out and say, wow, Jill Biden was lying about Joe's health and is a criminal and is guilty of elder abuse and needs to be prosecuted. This is what Caroline Leavitt said today at the White House. But get ready, because DNC officials are about to say the same thing.
President Biden's decline. Is the president satisfied with aides only sitting for these transcribed interviews, or would he also like to see some kind of testimony from the former First Lady, Dr. Biden?
I think, frankly, the former First Lady should certainly speak up about what she saw in regards to her husband and when she saw it and what she knew. Because I think anybody looking, again, at the videos and photo evidence of Joe Biden with your own eyes and a little bit of common sense can see this was a clear cover-up. And Jill Biden was certainly complicit in that cover-up. There's documentation, video evidence of her clearly shielding her husband away from the cameras. They were just on The View last week. She was saying everything is fine. She's still lying to the American people. She still thinks the American public are so stupid that they're going to believe her lies. And frankly, it's insulting, and she needs to answer for it.
Okay, so again, this is what you would expect from Caroline Leavitt at the White House, talking to a Fox News reporter. But what about the vice chairman of the Democrat National Committee, famous activist David Hogg, who was caught on hidden camera admitting that Jill Biden's corrupt dirtbag team actually ran the White House and covered up Joe Biden's terminal cancer. So, biggest scandal in American history that I can remember. Here's David Hogg on camera saying, no, you don't understand. It was entirely fake administration.
Nice to meet you, yeah.
Off the record, of course. Foundational question for me is like, how corrupt is the DNC if so many people knew, or few people knew about Biden? Well, the president of the United States. I mean, I think the fact of the matter is the DNC is always going to be like a campaign arm of the president, ultimately. The bigger issue was like the inner circle that was around Biden. That's it. And I can't stress you enough. Like Joe Biden's chief of staff, like had an enormous amount of power.
Joe Biden?
Joe Biden's chief of staff.
That was like an open secret at that. Like, I would avoid him. Like, he was scary.
What was his name?
Anthony.
I've never seen him.
Exactly.
What do you mean?
He's like a shadowy, like, Wizard of Oz type figure. That's what made him so like. I knew how he looked, but I'm like, the general public wouldn't know how this man looked. But he wielded an enormous amount of power, and I can't stress to you how much power he had at the White House.
So, what did these guys say? This former White House staffer and David Hogg, vice chair of the DNC. Who did they say? Anthony Bernal. Anthony Bernal. Okay, here we go. Who the hell is that? This is strange. Like, these people, this is what you call the deep state. I mean, this is like when you don't know their names or faces, this is how they operate. He's an American political aide. He served as senior advisor to Jill Biden. Well, for their entire time in the White House. He previously served Barack Obama presidency and Bill Clinton's presidency, and he served as deputy campaign manager during Joe Biden's 2024 presidential campaign. Okay. He was one of 4 aides reportedly at the meeting at Joe Biden's house where Joe Biden decided to stop running for president. Yeah, right. Okay, got it. He's been subpoenaed by the House Oversight Committee, requesting that he sit for a deposition. And then there's nothing else. Isn't that strange? All these years in politics, and you got nothing else on your Wikipedia. That's it. This is it. Okay. That's how you know. That's how you know. It's pretty wild, though. The friendly fire continues because, well, Project Veritas caught David Hogg slamming Nancy Pelosi as an insider traitor as well. Pretty interesting here. Burn it all down. Speaker Pelosi gets better returns than every single hedge fund. Jeez. Okay, here we go.
Pelosi's actually very good at her job. I don't agree with the stock trading stuff. I mean, she gets better returns than almost every hedge fund in this city every year. Some of these members of Congress make trades that are like way too well timed to not have like insider knowledge. They happen to be some of the best financial analysts in human history.
Have you spoken against that?
I've talked to them, but it's also like, I know that if I pick that fight, it's going to be harder for us to get gun control passed. So I pick my battle. Like the hardest part about my job is I just want to burn everything down because it's all so corrupt. But you got to pick your battles and slowly build your momentum.
I love this. They go on to like talk about how David Hogg, he sat down and like described how corrupt Nancy Pelosi was. It's amazing to me how stupid these people are, but also almost how in league you can be with them because the system is so unbelievably corrupt. And for any outsider that comes and observes the system in DC, you're just like, yeah, absolutely should burn it all down. And you should ban stock trading. That's something that I agree with David Hogg, which is quite fascinating. But you can see why David Hogg is so despised inside of the DNC. Man, this is not going to make him any friends.
It's an unnecessary fight to pick when there's other members that are far weaker. And I would say Pelosi's actually very good at her job. I don't agree with the stock trading stuff.
You don't?
No. Some of these members of Congress make trades that are like way too well timed.
And he goes on to say that Nancy Pelosi beats every single hedge fund, which is crazy that David Hogg is saying the same thing as Kash Patel.
Nancy Pelosi's insider trading deals. It is insider trading. And she keeps making up hundreds of millions of dollars. So do dozens of other congressmen and women. So they know what's going to happen. They're writing the legislation. They're doing the funding. It's the same thing for the media circuit. These people, not all of them, but for the most part, live and breathe to get on these TV shows. I could care less if I'd ever do media again. In fact, I'd probably be a much happier guy. These guys are begging to get on your show for 3 minutes here and 4 minutes there. They're begging for relevance, and they're looking for any way they can get it.
Do you think I shouldn't have any government officials on?
I think they should just have people who care about questioning them.
It's so interesting that David Hogg agrees with Tucker Carlson.
Here's that members of Congress consistently beat the S&P 500 in their personal investments.
Nancy Pelosi.
And a lot of others.
Right.
And Pelosi especially.
She's the famous one.
Yeah. So how does that, is Nancy Pelosi, do you think, a stock picking genius?
No, she has to be operating on information that's non-public, or is not.
Wouldn't that make her a criminal?
Yeah, but look at Joe Biden right now. I mean, look what's going on right now. Like this. Listen,
do you think he's a good stock picker?
Joe Biden? No, I think he's great at laundering money, though.
Yeah,
I mean, honestly,
apparently.
From what I've seen right now, I don't get it. Like, just imagine if it was Trump who was president.
Yeah.
Well, every single day in the front page of the New York Times, the Washington Post, and every other publication would be like $40,000 check for $20,000 check from his brother. Like, it'd be game over. Cries for impeachment.
Oh yeah.
It'd be like the world falling down. He's in charge.
Wow. Very unique. Truly. Remember that one time that Nancy Pelosi was asked if she'd be in favor of banning stock trading?
I think we have to go now. One more, he said. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Over the course of your career, has your husband ever made a stock purchase or sale based on information he has received from you?
What are you saying?
Over the course of your career, has your husband ever made a stock purchase or sale based on information you've received from you?
No, absolutely not. Okay, thank you.
When things are infected, they hurt. Oh man, very interesting. That look forward to some of the heat brought upon Pelosi, her tenure as Speaker of the House. There's going to be some interesting things happening as it relates to January 6th and hopefully insider trading. David Hogg busted slamming Speaker Pelosi for insider trading. Holy smokes, Project Veritas catches David Hogg slamming Speaker Pelosi's extremely well-timed stocks. They named it the Pelosi Act, preventing elected leaders from owning securities and investment. Josh Hawley, well done. There, Pelosi announces bid for 2 more years of insider trading. That's right. And always a reminder that 60 Minutes once actually did real reporting and straight up asked Nancy Pelosi at a press conference why she was so good at trading stocks.
Pelosi also declined our request for an interview, but agreed to call on us if we attended a news conference.
Madam Leader, I wanted to ask you why you and your husband back in March of 2008 accepted and participated in a very large IPO deal from Visa. At a time there was major legislation affecting the credit card companies making its way through the House. And did you consider that to be a conflict of interest?
I don't know what your point is of your question. Is there some point that you want to make with that?
Well, I guess what I'm asking is, do you think it's all right for a speaker to accept a very preferential and favorable stock deal?
Well, we didn't.
And you participated in the IPO.
Well, I have many
and at the time you were
investments, but I
Speaker of
don't
the House. You don't think it was a conflict of interest or had the appearance of a conflict of interest?
It only has the appearance if you decide that you're going to have elaborate on a false premise. But it's not true, and that's that.
I don't understand what part's not true.
Yes, sir. That I would act upon an investment. Yes, sir.
Congresswoman Pelosi pointed out that the tough credit card legislation eventually passed.
Okay. Hey, lady, we have you in an IPO for a company with legislation that would directly affect that company, and you destroyed it, and then you made a lot of money. So that seems like insider trade. It seems like you're insider trading. You should really ban stock trading. Uncensored AI. The Nancy Pelosi net worth, how did it get so high? The increase in Pelosi's net worth likely stemmed from her husband's successful investments, possibly leveraging insider information gained through her political connections. Here's a breakdown. Insider trading, timing of investments, connections, and influence. So we're trusting AI, right? Well done. It's fun to watch the friendly fire. On the other side, it's time for Republicans to keep their house in order as well. Like, share, and subscribe, ladies and gentlemen, if you think that Nancy Pelosi is an insider traitor and deserves federal charges.
to codify Doge's cuts. For more, let's bring in GOP Nebraska Congressman Mike Flood. Congressman, thanks for joining us this afternoon. You know, when Elon Musk promises that his Doge is going to permeate government as he leaves Washington, what kind of a form do you think that's going to take?
Well, look at what he's done at Doge. He's done a remarkable job of rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. And the rescissions package, I think the first tranche of that, which is coming over this week, is evidence that what he's done is historic. You know, in 30 years, we haven't had this kind of a conversation about waste, fraud, and abuse and federal spending and where do your dollars go. Just look at what he did with USAID. He rooted out all that woke stuff that was going overseas, things that Americans don't want to support. And so I think this is the beginning, and the whole conversation in Congress is changed because of it.
The Florida governor had some criticism for the big, beautiful bill and the package that you guys passed a short while ago. He wrote, quote, he, Elon Musk, became public enemy number one of legacy media around the world. To see Republicans Congress cast aside any meaningful spending reductions and, in fact, fully fund things like USAID is demoralizing and represents a betrayal of the voters who elected them. So these cuts that are now coming from the White House, why did they miss getting put in the first bill?
Well, you got to remember, reconciliation, the process that has the big, beautiful bill, is only for mandatory spending. Much of what Doge has looked at is the discretionary spending. So you got to get your facts straight when you're making comments like that, because this is far more complicated than just doing it in reconciliation. It takes a focus on the discretionary spending, which we will start with this week.
Well, discretionary spending isn't part of that, is part of the big, beautiful bill, isn't it? Or you have not, Congress hasn't passed the discretionary portion? Because mandatory spending is on autopilot.
Yeah, well, the only thing that the reconciliation under the Congressional Budget Act of 1974 can do is touch mandatory spending. Now, a lot of times, you talk about some of the protections we had for Medicaid, but we also found a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse. That's all in a mandatory spending package. The discretionary side will deal with these rescissions, which should start this week.
So Doge promised at first a couple trillion, ended up as $1 trillion, and then said it saved about $170 billion. Are you disappointed that they failed to deliver anywhere near what they had promised?
Well, that's 3 months. And as I understand it, Doge continues on. You know, in 3 months to find $170 billion in waste, fraud, and abuse, that's like 1/4 of all of the spending we do for our U.S. military. That's a pretty sizable amount of money. There's more to be done. But hey, we have to remember, Congress has the power of the purse. This burden shouldn't be just on the executive branch. It's our job in Congress to find more, to do more. And I know that those conversations will continue throughout the entire 119th Congress, which ends at the end of next year. So there's a lot of work still to be done.
The Senate has the big, beautiful bill right now. What do you expect that they will do with that? Do you expect that there will be substantial changes and that you're going to have to open up that Pandora's box if it gets kicked back to the House? Or do you think it'll be pretty consistent with what you've passed over on the House side?
Well, I want them just to rubber stamp it and pass it right back. That's how this should work.
I don't think so, but
I think you're absolutely right. I fear that it's going to come over and it's going to be difficult to find 218 votes, because we had quite a balance just to get to where we are. And we have a smaller margin with over 200 members than they do in the Senate. So if they're wanting to move this forward and get this done before our August recess, the fewer the changes, the better.
What are the risks of those who are deficit hawks, in particular on the House side here? Because you've got Moody's downgrading the U.S. debt just a week or two ago. The U.S. debt's been downgraded by other ratings agencies. We are on a trajectory that is just absolutely unsustainable, according to every group that has looked at where our spending and our revenues are. Right now, this bill would add money to the national debt compared to just doing nothing. So where are you going to find those extra savings to make it fiscally responsible?
Well, let's be clear. The mandatory spending reconciliation bill does cut north of $1 trillion, and that's a very good thing. That's the first time that's happened in a generation. Like I said, we've got our budget coming up, which will be taken up sometime after the August recess. The government's fiscal year starts October 1st. And ultimately, the Doge effort will continue working, and we'll keep identifying different places we can cut. And we'll start this week with the first rescission package, which codifies the changes that Elon Musk was able to identify and root out waste, fraud, and abuse. Listen, we didn't get into this overnight, and we're not going to get out of it overnight. And everything we do has to also be focused on growing the economy. And a lot of the projections rely on CBO numbers that I don't agree with. The same type of cuts were made back in 2017, and we saw explosive growth in this country. Elon said it himself last week. Growing GDP is the best way, in addition to cuts in spending, to get out of the hole that we're in, and that's what this does.
You've looked at some of the mandatory spending when it comes to Medicaid. Do you have to look at other mandatory programs like Social Security, like Medicare?
Well, the reconciliation process specifically prohibits us from touching Social Security. So that was off the table when we started. That was set in law back in 1974. Do we have to look at other mandatory spending? Yes. And look at what, we're paring back a lot of the tax credit giveaways that the Biden administration was handing out like candy. I mean, that stuff is getting grabbed back, and it's going to save us a ton of money. And I don't think Americans will even be able to understand what kind of a generational shift this is until we get it passed and you start seeing what happens. That's why we're so focused on getting this done as soon as possible, so that everybody in America can understand this as we get ready for elections next year.
All right, Congressman Mike Flood, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Hey, it's Will Cain. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News channel on YouTube. It's the best way to get our latest interviews and highlights. And click to subscribe to the Will Cain podcast for full episodes right now.
Question for you to answer in the chat. Does Hillary Clinton ever get prosecuted for what she did against Trump? This is going to go into the Steele dossier and the Crossfire Hurricane caca and all that. Welcome to Doug in Exile. This is where the happy patriots are. Some of you are wondering, Doug, why are we going over all this old Hillary Clinton stuff?
I don't understand why it's so difficult for the press to have a consistent narrative about how dangerous Trump is, his demagoguery, his danger to our country and the world, and stick with it. They were merciless about what they saw as President Biden's, problems in the debate and calling for him to withdraw. I believe Donald Trump has disqualified himself over and over and over again to be a presidential candidate, let alone a president.
Number one, it takes a long, long time for justice to happen. People go like, when are people going to go to jail? That was like 8 years ago. But I do believe in the truth. I believe the truth eventually does come out. It doesn't happen like that. Our system is made to go slow to make sure that people don't get prosecuted kind of on an impulse, on a quick impulse. Well, the facts are coming out about Hillary Clinton, and I have an article here because I think it's going to very clearly start saying the kinds of things that Hillary Clinton is guilty of. Their declassified FBI memo sheds new light on Clinton's fingerprints and cash. The newly classified FBI memo detailing the findings of its probe into Fusion GPS contractor Nellie Orr. She's this gray-haired lady, Nellie Orr, who lied under oath. This is the part that just came out, and that's what triggered this whole article. About the veracity of her testimony to Congress delivers new details about Hillary Clinton campaign's fingerprints on the origins of the Trump-Russia investigation. The highest levels of our government tried to undermine President Trump's 2016 candidacy all the way through his presidency through 2020. Everyone in our government knew it was made up. The FBI knew it was made up. Hillary Clinton knew it was made up. Barack Obama knew it was made up.
I also had a chance last night to speak with Secretary Clinton, and I just had a chance to hear her remarks. I could not be prouder of her. She has lived an extraordinary life of public service.
So all of these people, this is how you take out a political opponent. You make up facts, then use the authority of your office to say, we have this authority. You can't put a check on us. And then they try and derail an opponent. That's the scandal in a nutshell. If you don't need to see the details, that's the conclusion of this video. The New York Post reported that Orr, the wife of a former Justice Department official, gave demonstrably false testimony to Congress about her involvement in drafting and disseminating the since debunked dossier.
But look, these declassified FBI documents showing that Nellie Orr gave false testimony,
It actually, you're right, page 53 matches word for word what I wrote 6 years ago in the book Witch Hunt. I detailed all of her false statements. She, for example, denied sharing her dossier research with anybody at the DOJ. But guess what? 339 pages of emails show she sent it to at least 3 prosecutors there. Those same emails prove that she knew of the DOJ's parallel investigation of Trump, even though she testified otherwise.
Why is this a big deal? Because the only way that you can stop this stuff from happening is to bring someone into Congress under subpoena and have them testify. And she lied to Congress. So that cuts off the trail. So you have to rebuild that trail in order to go back and get your justice and get the truth to come out. We have to rebuild all this stuff again, bring her back under oath again. Of course, these are for only the people that Joe Biden didn't pardon, because pardon people you can't touch. The memos was released on Wednesday by Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman Chuck Grassley, Republican from Iowa, and shows the Bureau assessed that Nellie Ohr likely lied to Congress in her testimony about the genesis of the infamous Steele dossier. He was put together by that. He was an English spy that Hillary Clinton's campaign illegally used, because you cannot use a foreign operative to help with your campaign.
At a time when trust in the intelligence community, unfortunately, is at an all-time low. Chuck Schumer admitted a few years ago, quote, "You take on the intelligence community, they have 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at you." For too long, faulty, inadequate, or weaponized intelligence have led to costly failures and the undermining of our national security and God-given freedoms enshrined in the Constitution. The American people elected Donald Trump as their president not once, but twice. And yet the FBI and intelligence agencies were politicized by his opponents to undermine his presidency and falsely portray him as a puppet of Putin. Title I of FISA was used illegally to obtain a warrant to spy on Trump campaign advisor Carter Page, using a Clinton campaign-funded false dossier as their so-called evidence.
The famous Steele dossier, her interactions with Justice Department officials, and knowledge of the Trump-Russia probe known inside the government as Crossfire Hurricane. Now, Nellie Ohr was a researcher and an analyst doing work for Fusion GPS, the opposition research firm Hillary Clinton hired in her 2016 campaign to conduct anti-Trump opposition research. Now, it's normal to do operational research, but they decided to do something unique. They would make up research by paying Steele of the Steele dossier. And they ended up making up stuff that Trump peed on prostitutes and all this gross stuff. All of it was false, to a point that they didn't even try to use it. People just said, look, the Trump, all the P tapes and all that stuff were false. That firm eventually hired disgraced British ex-spy Christopher Steele, thus the Steele dossier, who produced the infamous Steele dossier and other fictional material that provided the ostensible basis for Biden's Justice Department to probe Trump. Ohr originally told congressional investigations in October 2018 that she had no knowledge of the Justice Department's investigations into the Trump-Russia connection, but several key facts uncovered by the probe could spell trouble.
So the fact that these new FBI documents were hidden for so long until now, and that Ohr was never prosecuted for lying to Congress, I think that underscores, Sean, how corrupt the Russia hoax was. She helped research phony dossiers on Trump. Then she meets secretly with Christopher Steele at the Mayflower Hotel, 9 a.m. July 30th, 2016. And the very next day, Crossfire Hurricane is launched against Trump by James Comey's FBI. No legal basis, no credible evidence. It was crooked top to bottom. And Comey knew that collusion was a complete fiction from the outset. But he hated Trump so much, he was willing to abuse the law to take the president down.
The memo shows that she shared investigative materials with her Fusion GPS work with her husband, Bruce Ohr, who worked at the Justice Department. So see, that's how she rammed this stuff through it. And they're able to say, look, the FBI they investigated all these FBI guys, but they never investigated Bruce Ohr's wife sharing these materials with him. And that she acknowledged the investigation in her own emails. This is the Christopher Steele stuff is for the Hillary Clinton campaign. And then he jumps the bridge and starts working with the FBI. Aside from Nellie Ohr's work for Fusion GPS, which has long been the subject of congressional investigations and media attention, the declassified memo also shows more extensive Clinton campaign fingerprints, brand new, on the origins of the collusion investigation, with Fusion GPS being the coordinating hub of a multi-pronged effort to spread Russian collusion allegations to the FBI. There you go. The second memo was reported in the media as a potential source of corroborating evidence to vouch for the later discredited Steele dossier. The Guardian, for example, attempted to bolster the Steele dossier's bona fides by asserting in 2018 that the Shearer memo, quote, independently sets out some of the allegations made by ex-spy Christopher Steele. At least one source told UK-based outlet that the FBI was still assessing the details in the memos, suggesting the Bureau took at least some of the claims seriously. Now, those would be the Democrats in the Bureau. And remember, this was all fought by Kash Patel while he was in the Bureau. He didn't believe any of it. Quote, it raises the possibility that parts of the Steele dossier, which has been derided by Trump's supporters, may have been corroborated by Shearer's research, or still could be. So they had to keep this rumor alive. This was Adam Schiff. However, the declassified FBI memo shows the Bureau viewed that second memo as obviously fictitious, citing its wild claims and divergence from the actual characteristics of reports from confidential human sources. Unlike authentic Intel CHS reports, the FSB report is full of smoking guns and derogatory information sufficient to predicate any investigative interest. That is, they were so bad that you wouldn't even look into them. They were so loaded up, the agent wrote in a Nellie Ohr memo. So now even Nellie Ohr, this Clinton associate, knew it was false. You can read the declassified FBI memo here. I will spare you the giant honkin' FBI memo, but you can find that PDF yourself. It is now all online. Additionally, the FBI assessed that the second dossier, though purportedly independently produced, appeared to be coordinated by Fusion GPS. They're the ones who put together the Steele dossier, and they also put together the second dossier that verified the Steele dossier. Fusion GPS, which worked for the Hillary Clinton campaign. Though the FSB memo was not provided by the FBI to the FBI by Bruce Ohr, the FBI investigators noted several concrete ties to Fusion GPS. By the way, it's not illegal for Hillary Clinton to hire a spy to write all these lies. It is wrong to turn them over to the FBI. And so that was, to me, always the second stage of this whole thing that is so dangerous, when they started using the FBI to push the Steele dossier. It went from being private bunch of lies, a work of fiction that Hillary and Fusion GPS wrote, but their intention, they knew that it wouldn't stand on its own. They needed a authoritative, strong, reliable, something with incredible credentials like the FBI to push it. So they started feeding it through the back door to their corrupt FBI agents to try and give it that veracity, like when Biden said that 51 agents and retired military generals have confirmed that the Hunter Biden laptop is false, was what Biden said in that first Trump debate. They always need more credible sources to push their lies. That's why it's so great that MSNBC and CNN have lost all their credibility, because now whatever they tell you, you already know is a lie. But the FBI, you go, FBI, they're, professionally neutral. And now they've had their pants pulled down. That's why we need Kash Patel to reform that agency so that they can gain credibility again. The FBI assessed that the version of the FSB memo that ended up in Crossfire Hurricane file came from State Department official John Weiner, with whom Steele met as early as September of 2016. That's right before the vote for Trump in 2016. There were more links behind the second equally bogus report in Clinton's Fusion GPS. The FBI investigators also found a deleted copy of the FSB memo on a thumb drive owned by Glenn Simpson, co-founder of Fusion GPS. By recovering the deleted FSB report from Glenn Simpson's thumb drive, the FBI established that a thumb drive Glenn Simpson utilized was used to handle this report the day prior to it being passed to the FBI by Steele, the memo reads. This appears to further establish that Christopher Steele was not running rogue on his own, passing random Cody Shearer writings to the FBI, but this was a coordinated Fusion GPS effort. The investigator also notes the details in that second memo closely matched Nellie Orr's research areas while she was employed by Fusion GPS to dig up dirt on Trump. The declassified memo shows the FBI believed it was likely that Orr's research served as a basis for many of the Trump-Russia documents that ended up on the FBI's possession and formed the basis for the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. The FBI investigators determined that Nellie Orr likely lied to Congress in 2018. We have her on camera about her involvement in or the knowledge of the Justice Department's Russia collusion investigation. Despite claiming to have no knowledge of the probe, her husband, Bruce Orr, acted as an official back channel between the FBI and Christopher Steele. In Grassley's Wednesday statement, he said that Orr lied to Congress during sworn testimony and as a result obstructed ongoing congressional investigations violating federal statutes 18 U.S.C. 1001, 18. So this is where the trail ends. So she cut off the investigation at that point. We would have known back in 2018 if Orr was honest. 18 U.S.C. 101 is directed at the making of false statements, while 18-1505 criminalizes obstruction of justice. Orr may not be out of the woods yet because criminal law allows an exception to the statute of limitations called the discovery rule, which postpones the start of the statute of limitations until the police or prosecutor only later discovered the crime. It's not clear yet whether Attorney General Pam Bondi or FBI Director Kash Patel intend to pursue that line of legal attack. I say they do it. Tell me in the chat below, guys, should they do it? This is the only way that you get Hillary Clinton, guys, is this one by Orr. You have to nail her first, and then she'll rat out Hillary to stay out of jail. That's how the FBI does it. The crimes each carry a 5-year jail term and are also subject to a maximum fine of $10,000. And now you're all caught up. We have established the chain between the Hillary campaign and the FBI and the FBI's cover-up of what ended up being what could have been stopped back in 2018. The truth could have come out. But you know what the problem was? About 50 corrupt Democrats that were liars that prevented this information from coming out, and a complicit media that was utterly uncurious on this stuff. By the way, Fox News did report on this stuff correctly back then.
Fox News alert, Hillary Clinton has been directly connected to the Russia hoax. Hillary's former campaign manager in Durham got him to spill his guts. The Mook admitted that Hillary Clinton personally approved pushing a fake story about Trump and the Russians. The story was about Trump and a Russian bank, and the story was made up. And the people on Clinton's side knew it was made up because they're the ones who made it up. Has there ever been a dirtier politician than Hillary Clinton?
Let me know what you guys think. Does Hillary Clinton get prosecuted from some of this at some point? I'm Doug in Exile. Subscribe.
Sat on a bench outside a state courtroom to decide how they wanted a judge to control the courtroom and the people in and near it. That's not what they did at all. The hell kind of opening sentence is this? This was like the LeBron James of lawyers. And his lawyer out of her courtroom through a non-public jury door, her back door. Just say it. Just get it out of the way. Just call her backdoor Judge Dugan. We all say it. It's like if it's on the docket and she's inside her courtroom and she's in a robe, she can do whatever she wants. She could do lines of coke with this dude if they wanted to. Backdoor Dugan trying to find a backdoor out of her criminal charges. You can see that her defense team submitted this motion to dismiss her case. And if you are unfamiliar with this woman, this is her. She was put on temporary leave. She's a Wisconsin judge charged with 2 counts, obstruction of justice, concealing to prevent the arrest. And that's because she took this illegal alien out her back door, right in her courtroom. She got criminally charged, and this guy was also charged with 3 counts of battery for beating the hell out of people. They were sitting in the courtroom, and she's hired a ton of lawyers like this dude who are coming in, the LeBron James of lawyers, trying to get her out of trouble. She's been charged in the Eastern District of Wisconsin, and now she's trying to escape criminal liability. Now let's go through through her motion to dismiss and analyze this puppy because we know that the immunity issue is going to come up because the liberals say that they're above the law for everything they do, but everyone else is not. And we've already seen, we know that there is judicial immunity. We know cops have qualified immunity. We know Congress people have legislative immunity. We didn't know much about presidential immunity. They told us that there was no such thing until the Supreme Court said, oh, yeah, there is. Obviously, idiots. Something we have been screaming about forever. There's clearly immunity. But then the Supreme Court gave us 3 buckets. And so we'll use this as a framework. Let's draw these out because we're going to analyze Dugin's claims according to these 3 buckets. So we'll just draw these out. Remember, the Supreme Court said, look, when we're asking whether there is immunity, we have to ask what bucket it goes in. The first bucket, we're going to say that the strongest constitutional protections go this way. So immunity is stronger going this direction on your screen to the right. You can have complete, and we'll call this absolute immunity if the Constitution, if the laws, if the rules say you can do that thing explicitly, okay? So if the law says somewhere that Dugin can sneak aliens out her back door somewhere, she's going to come into this bucket. We're unlikely to see that, I think. Now, we also have this other bucket. It was called the presumptive bucket. If the person, in this case, this applies to the president, but I think we'll probably see a similar kind of distinction on a lot of this in this case. Presumptive would mean it may not be concrete, like explicit, saying that you can do this. It's not codified, written deliberately in the Constitution. So it's maybe not absolute, but it might be presumptive if it's within the outer perimeters. Okay, so if you can make an arguable point saying, actually, my power is within this little, bucket, like this is clearly constitutional. This is my outer perimeter of power. Then I'll be protected. I'll have a presumption of immunity, and then you can rebut that immunity. Say, actually, we think your action was out here. It was outside the outer perimeter. And so therefore you fall into this bucket, which is no immunity. Okay. This is, you don't get any immunity at all because your actions were outside of the force field, as it were, of protection. So now she's going to claim judicial immunity. And we're going to be asking ourselves, did her actions, were they more over here? You can just plot them here, like Battleship, or were they not immune? Were her actions over here in this bucket? Let's see what her attorneys say. They write, all right, this is the defense team, backdoor Dugin in her defense writing this. They say, this is an extraordinary prosecution of a judge that poses a threat to federalism and judicial independence from Trump. In practical terms of American government design, consider starkly what it proposes. They said this. Oh, this is great. One morning, plainclothes federal agents with badges and baseball caps, ice pokes, sat on a bench outside a state courtroom to decide how they wanted a judge to control the courtroom and the people in and near it. That's not what they did at all. The hell kind of opening sentence is this? This was like the LeBron James of lawyers. The agents decided how they wanted a judge to control the courtroom. She came outside the court. She approached them for not doing as they wish. The judge faces now federal criminal charges. That is like totally inverting what happened. We watched the video. They were sitting outside. They didn't even go into her courtroom. She came out to them. Judges, like legislators and executive officials, are not above the law, except she is, but they do enjoy judicial immunity. That's rich, right? We're not above the law, except in this case, with deeper roots than the republic itself. Now, the Constitution also makes the federal government the supreme sovereign, Dugin's defense. The framing generation was wary of giving too much power to the federal government, we know. The prosecution is barred by judicial immunity, long rooted in common law by the 10th Amendment, saying that we have a vertical separation of power and that the court can avoid these questions by saying that this statute, okay, that the law under which she's being charged for obstructing and concealing doesn't apply to official acts of state court judges. Okay, so now you see official acts. So to our buckets, she's saying I'm clearly in this bucket. My backdoor use with this illegal is absolutely official, immune, and protected. Okay, that's where she's going with this. Now, unlike the only statute the Supreme Court has found to abrogate a judge's immunity, they weren't enacted, and so now you have to decide accordingly. Here's what she writes. Because Judge Dugin, backdoor Dugin, rightly asserts judicial immunity and the 10th Amendment, you should not even engage in fact-finding. Don't even have a hearing on this. Just say the law doesn't apply to her. She's above the law. A bar-like immunity blocks proceedings at the outset, right? And we've talked about this with the Trump case, because if Trump has presidential immunity, and if she says she's got immunity, then it should preclude you from the entire process, right? Because the process is the penalty. You don't get immunity just after the end of the conviction, as we saw with Trump. We're like, he shouldn't even be prosecuted here. But the judges didn't want to go through that analysis because it would have been devastating to their case, which is why Trump ultimately got convicted. And he's appealing that because Merchan didn't pause the case like Judge Chutkan did to let the Supreme Court handle the immunity issue. But the court, writes Dugin's defense, must decide whether this indictment falls within a judge's official functions at their perimeter or altogether outside the official duties and powers. Okay, 3 buckets. Didn't even know they were going to give that to us, but there it is. Only acts that are wholly or partly within the official functions get immunity, as we'll explain. She says she takes this indictment allegation at face value. Now, they're not all accurate, but you can assume them true because we want to dismiss this case. It says here, this is what they're alleging. The first count says on Good Friday, nonetheless, on a backdoor Dugin acting like this on a Good Friday. Can you believe that? April 18th, they say Judge Dugin knowingly concealed a defendant called That Illegal, EFR, who appeared that morning in her courtroom aware that a warrant had been issued for his arrest. Now, that count offers no detail. So, okay, she concealed this dude. But the second count does. It says it's about the same guy. The count accuses her of corruptly endeavoring. They say, oh no, she wasn't corruptly endeavoring to influence, obstruct, or impede the due proper administration of the law under which, quote, a pending proceeding, which was the administrative arrest of the same man, was being had by the feds who were there. Dugin supposedly confronted ICE agents. We watched it. It's on camera. And told them falsely that they needed a judicial warrant, which they didn't. Then directed them to leave the public hallway outside her courtroom to go to the chief judge's office a few feet away, which is not a few feet away. We watched them walk it. She then addressed the defendant's case a few feet, like a yard, off the record while some of the agents were in the chief judge's office. Next, she directed the defendant and his lawyer out of her courtroom through a non-public jury door, her back door. Just say it. Just get it out of the way. Just call her back door Judge Dugin. We all say it. Causing him to emerge into the same public hallway, right? So she led him out to bypass the agents, which she moved down the line. She finally told the defense lawyer that he could appear by Zoom for the next court date. And then she didn't even notify the prosecutor who was in the courtroom. Prosecutor was going, wait, I got my victims back here who got their heads beaten in by this lunatic. And she just continued the case and said he could show up by Zoom next time because illegal aliens in America, they get better benefits and better privileges than you. They don't have to have licenses when they get stopped by Tennessee Highway Patrol. They don't have to get investigated by the FBI when they're trafficking humans. They don't have to get arrested or served with orders of protections when they beat their spouses and threaten their kids. And then they get backdoor access to judges. Now, the day before the arraignment, Judge Dugin moved to dismiss this indictment as barred. She says, I'm above the law. I have judicial immunity. And by the allocation of power retained by the states and denied by the federal government, and she's renewing that now. She says, I have a lot of immunity. You know, judges are special. By 1607, judicial immunity would have barred this prosecution in England. Well, we're not England, so we don't care. Since at least the early 17th century, English judges have been immune. It continued up to the Civil War. In the aftermath of the Civil War, we got a bunch of amendments. There was an innovation. John Bingham, the drafter of the 14th Amendment, passed the Reconstruction Amendments, and in 1871, the Supreme Court did a bunch of other things. But the court, lots of case law here. You can just explain what her defense is. We don't need the book report, LeBron James lawyer. This is why you know this is probably pretty weak here, because we're getting a lot of copy and pasting from other areas. This case, by any measure though, her indicted conduct is within the core of a judge's official acts and immunity, okay? Far right bucket, an illegal out the back. Here, the government prosecutes her for official acts themselves and only for her official acts. The charged acts are devoid of the self-enrichment. She's not enriching herself. Yes, she is. Politically. Or self-gratification. Yes, it is. That's what this whole thing was. She was enjoying herself too much. That marks earlier cases in which judges were convicted for using judicial status as leverage. Like, she didn't get a kickback. She didn't get a bribe. She didn't get a favor. She didn't do another crime. She got the enjoyment of fighting Trump's ICE people, which is plenty for them. And they did not trench on any other rights. Now, on the indictment's own terms, Backdoor Dugin's defense says, her every action related to a pending case. Okay, see, so you have to get very granular here. Every action related to a pending case assigned to her branch while she was on duty, and she had her robe on. So like she was on the clock and she had a robe. Every action concerned the people that were scheduled to appear before her that morning. She sought to ascertain what legal authority, if any, federal agents had to snatch from that courthouse a defendant with an active criminal case in her branch. Those agents were outside her courtroom. They acknowledged that. They never went in the court. They're in a public hallway outside your courtroom courtroom. You have no power there. In the public hallway near the doors, admitted by her defense, because it's true. Her acts concerned directing some of the agents to the chief judge, who by appointment of the state Supreme Court had the greatest administrative authority over the whole courthouse, right? She was distracting them and moving them out. Now, the indictment describes actions concerning how and when the judge handled a defendant's appearance in court within the parameters of her morning docket and calendar. So this is pretty interesting. It's like if it's on the docket and she's inside her courtroom and she's in a robe, she could do whatever she wants. She could do lines of coke with this dude if they wanted to. Her actions concerned what flexibility she would allow for him for future appearances. Or they concerned which courtroom door he would use to emerge into the public hallway. That's all. It had no ulterior motive. It was just more convenient for him. Though through the doors at the end of the courtroom's aisle, or instead at most 15 feet away beside just one of the courtroom's interior walls. So maybe they couldn't do coke because that doesn't necessarily pertain to the future case, but because she was managing the caseload, and essentially the prosecutor should be very upset about this because he got his case kind of stolen from him without having his input that day of the hearing. The judge just vacated it without him knowing. So all of these things, right, are causing harm to other people in the courtroom who also have rights. Like the victims are there, they want to be heard. They're there because they got their heads beat in. So the judge, it's not just like her managing her private docket. In other words, it's not like the court's not in session. There's no other parties there who have rights. The state government has a right to be there and be heard on this. So there's other parties involved. In other words, like she's not like, I'm sick this morning. Okay. Sometimes judges are sick. They wake up, I'm sick. I can't come into court. Docket's scheduled. Everything gets continued, or another judge will fill in or whatever. Right. So if something like that happens, you might say that is within her discretion, but there were 3 victims there, 2 victims there, plus the victim's advocate and the prosecutor all in the courtroom. So it's not just like she's managing his future appearances. There was a scheduled hearing on that date. Maybe the victims wanted to say something. That's why they're there. The indictment includes no hint of self-dealing. Well, it is her enthusiasm for being a judicial insurrectionist, okay? And that is satisfactory enough for her. Now, it includes no hint of bribery, extortion, kickbacks, tax evasion, stealing, assault, or other extrajudicial misconduct. No hint of unlawful coercion, threat, or thuggery. I would disagree with that. No hint, in fact, of any ultra-virus exercise of ordinary judicial power. I would say yes. I would say it is ultra-virus. The prosecutor didn't get a say in it. It was an ex parte action, essentially. It was an ex parte continuance that was violative of the victim's rights and the government's rights. It was ultra-virus that they had no say. In her courtroom, they were all there. She just moved it. Although the first count echoes the statute's reference to concealment, nothing in the indictment suggests actual concealment of anyone or anything. You put him in the back door. In sum, nothing in this indictment sounds like a claim like unofficial acts and extrajudicial self-dealing that have sent them, other judges, to face federal criminal trials. And I think that's probably true. Like, I think other judges were doing bad things too, but this is just a different bad thing. I don't know, maybe there's more to it. Bribery, extortion, kickbacks or something. I don't know. Maybe she's friends with the defense team. I think that maybe she just kind of saw herself in him. I think there's a kind of a resemblance there. You know, this is the guy here. She's like, oh, gosh, I just see a lot in him. She's inspired by him and empathized with him and wanted him to do well. And she's like, gosh, we're like almost like twins almost. So it was very animated about this. And that was satisfactory enough. That was very satisfying to her. Now, most importantly, the indictment says nothing within the scope to which Congress could have eliminated judicial immunity for her. Nothing in the indictment says that she violated any individual's constitutional rights, not even close. The indictment didn't allege it, but she did it in the courtroom. There were victims who were there. And the federal government itself has no right to get rid of judicial immunity. And so to the contrary, they say the Supreme Court has granted her immunity, that the federal government has indicted her only for doing what judges may do as a matter of official acts, right? Her defense is, he used a door in my courtroom. He's allowed to use doors in my courtroom. We continued his case because I'm a judge and I can manage my calendar. It's an official act. Everything that she did was allowed. Now, usually when lawyers or judges speak of the separation of powers, they refer to the allegation of core duties, and there's another separation of powers. Again, a lot of legalese here. Here, the Constitution's vertical separations of power means that the court must assess whether the federal government can actually exact criminal charges from Dugan for doing in and near her state courtroom as the indictment contends. That's the core question here under the 10th Amendment. And the government, they say, cannot prove this. The Supreme Court sustained someone else's claim of immunity in this case, a bunch of other cases, and this is just like that. They say this case is just the ordinary work of a state court. It's unlike anything strange in other cases cases that's illegal. She had authority and control. She's a duly elected judge. And if you got a problem, hit her with an ethics complaint, but don't charge her with a crime. Other cases are much worse than this, and she's not that bad. This case is not akin to other things. And the federal government is trying to punish her, but the 10th Amendment says they can't do that. So you have a duty to dismiss this case. The correct time, dismiss it now. And it's hilarious. They keep referencing the Trump Supreme Court case, which is great. For that matter, even if hypothetically the government could point here to an unofficial act, it could not use as evidence some other case. And so there's a constitutional avoidance doctrine, which is wild they would invoke this. Although Dugin says she has immunity, you shouldn't test it because we should owe a deference to branches of government, saying this indictment breaks new ground. Dismissing it will not. For a long time, judges have had judicial immunity, and backdoor Dugin deserves the same. So do the limits of federal power and saying this court should dismiss the indictment signed by the defense attorney for backdoor Dugin, Dean A. Strang. And, I think that it's a defense. I think if you get a friendly jury in Wisconsin, they might buy that defense. Oh, it was her courtroom. But I think the video, when you watch the video and you see what her intention was, like you can splice her case up, right? And go through each action. And all of the actions outside the courtroom, the walking them over, the continuation of the case, the violation of the victim's rights, the not even talking to the prosecutor about this. And by the way, Dugin got busted by everybody in her courtroom who knew what was going on. Even the security guy, sounds like, went out and warned the ICE agents. So like every single witness who's going to come in here, all the ICE agents will testify. We know what she was doing. They may even want to subpoena the administrative judge. What were they saying to you? Tell us about your conversation. And even the security guy, right, was there, warned them. He's going to come in and testify. Everyone's going to know she's whispering. She continued the case. She had an interest in stopping Trump, just like the rest of the libs who think it's okay to break the law, to do whatever they want to do. Now her defense team is putting together what they can put together, but we know what she did. She knows what she did. The fact that they're going to try to say this is an official act, which is in this protected bucket, is going to be a fun battle. We're going to keep our eye on it with backdoor Dugin out of Wisconsin. Thank you for subscribing and joining as we do.
All right. Well, my next guest says an investment in trade schools will pay off big time. Angie Simon is the director and founder of Heavy Metal Summer Experience, a nonprofit program that exposes high school students to trade careers. Angie, thanks so much for coming on today. I want to tell our audience that you used to be the CEO of a mechanical contractor in California. Before you started this some years back, you started this camp. You had 28 kids in 2 locations. And the next year, you had 11 locations running across the country. Tell us about this camp that you have, Heavy Metal Summer Experience. What is it?
Well, thank you for having me on. I appreciate that. And we have grown. The second year was 11 locations and 125 kids. This year, going into our 5th summer, we are in 51 locations across the United States and Canada, and we have almost 900 kids in our program. So basically, we're teaching high schoolers. We're bringing them into contractor shops or into training centers, and we're teaching them about the sheet metal, the piping, the plumbing, and electrical trades. They're getting some hands-on work, and they're learning how to be a tradesperson.
And these jobs, they don't pay so badly, right?
No, these jobs pay very well. These kids, what they learn is that they actually can make 6 figures within the first 4 or 5 years of their working. And there are almost 400,000 construction jobs available right now. We are looking for people in the trades. And then the other challenge is in the next 5 to 7 years, we're predicting that 40% of our trades are going to retire. So there is such an opportunity for a young person who wants a career in the trades. And not everybody is meant to go to college. And I think to be able to work with your hands and to be able to do this type of work, I think we're finding that the kids and the parents are very appreciative of this.
Oh, yeah. I bet the parents especially are very appreciative. So I want to put up some really interesting numbers. We take a lot of shots at Gen Z. We criticize them for a number of things. But let's put this up on the screen. These are the reasons Gen Z, or these are the people, the numbers of Gen Z who are turning to trade jobs. 42%, they're currently working or pursuing a skilled trade job. 37%, though, are working or pursuing skilled trade jobs. They already have a bachelor's degree, so that's very interesting. And now let's put this one up. The reasons Gen Z are turning to trade jobs: to earn income sooner, That makes sense. More flexibility, independence. We all want that. Avoid student loan debt. That's a big one. Better long-term security prospects, less likely to be replaced by AI. Tell us about that one, because that's a big concern for kids coming out of college today.
Well, actually construction, the perception of construction needs to change a little bit because we are using technology in construction. However, you still have to build things and you have to have people put their hands on things and build things. So yes, we do use technology. We need kids, students and young adults that want to use technology, but we still ultimately have to solder, weld, bend metal, and pull wire. So there is a lot of hands-on work. And, I tell the story about when I got out of college after 5 years. I had worked at a company, and then I went to Western Allied. So I had been out of high school for 7 years. I started at Western Allied. There was a pipe fitter that was the same age as I was. And he had just bought his first house in the Bay Area because he'd been working for 7 years in pipe fitting.
Wow. Real quick question here, and then I got to run. But at what percentage of kids in the camp are women? And, is the stigma about being a blue collar worker in the trades, is that finally starting to go away for women?
We're really working on that. We have about 20% of our camps are women, which I think is a good number. And we're finding that the women are the best welders we can find. They're much more attention to detail and they're doing a great job and they love it. So I'm hoping we are about 65% minority in our camps and about 20% women. So I'm hoping that we can change the narrative. I love construction and I have been in it for 38, 39 years now. So I'm hoping we do get more women in it. And I'll tell you, they really seem to enjoy the camp when we get them in there, as you can see in this picture with a bunch of women.
Oh, yeah. Look at those pictures. All right. Angie, thank you so much for the wonderful work you have done and are doing. Really interesting, and keep up the good work. Angie Simon, thanks for joining us today. You bet.
Hey, it's Will Cain. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News channel on YouTube. It's the best way to get our latest interviews and highlights. And click to subscribe to the Will Cain podcast for full episodes right now.
Cell phone video shows Hugo Monteiro in the red jacket being put into a car by agents in plain clothes. Monteiro is a Brazilian American who says he became a U.S. citizen in 2020. He says he was at court for work, and when he came outside, that's when he was placed in handcuffs.
We're told agents confused the Brazilian American for someone else.
When I came out, they took me, but again, I was not expecting this at all. I'm still shaking, but I'm okay.
You might be thinking, wow, that guy must be pissed. He must hate ICE and Donald Trump, right? Well, take a look at what he said after.
I showed them my ID, my passport on my picture, and they confirmed that it was not me. They're doing their job. I still support what they're doing. Unfortunately, they called the wrong person, but I still support whatever they're doing. And I voted for Trump, and there are a lot of bad people in this country, to be honest with you, because they don't deserve to be here.
This illegal alien told CNN that he supports Donald Trump even if he gets deported.
You support Donald Trump because of the economy.
For the economy, yes.
Are you afraid that you could be deported in this mass deportation?
I'm not afraid.
Explain why Latino men are going to Trump.
Democrats forget the promise when these guys are in the office in the Washington. The Latinos want a better nation.
If you get deported, would you regret your support to Donald Trump?
No me arrepentiría.
He's saying that he wouldn't regret supporting Donald Trump. So you're really not thinking about yourself. You're thinking about your children and the future of your children.
Yes, I want the better for my children.
Do you have a plan in case you get deported?
I respect that decision. I leave the country. I'm not coming back.
The Trump administration has given the option to illegal aliens to self-deport.
More than 60 migrants self-deported from Houston on Monday as part of the Trump administration's latest immigration program. The Department of Homeland Security flew them back to Honduras and Colombia for free and promised them a $1,000 stipend. It says anyone who self-deports can legally return here to the U.S. in the future.
And of course, leaving on their own accord allows for illegals to avoid situations like this.
Construction workers who we met say that the constant normal sounds of hammers and nail guns have been replaced by an eerie quiet.
This is a ghost town.
In a brief video posted by HSI Tampa, you can see agents walk up to this house.
New video from Homeland Security in Tampa shows people wearing handcuffs, someone being fingerprinted, and then an officer waving at a worker on the roof so they can come down. HSI tells us ICE agents caught the migrants in the villages, all of them from Mexico, Guatemala, and Honduras. 4 were charged with illegal re-entry after previously being deported. Immigration attorney in Orlando, Alan Rivas, says in the state of Florida, the first violation for employers is a fine of up to $500.
The second time, it does become a second-degree misdemeanor, and that can carry up to $500 fine and up to 60 days in jail.
When we asked Pete Buttigieg, who Chris just mentioned is going to be our first guest, he's coming up shortly, but when we asked him to come on our first show just a couple weeks ago, I kind of thought we'd mainly talk about politics, and we definitely will. We will talk a lot about politics. He's got a lot to say about it.
What's up, guys? It's Benny. We've been through a lot of news cycles over the last year. I think I've seen just about everything, so trust me when I tell you this is the funniest headline ever published. MSNBC host Joy Reid, accused of stealing Trump's hairstyle, shaves her head. And I know the moment that did it right here.
I'm wondering, do you think people with Trump derangement syndrome know they have it?
You're an idiot.
And second question, did you steal Trump's haircut or did he steal yours? Cultural appropriation haircut right there. She didn't like that too much.
It's Ben Bergquam from A Real America's Voice. He's just doing a great job out there, asking Joy Reid about her cultural appropriation. And that's exactly what this was. It's also probably a ratings appropriation, most likely, because MSNBC's ratings were collapsing even before the election. And now they're really torched. And guess who else is torched? Joy Reid. Joy Reid is the individual who, of course, went on her social media to brag about causing white tears.
America, there's a thing about both white vigilantism and white tears, particularly male white tears.
Okay, so what I think is particularly interesting about this is that Joy Reid then goes on her social media literally 2 months later to cry black tears.
Had value, and that I'm sorry that that what I was doing had value, and in the end, I'm sorry, I try not to cry on TV, and I take this is kind of like me on TV, so I apologize. And that it mattered. I see Karen is there.
It mattered so much that, you lost half your viewers. You got canceled. You have to have somebody bring you a paper towel. You don't even have tissues. Now you're so poor you don't have tissue paper. You have to be brought a paper towel. Look at this. You know what? You don't have to do it on camera. You know what I mean? Right? We say this a lot. You don't do it on camera. MSNBC replaced Rachel Maddow with Jen Psaki because they were losing so many viewers. Her debut, she lost 53% of the total viewers. The demise of the fake news is glorious to watch. The winning hasn't stopped. Just in, MSNBC has quietly pulled Jen Psaki from primetime after firing Joy Reid and multiple other anchors in massive shakeup. Oh boy. Is Jen Psaki completely out? Has Jen Psaki now been kicked out? Or are we going to see Jen Psaki's white tears? Is Joy Reid going to have something else to celebrate? Let's go and find out. Fresh embarrassment for struggling MSNBC as new lineup leads to disastrous ratings drop. So here's what's happened. Viewers are fleeing MSNBC just weeks after the liberal network debuted a primetime new lineup in a bid to salvage tumbling viewership. So far this month, MSNBC dropped 41% in primetime demographics and 34% in total day demographics compared to 2014. It's a stinging blow for Jen Psaki, who on May 5th took over the Rachel Maddow time slot. Maddow, who's been the top host on the network for years, previously said she had faith that Joe Biden's former press secretary would do even better than her. Maddow temporarily returned. The latest ratings for The Briefing with Jen Psaki came on May 22nd when it failed to crack the coveted 1 million mark Sean Hannity's show on Fox News had 2.3 million viewers that night. Psaki's show performed dismally with the 25 to 54 age demographic, only pulling in 55,000 viewers. That's insane. Our morning show pulls in way more viewers than that. That's crazy by comparison. Hannity had 210,000 viewers in the key demo. And by the way, our viewers are by and large, and I love all of our viewers, but by and large in this demographic. And every single show that we do has hundreds of thousands of more viewers than Jen Psaki has in that key demo. Jeez, what a disaster. Things are changing. It's very exciting. On May 5th, MSNBC premiered weeknight panel show featuring Simone Sanders, Michael Skeel, and Alicia Menendez. And what does that show look like? Let me give you the teaser for that show, what they posted on social media. That, again, much like Joy Reid crying, they did this on purpose. They actually decided to post this. Here's every bit of Simone Sanders talking about how hungry she is after the show and how much booze she's going to drink.
So we finished
It's a
the
wrap.
first episode.
It's a wrap. It's a wrap. I need a drink. I need a drink. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. And we gonna eat. We gonna drink. We gonna party. We gonna eat. We gonna drink. And we gonna be back tomorrow.
Meanwhile, in the back, they're like working.
Okay, come back.
These are the people delivering the news on MSNBC. Yes, we're well aware that you're going to eat. Yes, we are positive that you've eaten quite a bit, but they are not eating at the ratings. That is for certain. They are very much on a diet. MSNBC, the weeknight, which airs at 7 p.m. That's the show that they're just walking down the hallway bragging about how excited they were to launch, had 700,000 viewers, but only 56,000 of them were in the key demographic. What? So all of MSNBC's viewership is like 70 or 80 years old. Again, if you're 70 or 80 in our audience, no hate, but this is not a good business model. Psaki, who also presided over long-term loss in eyeballs, her show has averaged 900,000 viewers since it premiered, a 46% drop from the Maddow time slot. Oh, man. Psaki's numbers are also down 20%, the average of Alex Wagner, who hosted the show last year while Maddow was anchoring on Mondays. Maddow herself is failing to keep audiences interested. Her Monday program averaged 1.8 million viewers since MSNBC launched a new show, which represents a 24% dip. CNN is lagging far behind Fox News, but all of its shows, with one exception of Abby Phillips' 10 p.m., have been beating MSNBC and the key demo. Isn't that interesting? Okay, so younger people are watching CNN. News Nation, an upstart cable network that has been around for 4 years, also reporting growth in viewership this month, according to Nielsen figures. 50% jump in the key demo for Chris Cuomo. Okay. Not sure what the raw numbers there look like. So this is very interesting. People are fleeing. Obviously, Fox News remains totally and completely dominant here. Fox is the 5 remains its most popular show, the most popular cable news show on average, 3.7 million viewers a night this month. It's a lot of viewers. Fox is the only network with Big 3 to put up year-over-year ratings gains in May. Its shows saw a 21% increase in total viewers, 22% jump in the key demo. The tumbling ratings at MSNBC, plus the decision by Comcast executives to spin the network off into a new publicly traded company, has caused turmoil in its ranks. Election night darling Steve Kornacki announced in April that he'd quit his role and he'll be going over to NBC. Oh, man. So just really quickly to cover this, did Jen Psaki get pulled from her time slot? No, what they did was they did a big rebrand. They hit her with the old makeup shotgun, right? Do a full rebrand, and then tried to goodness gracious, what a mess. So this is their preview stinger for Jen Psaki's new show. and it features Joe Biden in a mask watching Jen Psaki with his note cards. And you wonder why no one's watching. The reality is we're just all tired of you lying, right? Here's Jen Psaki lying.
In May of 2022, just for the facts here. And I have seen Biden once since then, when I took my daughter to the holiday party this last December after he had lost. And so I hadn't seen him in person during that period of time. I never saw that person, not a single time. And I was in the Oval Office every day that was on that debate stage. I'm not a doctor. Aging happens quite quickly. Were things that people saw.
You never saw Joe Biden. What's super weird is that you were the campaign communication director during this.
We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by go. You know the thing.
I never saw anything. And then listen to Jen Psaki, in spite of Joe Biden's absolute physical and cognitive collapse. And now that we know Joe Biden has terminal illness and they were all in on the cover up, listen to her on her dumbass program. Talk about how great this was in the heat of the election, 2024.
This all comes in a week where there was some New York Post report, inaccurate, false reporting that suggested that President Biden was kind of stalling, where he was paused, he was looking the other way. I feel like there's a double standard. I mean, do you feel like there's a double standard out there and how people are looking at their ages?
They can't mess with him on substance, so they go after what they see as his Achilles heel, which is his age. And of course, a lot of people see his age as something that helps explain some of his wisdom and some of his compassion, the kind of compassion you see not just within his family, but outside of it. That compassion for people in his family, which is real and authentic, becomes solidarity for everybody in the country.
Yeah, people are just tired of being lied to, right? They're sick of being lied to. Psaki, former press secretary, expresses to believe she saw no Biden cognitive decline. Nothing. Amazing. The whole network is in absolute flames and is just in tatters right now. There is a consequence to lying to your audience again and again and again. And this is what it looks like. What a total and complete nightmare. Total viewers, here it is. Total viewers on Fox News, 2.5 million, 700,000 on MSNBC, 500,000 on CNN. Just demolished, just destroyed. CNN getting more younger people watching, technically, but not even close. Fox has 3 times as many, which is incredible. They've lost, man. They've lost, and it's exciting to see. And it's fun to be there on the alternative because in the end, there's an entire generation of people that just won't be getting their news from cable news. And they're getting it from right here. So please like, share, and subscribe. Join our community here. It's your boy Benny. See ya.
Today, a biological male is scheduled to compete in California's high school track and field championships as the DOJ investigates the state to determine if they violated Title IX for allowing biological males to compete in women's sports. Our next guest filed her own federal lawsuit after she lost her varsity cross-country spot to a trans athlete. Joining us now is high school cross-country athlete Taylor Starling with her father, Ryan Starling, and their attorney, Julianne Fleischer. Thank you all for joining us, and especially you, Taylor. Now, I want to, you've obviously devoted much of your young life to running. What is it like to go out and compete at something you're very good at and you've really spent a lot of time becoming better at, and then you wind up competing against a biological male?
It's just sad to see that these boys are taking girls' their fairness in sports away from them, because women 50 years have fought for their rights, and it's being taken away by these guys that are taking away girls' awards, their medals, they're taking away their spots, and it's just not fair, and it's just so sad to see that this is what me, a 16-year-old girl, has to fight for all those women.
You might be 16, but you are wise beyond your years. So Ryan, what's it like to be a dad and to realize that your daughter is up against all these huge institutions that don't seem to have any problem whatsoever with this level of unfairness?
I couldn't be more proud. I mean, a 15 and a 16-year-old girl stood up and wore these shirts and were compared to a Nazi by their athletic director. And they continue to push forward and fight for fairness in girls' sports. I mean, that takes courageous. I wish Governor Gavin Newsom could have that much courage. He recently said that this is unfair, but he just keeps giving us lip service and won't act on it. He has the power right now to act on this, and he won't. He has the executive orders, but he won't. And we're on the verge of losing $170 billion in academics money for other institutions in education in California. It's just crazy. There's biological boys and there's biological girls. It's fairness. It's safety for these girls. It's hard to see as a dad that he's not putting safety first.
So, Julianne, I want to ask you about what Ryan just mentioned there. You know, obviously, we are getting a lot of lip service from politicians, most especially from Gavin Newsom, talking about how it is indeed unfair. Explain to us the legal situation in terms of where some of these cases are going, and how they might get resolved.
Yeah, you know what? It is just as Ryan said, it is lip service. You're either against boys being on girls' sports or competing with girls, or you're not. You can't stay on the sideline for this. And with the recent DOJ investigation, that's huge. And for months now, both CIF, the state of California, the governor have been on notice that what they're doing is they're violating federal law. They're violating the executive orders that this administration has put forth. They're violating the protections that are afforded by Title IX. And so the Department of Justice is letting the state know that they're on notice. Just this week, the Department of Justice filed a statement of interest in Taylor's lawsuit, in which we're suing the state of California for its Title IX violations. And the Department of Justice filed this statement of interest and said, we have an invested interest in this. Boys do not belong in girls' sports. And so, just as Ryan said, the governor has the authority to take action, but he's choosing to stay on the sideline, and that's not acceptable.
Right. Well, just to be clear, we reach out to Taylor Starling School District, Riverside Unified, for a statement on this, and they have failed to get back. If they do, we'll let you know. Taylor, Ryan, and Julianne, thank you so much, but especially you, Taylor, and good luck with the track meet and going forward. You're a wise young lady. I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
They agreed to the terms. They don't get to break the contract, and the courts don't get to modify the contracts just because it's convenient and it's upsetting to them that a bunch of people are going to have to leave. And it's not devastating if they knew it was coming or should have known. And they should have known, because Trump didn't just come up with this idea like yesterday.
If each action the president takes, foreign policy, diplomatic, military, national security, has to be individually approved by 700 district court judges, that's democracy.
No,
so if there's
not.
15 communist crazy judges on the court, that each of them as a team working together.
Victory in the Supreme Court again. And one judge in particular is not happy about this. Ketanji, she is dissenting in this after she lost Kristi Noem. I don't think we got a suck it post from Kristi Noem on this one, but might as well, because what happened here is the TPS status, which Joe Biden granted to about 500,000 people, has now been canceled, or at least stayed for the time being. Remember, Trump came in, said, revoke, get out. Then all the lower level judges came back down and said, actually, we're the president. You can't do that because it's going to harm immigrants and all these things. You say, that's great. It's temporary status. They have to go back. It was only supposed to be temporary, and now it's time to go. But Trump couldn't effectuate any of his policies until today. But let me show you the final reply that came in from Kristi Noem and the DOJ Solicitor General D. John Sauer. They said, all right, listen, okay, Supreme Court, you know, these TPS status lovers, they repeatedly acknowledge the significance of the parole revocation decision that they seek to stop in its tracks. Right? In other words, Kristi Noem, President Trump came out. They said, your temporary status, your parole in our country is revoked. The people who are saying that, they say, yeah, we know it's a big deal, but we want to stop it. And in that, they barely address the significant flaws in the lower court's nationwide order that said everybody's to stop everywhere, let alone the irreparable harm to the government of a year-plus delay in implementing a decision that Homeland has deemed time-sensitive and critically important. Now, they turn around the TPS lovers and they dismiss those harms as only abstract and generic. They say, well, so what if we got 500,000 people here? You can let them stay here for another 2 years. It's not a big deal to you if they've already broken into your home. In this case, they didn't. It's hard to call them illegal or anything like that because Joe Biden said, oh, you're not illegal anymore. Just come on in. But there is nothing abstract or generic about artificially extending the continued presence in this country of up to 532,000 aliens who may not be here illegally because Joe Biden kind of broke the law to let them in, but they are aliens. They're not citizens. They don't have any permanent status here. So it's time to go. It's called temporary protected status. They have not demonstrated admissibility. They don't have claims for asylum, claims against torture, or any of those things. When the executive branch is constitutionally and statutorily charged with managing the immigration system, right? It's our job. The president and the executive handle immigration. Congress codified that a long time before President Trump even came into the political field. And we have determined that here there is a national interest, and the judge doesn't get to substitute their judgment for that. They're unelected. This court often intervenes when lower courts usurp the executive's control. And that's what you should do here, Supreme Court. And of course they did. So beginning with the merits, they say the INA, the Immigration and Nationality Act, could not even be clear, okay? It says, quote, verbatim here, no court shall have jurisdiction to review any decision, the authority for which the INA specifies is in the discretion of Homeland Security. So if the law gives it to Homeland, it is Homeland's. You don't get to be a judge who says, actually, I'm Homeland now. The granting and terminating of parole are precisely those discretionary authorities. The INA says the Secretary, Kristi, may grant parole to an alien applying for admission in her discretion. Probably says his in the statute, but she's a she. And terminates that parole when in her opinion. It's right there, 8 U.S. Code 1182 D5A. These judges should read it. In his or her opinion, canceled. Nevertheless, the district court judge purported to exercise jurisdiction over Kristi Noem's termination, said actually, for certain aliens, the people who came from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, like those illegal Venezuelans who killed that young girl, Ava, in Texas, echoed by respondents. They say that review bar is inapplicable if the court finds the secretary exercised her authority in an unlawful manner. So he says, well, the court said, well, you're right. I can't make a determination on her decision, but I'm not. I'm just going to say she's using the law illegally. You say, what? That's kind of questioning her decision. No. Not the decision about whether to cancel. It's how she's canceling. Okay, so the effect is she can't do it. Under that rationale, a court would exercise jurisdiction whenever it finds the challenged action to be unlawful. That's the whole point of a review bar, right? That's the whole point. You can't just find another reason. It says it's non-reviewable, so you can't review it. They have no answer for this because there isn't one. Now, in addition, respondents' entire case, the illegals, they both on reviewability and on the merits, hinges on their contention that the secretary may terminate parole only on a case-by-case basis, right? So that's their backup argument. Well, she did it too quickly. She did it too aggressively. It's going to go after too many people. They all have pupusa businesses in America. Now they're going to be in trouble with pupusas in Guatemala. So, but the plain text says that case-by-case, that applies only to the granting of parole, which Joe Biden didn't do. It doesn't go to the termination of it. Respondents all but ignore the text, other than to observe that the statute does not use the terms grant or terminate. They said it's a non sequitur, it doesn't even follow. Respondents also say that Kristi did not terminate the parole. They're saying, well, actually, she didn't really terminate it. She's like, yeah, I did. I signed it. They say, no, she actually just modified a condition of it, which is the termination date, because it was already granted and she just extended it, brought it forward. Now, that is textually untenable and at odds with their own reference elsewhere to the mass revocation of parole, which they said in other filings. So their arguments are changing. Like, wait a minute. You're saying she didn't really terminate it? When you were screeching months ago, you said that she was mass revoking everything. So which is it? Now, regardless of whatever they're just making up for their current filings, even when the law calls for individualized determinations, agencies can use categorical criteria. And that's what the secretary did here anyways. So she did. They're all individual. Say, where'd you all come from? Venezuela? Great. Everybody from Venezuela. You all had an assessment. You're all from Venezuela. We've categorically said Venezuela, it's fine. Go back down there to Maduro land and have a great time down there. But we don't have room for you here. So thanks for coming. Actually not. Thank you for leaving. Now, the secretary did terminate parole using those same features, but they all got an individualized assessment. Like, you're from Venezuela? Okay, great. So you're going home. Great. Pack your bags. Respondents have no answer to that point either. Now, instead, the illegal lovers' principal argument is that they will suffer irreparable harm. They say, oh no, if you allow Trump to cancel the status of 500,000 people, he says, wait, because they have not acquired some other lawful immigration status. And if you cancel it, they must either leave the country or they're going to end up in removal proceedings. So either one, they got to go or we'll remove them. They say that's going to be a big deal. And I'll concede that. Yeah, 500,000 people's a lot of people. It's like an entire state in our country called Wyoming. That's why they have to go, because we cannot be importing foreigners to the equivalent of a state like Wyoming. It's not sound policy. It's lunacy. So they have to go. Now, if they were concerned about that, then they should have come, because it's called temporary protected status. So don't treat them like they're morons either. Or I think that's actually what they think. Like, they think that immigrants are just like dumb cattle. I'm not saying that. They think that. And they say, we have to take care of these people, these bleeding heart liberals. We have to take care of them. What are they going to do? They're all going to die unless we act and do something. And it's not our responsibility, quite frankly. So here, the prior administration granted respondents 2-year terms, right? It's their responsibility. They came temporarily, they left their homeland, they can go back and they can manage their lives just like the rest of us have to do. Now, but the prior administration granted respondents 2-year terms of parole with the explicit caveat that the parole was temporary. You knew it. It was discretionary and it was revocable at any time. So don't tell us that suddenly we're pulling the rug out from all these people. Oh no, it was always temporary. So quit your crying, Ketanji, about how devastating it's going to be to their lives. It was temporary always. Foreclosing their claims of harm. They knew it was temporary. So if there's any sort of like reliance interest that they're going to be claiming, that, wow, we came here, we started a business and all these things. Okay, that's great. Thanks for doing that or for your life, but it's not going to be permanent. Now, respondents underscore their own lack of irreparable harm. They say the district court's order does not prohibit the government from terminating any member's parole or initiating removal proceedings. Yeah. Now, that concession underscores that the district court's order does not actually protect any substantive entitlement. Like, that's what we're asking. What is the reliance interest, right? There's this idea that if the government gives you something, they can't just take it away if you're relying on it. That might make sense. So like the government's like, oh, here, this is your land now, and you can just build on it or whatever. Like, actually, it's our land now. You're like, what? You got a reliance interest because it was handed to you. Now, these are illegals who are not citizens who had their status revoked. So not technically illegal, but you get the point. They're not citizens. They're aliens. And they're about to be illegal if they don't go as of today. Now, that order instead serves only to throw a wrench into the government's efforts to enforce the immigration laws by confining the government to the gargantuan task of prosecuting 532,000 aliens individually. And that number should just basically disgust everybody. It's a state of people that were flown into our country by the last lunatic administration. A state! The elections are managed by like 50,000 votes in some places. 100,000 votes is dispositive of the entire election. They brought in 500,000 people, and a handful of them are voting in the election. So we know what's going on. Now, Kristi Noem and the DOJ responded to this before the Supreme Court came back out. They say the INA, the law, not Trump's proclamation, not some executive order, the INA, which was passed by Congress and has been in existence forever. Review bar states that with exceptions that are not relevant here, it says this specifically. No court shall have jurisdiction to review this. One more time. No court shall have jurisdiction to review any other decision or action of the secretary where discretion is specified. That's here. The exercise of parole authority plainly is discretionary and it is not reviewable. Now, they don't even dispute that the INA specifies that parole determinations are in the discretion of the secretary. They agree. Instead, though, like the district court, they deemed the review bar inapplicable because she didn't abide by the non-discretionary limits on her authority, which is she's got to go one at a time and say, can I remove you back? In other words, give them all hearings and removal proceedings when the basis of their admission was already temporary. They agreed to come in temporarily. Now they get a bunch of rights to hearings and proceedings and a bunch of due process when they've already agreed it was temporary? No. They knew what they were doing. They don't get to suddenly change their arguments and then say there's a basis to be here forever just because they want to be. They agreed to the terms. They don't get to break the contract, and the courts don't get to modify the contracts just because it's convenient and it's upsetting to them that a bunch of people are going to have to leave. Setting aside that no such case-by-case limitation even exists, it's not required for her to do that at all, it would eviscerate the bar. Under that view, courts would always review the merits of the secretary's discretion to determine whether I can look at it or not. The bar would apply only where the judge says, okay, she did it. It was lawful, right? It's going to be one and the same. If it's lawful, then I can't review it. If it's unlawful, then suddenly I can review it, which is what's happening here. A bar that precludes review only if the court says it's allowed is not a bar at all. Like, the bar has to have some teeth to this. And the proposition that jurisdiction should depend on a court's view of the merits is like an exercise of hypothetical jurisdiction that these courts are not allowed to do. And they have no answers to this. They just say, well, 500,000 people, and we're real sad about it. Now, they invoke on the presumption of judicial review, but that presumption can be overcome by the statute, right? So, like, judicial review is the concept that the courts get to say what the law is. Yeah, but Congress also sets the jurisdiction of the courts and says what claims go where. And they have said specifically the courts are barred from decisions like this that are handed to the executive to prevent this from happening specifically. Here, Congress wrote, no court shall have jurisdiction to review. They wrote it. It's about as specific as it gets, okay? They wrote that. Even the INA makes clear that review is precluded where the statute makes it discretionary, and that's what is happening here. They appear to agree that where she makes an individual decision, then that would not be reviewable, right? They say, well, if Christie goes through and just makes every one of these 500,000 people the equivalent of an entire state, then she can get rid of them. Now, left unexplained is why this decision would become reviewable if it's made alongside 531,999 other people. How come that's different though? Like, what is your basis for that? So if she can do it for one, why can't she do it for all? Like, show us in the law. Under their logic, had Kristi Noem issued 532,000 separate notices terminating each alien's parole with no explanation whatsoever, that would be reviewable according to their rules. Maybe she'll do that next. Yet the same determination somehow become reviewable under their view because they got combined. But there's nothing in the law that says that at all. Instead, they rely on some other cases that are not applicable, and then they turn around and try to latch onto this with other claims. Then they say, well, it's not really about judicial review and whether she's executing the law appropriately. Now we can also file other claims under the APA. This is ridiculous. The APA doesn't give you judicial review either. You can't use some other provision to suddenly invalidate the law. It says no other court. That means the other claims. It precludes judicial review when an agency has already explained it's discretionary. Now, both of those apply here, and they have no answer to this. They seem to agree that individual paroles can be terminated, but they just say, well, this is really going to be a big problem because it's going out to like our entire voter base. But everything we've done here, says Trump, before the Supreme Court got this, is lawful, and we're going to win. Their arguments on reviewability say that we have to go case by case, but that is just plainly incorrect. The law doesn't say that at all. It says case by case for granting it. On the way in, someone should have looked at them and said, do you really need to be here? Are you really in danger? Did you really need temporary protected status here? Or are you just coming here as part of the invasionary force? Which one is it? They didn't do that. Joe Biden said, come on in, get on an app, Uber illegal into America, come on in. It contains no parallel requirement for the termination. On the way in, you should look at it. On the way out, you don't have to. And they did the opposite of that, right? They're trying to invert the law. Now, respondents never address that distinction because it's devastating to their case, but that difference in the language should be given effect because, Congress wrote it. Now, they observe say, well, the statute doesn't say grant or terminate, but they say that doesn't matter. It's the meanings. The INA provides the secretary may in her discretion parole. Okay, so it's parole. It's not grant or terminate. She paroled and then unparoled, granted and then revoked. Now, the italicized parole is an active verb. And it's like, okay, you want to mince words about it? It's cancellation of the parole. So then, since they're playing word games, then they try to argue, well, she didn't actually terminate parole, but she just changed the conditions of it. And they get very squirrely there. But the mere fact that the statute is phrased phrased in the singular doesn't like parole, like such parole of such alien, doesn't mean that it's a singular statute. Respondents observe, they say, well, context is key. And they say, hello, yeah, read it in context. It's in our favor. As longstanding regulations confirm, the secretary may employ categorical criteria in making parole determinations. You can look at the Code of Federal Regulations right there. Nor do the TPS lovers address the problem that their incorrect reading of the statute would say that Congress insertion of the case-by-case language, it would be meaningless. And we're not supposed to make things that Congress wrote meaningless because that's the law. Courts should require language to have effect. Now, even if the statute imposed a case-by-case requirement, we did it. Even where Congress says, okay, make individualized determinations, we can do that. Why? Because the categorical criteria here, oh, okay, you're Venezuela, your emergency, whatever the justification was from Biden, is now over. You can go home and you all have already been in the systems in these correct categories. So your cases have already been reviewed individually. We don't need to review you again individually to say, are you really from Venezuela? We already know that. Indeed, it would be strange to fault the secretary for terminating parole by applying categorical factors when literally Mayorkas Alejandro granted parole by applying categorical factors. It said case by case on the way in. He didn't do that. He said, just get online, get on an app, we'll pay for it, come on in, because you're in danger. Says respondents, the TPS people, say that Noem recognized that potentially eligible beneficiaries were adjudicated on a case by case basis, but that's missing the point. To receive parole, they did have to satisfy both the categorical criteria from Mayorkas and individualized criteria, because that's what the law said. A failure to satisfy either would have resulted in a denial of parole. So Noem and her determination to say, well, the criteria no longer justifies their parole is valid the opposite way. Now, these situations are common, happens a lot. A lack of detention capacity, or the fact that there is people who might be a danger to the community. We categorically treat people in categories all the time. But once a new detention facility becomes available, the purposes of parole would have been served for all the aliens who were then paroled because of a lack of detention capacity. So, okay, we can't hold them anymore, so now we got to do something. This is why it was ordered to be granted by Congress on a case-by-case basis, but to permit parole to be terminated on a categorical basis. It would be pointless and illogical to require the secretary to additionally and redundantly make a case-by-case determination before terminating them on the way out. Like they already had their determination on the way in and agreed it was temporary. Now it's canceled. Now you go. You don't get to come file a bunch of additional claims here. You already knew it was temporary. In all events, given that the secretary will continue to exercise her decision on a case-by-case basis in the categories, her rejection of the categorical criteria does not violate their incorrect reading of the statute. And like the judge below, none of this is arbitrary and capricious. They say, how dare you do this to 530,000 people? They say she acted arbitrarily in terminating this, but we observe that the law says Homeland may subject a non-citizen to expedited removal only if that person has not been admitted or paroled. And they say, well, that is just in the past. So it's like if you were once paroled, then you still can't have removal proceedings, is what their argument is. That's obviously incorrect. As a purely grammatical and linguistic matter that they don't understand, apparently, of course, the present perfect tense could refer either to a single past event or to a continuing status. So it's like, well, if they ever had parole, then you can't remove them. And they say, that's not what it says. It says if they don't have parole, then they can be removed. And that's at the current time, not anything in the past. Respondents say that parole is paired with admission. And so we're now talking about text and grammar, but the INA lacks any provision about this. Those regulations say after parole is terminated, get out. But here is what they say in terms of the equitable factors, okay? And when we talk about equitable factors, we're kind of balancing the harms. Think about it that way, like a little balancing scale. Well, what happens if we do this? It's going to go this way. What happens if we go this way? So we're going to deport 500,000 people. It's going to be a big deal. I think it is going to be a big deal. That's the point. The district court's order imposes irreparable harm on us, the government. Now, and the people whose interests merge here. Okay, they're one and the same. The Constitution and the INA grant the Secretary, Kristi Noem, and the political branches, not the courts, the task of deciding whether it is in the public interest to allow 532,000 aliens who were never admitted or inspected to remain in the country. I don't think it's in our interest to have 530,000 foreigners from foreign countries floating around our country in a temporary status on the road to be permanent citizens, or whatever they want to categorize them as. We are tired of the invasion. And the secretary discharged that responsibility at length, explaining why the CHNV parole programs and the specific foreign policy approach that justified the creation of those programs are antithetical to our foreign policy. Now, they say those aren't really harms. So what, Rob, if you have your country invaded by everybody else around the world, and if your people are not seeing their wages increase, not seeing the ability to buy homes, not seeing the ability to find good jobs, having our life expectancy dump in the toilet, and life goes on, but just deal with it because we have a responsibility to care for everybody on the planet while our country's being hollowed out. No, they call those harms abstract and generic, because to them, the illegals who are non-citizens are more important than you. Now, they ignore the concrete specific harms that result from forcing the executive branch to tolerate the presence of 532,000 aliens whom the secretary has determined should not remain in the country. Now, as Christie explained, any delay in terminating these parole programs would undermine our ability to conduct foreign policy, shift government policies, and impede time-sensitive negotiations. And beyond that, the executive branch suffers harm when the district courts intrude on the core executive functions, which is what's happening here. Now, they then try to turn this around and say, well, the district court's order is very narrow. It says it doesn't prohibit the secretary from terminating or truncating the class members' parole. Remember, they all got class status too because they're better than us. Or prevent the federal government from terminating the parole of any individual beneficiary. But they said there's no practical way for the government to proceed individually. You want us to have hearings for 500,000 people in a reasonable time frame? No. And least of all, because the effect of such delays might well require a greater proportion of this population to be placed in ordinary rather than expedited removal proceedings, which is straining the system already. Put simply, the order is inimical to the government and to the public's strong interest in removing these people now. Now, on the flip side, a stay of the lower court order is not going to cognizably harm the respondents or the absent class members. As Mayorkas repeated when establishing these very parole programs, he told them, parole is a discretionary benefit that can be terminated at any time. He wrote it. He said, quote, DHS may terminate parole in its discretion at any time. They were on notice. The fact that they didn't believe it, the fact that they didn't care, the fact that they thought this was going to be Disneyland in America for the rest of their lives is their problem, not ours. Respondents contend that a stay of the district court's order would put many beneficiaries immediately at risk of deportation without normal due process protections. It's like they came in under an agreement that they would leave at any time, and now they want due process about that? That is incorrect. As the government has explained, parolees who lack 2 years of continuous presence and cannot establish admissibility likely would be placed in expedited removal anyways, which comport with the Constitution and the Due Process Clause. Now, they assert that they may be removed to countries where they're going to face risks of danger and persecution and even death. But any alien placed in expedited removal proceedings could raise claims under the Convention Against Torture or other withholding of removal protections if they think they have those. But fundamentally, their repeated assertions that the order does not prevent the government from terminating parole underscores that they are not protecting any substantive entitlements. They don't have any rights to be here, period. They came here temporarily. Instead, the order simply serves to stymie the government's efforts to enforce the laws that they already agreed to, and that is not a harm. They can't claim harm for doing what they said that they would do, much less one that outweighs the government's strong foreign policy interest in implementing the discretionary judgments that Congress entrusted to Homeland. Banger filing right there. D. John Sauer, Solicitor General, coming in to the Supreme Court. And that was effective because the Supreme Court came back down and Trump wins on this one. From the Supreme Court, a very short order, 7-2. They write in the Kristi Noem case, TPS status is canceled again. Says the application for a stay, Trump said, okay, Supreme Court, can you stop that lower judge? He said, we can't cancel this. Can you stop him from canceling our cancellation? Refer to the court through Justice Jackson is hereby granted. Victory. The April 15th order that was coming from Massachusetts is now stayed, pending the disposition of the appeal in the First Circuit and the disposition in this court if it is sought. So, if the First Circuit gives a bad ruling, the next party will take it up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court can decide what to do with it. If they deny that, then that means they're happy with the First Circuit Court of Appeals, and that can stay. If they're unhappy, if it is granted, then the stay will be in place until the Supreme Court Court decides. So as it stands, TPS status is now canceled again. And so Trump is victorious. The American people are victorious. The idea that we have to just have 500,000 people get Ubered into our country and stay indefinitely is not in alignment with the law. And the Supreme Court found accordingly. Now, this was 7-2. You can see we've got two people dissenting down here. We got Justice Jackson, with whom Sotomayor dissents. Let's see what they are crying about. Now, we notice that Kagan is going to be up in here. So shout out to Amy Coney Barrett. Thank you to John Roberts for coming out on the right side on this. And thank you, Kagan, for also eschewing your liberal ladies and joining the right side of the law. So here is what Ketanji had to say. When this court evaluates whether or not to stay, the factors we apply are well established. Okay, all right, so she's going to make it a procedural objection. Normally we are a lot stricter before we accept stays or not. In any given case, each of these considerations talks about the appropriateness of what we should do. So basically, the Supreme Court internal procedure wasn't rigorous enough in granting this. Here's what Ketanji says. Oh, Ketanji's big bad. She says, the court has plainly botched this assessment today. Oh no, Ketanji. It requires next to nothing from the government with respect to irreparable harm, and it undervalues the devastating consequences of allowing the government to precipitously upend the lives and livelihoods of nearly 500,000 non-citizens while their legal claims are pending. Yeah, they are non-citizens. They're aliens here from a foreign country. And it's interesting. It's like she really cares so much about their lives, and I guess is not so concerned about the upending of their lives temporarily to come here. They were willing to do that. They changed everything, left everything behind to come here temporarily, agreed to it. Now they can go back. Like, in other words, they're used to it. And it's not devastating if they knew it was coming or should have known. And they should have known, because Trump didn't just come up with this idea like yesterday. Kind of been running on this issue for a long time. So if you're here on TPS status and it's December 2024 and you just saw what happened in November and you're not packing your bags, well, that's on you, bro. Now, even if the government is likely to win on the merits, in our legal system, success takes time, says Ketanji. And the stay standards require more than anticipated victory. She's like, I just want to buy him some more time. Ketanji says, I would have denied the government's application because its harm-related showing is patently insufficient, right? She says, it's not a harm to you, America. It's not a harm to you, government, to have 500,000 people on an entire state, literally Wyoming. It's like 550,000 people in Wyoming. Beautiful state. Now, the balance of the equities also weighs heavily in the respondent's favor, says Ketanji, in favor of the TPS people. While it's apparent the government seeks a stay to enable it to inflict maximum pre-decision damage, she's mad. Maximum damage. Court-ordered stays exist to minimize the harms. Nearly 500,000 Cuban, Nicaraguan, Haitian, and Venezuelan non-citizens have invaded our country. On January, Trump said, get out, and they sued. They have a putative class action. They got pseudonyms. They got everything they wanted. They got ACLU lawyers and more. She says this decision does not reflect a back-of-the-napkin assessment. She says the dilemma is pretty serious, and there's going to be irreparable harm. Notably, about stays, the bottom line is this. Our decision to issue a stay involves much more than merely forecasting. We also have to talk about the harms. Here we go. The government plainly failed to satisfy the harm, saying having 550,000 people is not a big deal to us. Just shove it, eat it, just deal with it. I'm Ketanji. Homeland contends that the district court's order prevents it from doing its job as a general matter, but it doesn't establish an urgent need to get rid of these people now, right, Ketanji? Now? Why are you doing it now? Because we got a lot of people to get out. We're not wasting any time before the courts can determine whether an action is lawful. So she just wants more time, right? So just drag your heels, put some speed bumps in the process and whatever. Now, for instance, she said the agency doesn't identify any specific national security threat. It's like, well, like they're not going to like blow up Washington or something so they can stay. If they're not going to commit 9/11, then they can stay. So yeah. And there's also no specific foreign policy program that Ketanji's happy about. And they can also do it on a case-by-case basis. And so there's no harm to them. They should wait. The government should wait. They've already been here long enough, so why not wait? But now they're going to have all this harm. This is where liberals just go bananas. Respondents have shown that imminent and significant harm is going to befall them if 500,000 people have to go. A stay would immediately effectuate. Yeah, this is what they did. The Supreme Court just granted this stay. So like this is a checkbox. Okay, so all this is going to happen according to Ketanji. Incredible. What's going to happen right now? En masse truncation of all parole grants for 500,000 people. Many parole recipients arrived here at the invitation of the US government, which was scandalous and treasonous. That's my point, right? The illegals shouldn't be mad at Trump or Republicans. We want to take our country back. Quite frankly, the illegals should want to take their countries back too. They should go back down there and make it so that it's not a terroristic hellhole that they want to flee. So the government brought them in and basically set them up, rug pulled them by promising them something that was never deliverable unless the laws were broken. So because their home countries were afflicted by strife, which again, I'm sorry it's afflicted with strife, but do you know what we have in America? Strife. We all have strife every single day. Lots of strife that we all go through. Doesn't mean we get to break the law and go to a country that we deem better for us automatically and then have judges lecture us about accepting them. Or they're subject to unsafe living or working conditions. Yeah, we got that too. Now, parolees have sponsors here, and in many cases, they've already integrated into American neighborhoods. That's the point. And communities in hopes of eventually securing long-term legal status or asylum, which was the game plan that we're canceling. No one disputes that social and economic chaos will ensue if that many non-citizen paroles are suddenly and summarily remanded. Well, I mean, I think that there will be probably some economic chaos, probably for the 500,000 people and their businesses and all of those things. I would imagine there will be some, I'll grant that. But the invasion of our country to the tune of 20 million people, or 10, pick a number, I don't care, is causing economic chaos in our country, Ketanji. So you have to pick one. You have to pick an option. Which road? Do you want to have a country that has a border and a functional citizenry with sound economics where we can have real jobs and not hollow out our industry? Or do we want to be this globalistic world where everybody can come in from all over the place for whatever reason because they're experiencing strife on the way to the grocery store? There are consequences to this, Ketanji. Just because you don't care about them because you're in Washington, D.C. and you don't have to see it doesn't mean it's not real. So now they say the respondents, the temporary aliens who always knew they were temporary, they now face two unbearable options. On the one hand, they could leave the United States. That would be great. And then they would confront dangers in their native countries, or they could experience family separation, or they could forfeit any opportunity to obtain a remedy based on their other claims. Well, you know, they're adult people. They're humans. They got functional brains in their heads. So how come they couldn't come to these, conclusions when they were here temporarily? Like if you go to a student visa, like you're going to go get a visa to Oxford or something, like, unless you plan and have a plan to stay forever and the law allows that, it's temporary. Everybody knows that. So it was the same thing here. And now all of these consequences for something that was from the very beginning temporary. On the other hand, they could remain in the United States after parole, or they could risk imminent removal. Government agents are going to come round them up, along with serious attendant consequences from that. Saying, even confirming, if you don't leave, respondents may be subject to arrest and detention, and will no longer be authorized to work here legally in this country either, and will lose opportunity to seek any adjustment of status. It's all canceled. Yes, that's the point. We won the election. All canceled. The opposite of what Joe Biden did. Now, either choice creates significant problems for them, and it's not enough harm to the government. Both options might deprive this court of jurisdiction, and so we should grant a stay. Because if we do, granting the stay would facilitate needless human suffering before the courts. And I guess Venezuelans who are here illegally killing American citizens, like Eva from Texas, who was a U.S. Air Force cadet, that's not really human suffering to them. So our totally wide open system that was enabled by Joe Biden can allow to persist even after they got obliterated in the election, saying this is going to have high stakes, says Ketanji, real harm to people. One might reasonably expect the government to step up to equity's scale with a mountain of harm-related arguments bolstered by evidence. But the government is not showing why anyone's going to be harmed and why we need this policy now. Well, we need it now because the delay is the entire strategy. The lawfulness of this agency action is being litigated. We've denied other stay requests before, and the government is not giving us enough here, saying, and I guess she says, somehow the court has now apparently determined that the equity balance weighs in the government's favor. And I suppose, says Ketanji, that it is in the public's interest to have the lives of 500,000 aliens unravel all around us before the court decides their legal claims. She supposes, they didn't phrase it as kind of like a hysterical person. 500,000 migrants unravel all around us. Even assuming a likelihood that the law permits the government to terminate this, I would let the courts decide the highly consequential legal issue first, but allowing the government to do what it's doing now is unleashing devastation in the process. All right, well, the illegals have devastated our country, and the politicians who enabled it have done the same. Now, we reverse the course of power here, and fixing what they've done to us. So that was quite enjoyable. Ketanji was roaring mad because they care about illegals more than their own country. Now, we have Stephen Miller not playing around. Stephen Miller went on to CNN and spoke with Cassie, last name Hunt, and here is what he said during this very enjoyable obliteration.
Last few weeks, yet even just yesterday we saw whenever a judge rules against this administration, you say they're going rogue. Do you think a judge should just rubber stamp what your White House does? If not, what checks and balances do you think should be in place for this White House?
It is not the job of a district court judge to perform an individual green light or red light on every single policy that the president takes as the head of the executive branch. Just think about the premise baked into your question. Respectfully, Pam, you're saying that when the American people elect a president of the United States of America,
I'm not saying
well, it's the implication, who is the sole head of the executive branch.
Said,
let me finish. I will answer the question happily. But look, when you have these kinds of lazy assumptions built into questions, it makes it hard to have a constructive dialogue.
What is a lazy assumption? I said you all had to win.
You said is it my expectation?
I'm speaking
you
because
said,
now you're putting...
You said, is it my expectation? It's not just you. It's the whole media. In other words, when you
I know
hear
you
a
want
sentence
to loop
like...
this on. It is a completely fair question. You say judges rule against the White House.
And I will gladly answer it. When you say, do we think district court judges should rubber stamp each action? There is a premise that is built into that is absurd. The president is the sole head of the executive branch. He's the only officer in the entire government that's elected by the entire American people. Democracy cannot function. In fact, democracy does not exist at all if each action the president takes, foreign policy, diplomatic, military, national security, has to be individually approved by 700 district court judges. That's democracy.
No,
so there's
not.
15 communist crazy judges on the court that each of them as a team working together can block and freeze each and every executive action. Joe Biden was allowed by that same court system.
Some of them
to
are Trump
import 20
judges,
million
though.
illegal foreigners.
Why did Trump
into
put
this
these
country.
crazy communist judges, as you call them, on the bench?
You heard President Trump himself say that the Federal Society and Leonard Leo has created a broken system for judicial vetting. And God knows
He
this
did
time
say that.
around, we
So
are
does
not
that mean
going
he
to
doesn't
be using...
support
we are
picking
not
Amy
going to
Coney
be
Barrett
using-
for the Supreme Court?
What it means is simply this and nothing more. We're not going to be using the Federal Society to make judicial nominations at all going forward.
Yes, and my apologies, notice of errata on that. I thought that was Kay, last name Hunt, but it's not. I guess it's Pam somebody from CNN. They all kind of look and sound the same, so sometimes I get confused. But Stephen Miller is exactly right. These judges are instituting a judicial coup, and thankfully the Supreme Court on this case has come out and said status is canceled.
We're going to dive right into it. Apparently, I'm starting a race war in the WNBA.
You've done it again. You've done it again, Charlie.
I have a tendency to start race wars.
There was this placid world where there's the Women's National Basketball Association.
Of course, a bunch of women always get along.
Yeah, women are known for getting along. They live in harmony with one another. They definitely never have beefs or arguments or disputes or rivalries.
Only
or
Charlie
petty
Kirk would
jealousies.
start.
Only you could do it.
Yes.
WNBA was great. I'm sure all 10 people at their games were having a blast. And then this news story happened. Well, it's been happening for a while, but we can start showing it. You reacted to this hard foul.
No, it was a lot of them for the record.
Okay, there's a lot of things. So
I'm going to send the one. By the way, this just for the record, my latest tweet is one of my favorite tweets because I didn't run it by any of you guys. It was just called "The Scroll" and let it fly.
Mhm.
And then Andrew learns about it once it's up. But yes, keep going.
Yes. All right. So I think you've had a couple. So the first one we have, let's do, is this loaded yet? 398. So that was called as a violent atrocity on the court. That was Caitlin Clark dribbling, and she sort of brushed her fingertips.
Barely. I don't think she even touched it.
I think we might need a federal investigation.
I know. I think we need a hate crime investigation.
Exactly.
Whether she touched her.
Exactly. And so, and then
I meant the hand. Just to be clear, I don't think she even touched her. I mean, it's terrible.
Mm-hmm. And then on the flip side, though, we also have she's getting fouled very aggressively, and so you are also responding to that.
Brutalized.
Yeah, just brutalized on the court. So we have fouls get called one way, but not the other way, and it's all getting quite dramatic. And it turns out, really, everything was fine until you stuck your nose into it, Charlie. So what's the headline we have right now? Let me search Charlie Kirk WNBA, as I search every day, but I try to check.
It's in the chat, Blake.
Yeah, let's see. Charlie Kirk turns Caitlin Clark and WNBA referee controversy into race debate.
Race war.
Race war.
So I'm the one who found this article and showed everybody. I found this personally remarkable because the whole Caitlin Clark thing has been nothing but a racial discussion since she got into even when she was in college basketball. It was like, well, of course it has to be a white woman that makes college basketball, women's basketball popular. The entire saga has been about racial dynamics. And then somehow some jerk out there, some ignoramus says it's Charlie Kirk that turned it into a race debate. So it's truly remarkable feat of journalism.
I just want to repeat what I also tweeted today. Everyone knows what's happening here. They are jealous because she is the best white player and one of the best players in the WNBA. And the WNBA is overwhelmingly black women. And they are targeting her because of this.
And on top of that, what they're really mad about is that she's the first WNBA player in probably about 20 years who's been like a decently popular national
Sue
figure.
Bird was one, right? Who was the other one?
The one who
Candace Parker?
she was a big name. And like it's so dumb, frankly, that it became such a racial thing, because the one I was thinking of was Lisa Leslie. When we were growing up, she was a decently famous person. She got ads on TV.
Caitlin Clark's a whole different level.
And of course, one of the things about it is like Lisa Leslie was a perfectly wholesome woman. True story.
That's why
she took a long time to get married, because she had a handful of rules. It was, she wanted him to be, she wanted to marry another black guy. She wanted him to be a Christian. And this was the big one. She wanted him to be taller than her. Lisa Leslie was 6'7".
So her kids are going to be very tall.
Probably. I haven't followed up on that, but yeah. And so this all happened, but then they legit got mad that this girl was popular. She was a big deal when she was playing. Was it Iowa? I don't watch women's basketball.
She was. What you mean? Caitlin Clark played for Iowa.
Yeah, and so she was getting all the attention. They were selling out games. It takes a lot.
Scorer ever.
Takes a lot to sell out a
women's basketball game. Yeah, it's about at the level of like JV high school basketball.
Well, that's what they're really upset about. Is that Caitlin Clark is popular. They're upset that they think they've been carrying this league for so many years, which, by the way, has never been profitable. It's never been a rating success. None of those things have ever been true. But then Caitlin Clark comes around and people are talking about the WNBA. So all the black ladies are mad.
So this was the statement she gave. So remember, you started this war, but this is the statement she gave in
December. I sent out one tweet.
In December 2024, they named her Athlete of the Year at Time Magazine. And so she said in her interview, she had to issue this statement. I don't have video of it, so I don't know if there was like a gun pointed at her head or if they were like holding her family hostage. But she said, I want to say I've earned everything, but as a white person, there is privilege. A lot of the people who have made this league what it is are black women. And you can't see this, but in the article, they're lowercasing white, but capitalizing black, in case you weren't sure, who's good and who's bad here. The more we appreciate, highlight, and talk about that, the better. Brands and companies need to continue investing in those players who have made this league extraordinary. Elevating black women is a beautiful thing.
Yeah, who wrote that for you, first of all?
I mean, it's like a hostage situation. Though.
Yeah, like we have to check, like, okay, what were her eyes blinking in a certain way? Like, please don't hurt me. Please don't follow me any harder on the court.
And I think that statement was such an opportunity. I mean, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes, right? We've all learned this years ago, that if you have nothing to hide and you have nothing to feel guilty of, don't fake apologize. You don't win anything, right? It's the people that hate you already are not going to come around and say, oh, look, they apologized. They put out this statement. And then the people that had some respect because you actually stood up and meant something, well, now you've kind of minimized it, right? It's like some of these comedians, like Bill Burr is kind of going at the complete opposite direction. But when she put out that statement, I mean, I had so much hope for Caitlin being this person that she had to be political. She didn't have to be right wing, but don't capitulate to their talking points, and then everybody's mad at you. It's a lose-lose.
I mean, and I just have to say, like, women's basketball is so unwatchable. I'm sorry, it is. It's just such a low level of it's nothing against women. It's nothing. I mean, they're trying their best. It's just it's really hard to watch. If you're a homeowner, you need to listen to this. When's the last time you checked on your home title? That's the legal proof that you own your house. If you're like me, the answer is never. The problem is, in today's AI and cyber world, scammers are stealing home titles and your equity is the target. Here's how it works. Criminals forge your signature on one document, use a fake notary stamp, pay a small fee with your county, and boom, your home title has been transferred out of your name. Then they take out loans using your equity or even sell your property. You won't even know it's happened until you get a collection or a foreclosure notice. That's why you need to stop what you're doing and find out today if you're already a victim. Use my promo code Kirk at HometitleLock.com to make sure your title is still in your name. You'll also get a free title history report plus a free 14-day trial of their $1 million triple lock protection. That's 24/7 monitoring of your title, urgent alerts to any changes, and if fraud should happen, they'll spend up to $1 million to fix it. Go to HometitleLock.com now. Use promo code Kirk. That's HometitleLock.com, promo code Kirk.
Yeah. Women's basketball is, we should, guys, you got to pull one of those montages of just like bad WNBA plays. I mean, it's real bad. I mean, and to Charlie's point, it really does look like you're watching like JV basketball. Now, no offense, there's some really good basketball players that are women, Caitlin Clark being one of them, but there are good sports that women play that are actually watchable. Tennis, volleyball. Blake maybe disagrees with me, but just based on the look, there's a few that are actually watchable. I'll stand by that.
Gymnastics is pretty good.
Gymnastics.
I think that high level Olympic gold medal match women's volleyball, not beach volleyball, actual like volleyball is very good to watch. That is very intense, very high stakes. Balls moving super fast. Like that is very athletic. That's actually, I think, and I actually think it's more watchable than the men's volleyball, because the men's volleyball, they are so athletic. The ball, it's like whoever gets the ball has like very high probability just to spike it because they're so athletic. Where women's volleyball
there must be like insane injuries now.
No, that's right. Don't you agree, Andrew? Like the men's volleyball has no volley. It's just
they're almost too likely to just
totally
kind of side out instantly.
Yes,
and then and whoever's got control of the ball. I actually really agree with that, and it's a little bit more competitive with women's volleyball.
Yes,
but by the way, I remember when the U.S. women's national team was winning World Cups, right? I mean, that was really fun. As a nation, we were really into that, right? Before all the politicization of it.
No, that's
and
true.
all that
I remember. I women's soccer is fine. I mean, it's not my favorite to watch.
Women's tennis,
but there's something about women's basketball where it's such an aesthetic drop off. I don't mean aesthetic in a bad way, but it's such a visual drop off from the pace and the passing
skill.
And the shooting and the skill of men's basketball. It's like your brain can't process it. You know, it's so different. You're like, okay, this is sophomore boys basketball. And basically,
why do you guys like? I actually enjoy college women's basketball. I feel like so much more than I do pro. I'm still not saying I prefer women's basketball over men's, but like, what do you think the drop off is once? I mean, do you guys disagree with that? Like, do you can you watch the Final Four on the women's side? Like, I look at that as a completely different ball game than I mean, look at these montages. Like, I watch these for fun. They are so horrific. I don't know how anybody could pay money to be at these games.
Well, people tend to not pay money to be at those games, which is why it's been kind of a failure of a league. And Caitlin Clark's the best thing they have going for it. I don't know what it is about basketball.
She makes shots that men couldn't make.
Oh, yeah.
But also, guys, remember, sorry, you could keep going, Andrew, and then I have a point.
Well, I just don't understand. I don't know what it is specifically about the sport of basketball that tends to make the female form look uncomfortable. Now, I think, candidly, you watch Caitlin Clark, and she looks kind of like a dude on the basketball.
No, I mean, look at that. That right there, that's legit.
Yeah, but she does. But like, there's something specific about that. I actually really enjoy female college softball. I had some friends that got me into it.
More watchable than I thought when I was working out.
No, and they do these cheers, and it's really
I think
fun.
You're right. I actually think. I mean, softball is not. I wouldn't go out of my way to watch it, but. You know,
I'm going to get in some trouble with our audience potentially on this, but female UFC fights, I know that's like complicated. Dude, those women are amazing. Like some of those fights are incredible. Whether or not you want your daughter to be doing that, that's a whole other topic. But just pure entertainment value, those fights are incredible. This is like nothing about, for whatever reason, though, basketball is just not the female domain, in my opinion.
Well, remember also, the women's basketball uses a smaller basketball than men. I mean, it's literally a different sport. I mean, where the ball is 28.5 inches, where the men's ball is much bigger than that. And I was just trying to think of other sports that I don't watch any of them, but that are more watchable than female
Women's
basketball.
golf?
No, I don't watch golf.
Nah, I can't watch
You know what we
women's
should
golf
bring
either.
back? Did you know there used to be like an alternative basketball for women?
Wasn't it like 6-on-6?
It was
or
6-on-6, and it was very strange. Like you had 3 forwards and 3 defenders, and only like the forward people could shoot. And then there was all this bizarre stuff. I think you like couldn't dribble as much, something like that. It was
The fact
all
that we have to talk about how can we change the game to make it entertaining tells you how not entertaining it is.
I guess gymnastics. I'd actually prefer watching women gymnastics than men's gymnastics.
really though. Like men's gymnastics is really
I have
impressive.
to, I have
if you
to
watch
think
it.
about that. No, I think you're probably
It's pretty
yeah.
watchable.
I would
People
say
love
women's
watching it for the
gymnastics
Olympics.
I would say it's pretty watchable though. I'd say
Yeah.
women's gymnastics is
It
pretty
rates on the Olympics.
And-
it rates during the Olympics.
And I'll also say that women's track and field is watchable.
Yep, I agree. Women's figure skating.
Yeah, for sure. I actually think it's more watchable than men's
Oh,
figure
yeah.
skating. It's just way too.
There's something
yeah.
about tight pants.
I'm going to
and
say
little too
men's
feminine.
figure skating is very San Francisco.
yeah.
I suppose so. It's usually pairs, isn't it? That's
It's,
the main.
it's culturally very.
Culturally, it's a cultural issue.
Let's just say it's not exactly. You know what I mean. I guess that also women's swimming. I mean, that's fine to watch. Like Katie Ledecky was fun to watch during the Olympics.
It's just fun to watch your country win in the Olympics. But like, if you wouldn't sit down and watch like on a Saturday.
No, but I
and be
tried to watch the women's like gold medal match in basketball, which I think we won. It was like, wow, that was hard to watch. Like, oof. It's just
I'm surprised you spent time doing that, Charlie.
Well,
That's
I like
actually-
the Olympics. I love it. I watched it for about 45 seconds, and then I went and did something more.
He was prepping to get this race war started, doing his research.
Apparently, it's all my fault. So Blake, what would you say to someone that says? Because I got some mean tweets from people. Oh yeah, they really care. It's not racial against Caitlin Clark. Come on.
There's other white women in the NBA or WNBA.
I mean, all I would say is I don't think we were the first ones to start like using the W word or the B word in relation to this. Like there really is a thing where you started getting these articles like while she was still in college about people just bothered that she was getting too much attention or that it was like they would use the language like colonialism. They're like how this like white person is colonizing our league. Like they have ownership of this sport. And like that is where so much of this came from. Now, and then like other elements where like they were mad. Oh, they're promoting Caitlin Clark because she like is like more clean cut. Like she has a boyfriend, so she's not a lesbian like a lot of the players in the WNBA are. I think she's Catholic or like public. Like she has a good image basically. And it's like, oh, okay, yeah, leagues do better when they have people who have like positive like images that are like families like
To
it.
give
They
you
can
an
be like,
idea,
make your daughter like Caitlin Clark.
Do you know 26% of the WNBA is openly lesbian?
That is a very high rate. That
cannot be true.
It is.
20
No,
what
it's right
percent?
here. 26%.
That means it's probably closer to like 35 or 40% in real life.
Now, and here's the other one. According to InnerBasket.com, they say it's between 30 to 58%.
See?
That's like a very wide range.
It's because they're approximately
still high.
Yeah, I don't think they send out surveys.
Well, why not? We should collect more data on that. We should just be like, oh, you gotta if you enter the WNBA, you have to answer a million questions.
Remember
about
when
this sort of
Brittany
thing.
Griner, who got released from prison thanks to Trump, appeared to call
Biden.
Well, was it Biden or Trump?
Yeah, it was Biden.
Oh,
we
Trump-
traded
Trump
some
got out the
massive
mellow
international
people. Yeah,
terrorists for
that's
her.
right.
Yeah.
She called Caitlin Clark effing white girl. Could you imagine?
Called trash and
I
effing
feel
white
like,
girl.
yeah, if someone said effing black girl about a player in the WNBA,
We would have Minneapolis burn.
yeah, like Minneapolis would burn. It would be the #1 news story. That
Correct.
person would be deleted off the face of the planet.
And there would be a federal hate crime investigation.
Quite possibly, yeah. Especially under Biden. Like we'd get one of those like civil rights cases where they would like go into the entire WNBA and find how there was like systemic discrimination that led to this outcome, which is actually circling back around. That's how that 6-on-6 basketball went away. It didn't go away because people like organically didn't like it. It went away because activists were mad and they got, I'm not making this up, the Office of Civil Rights at either the DOJ or the Department of Education to say it was a violation of Title IX to have girls play this sport because they were less likely to get a scholarship for basketball at the college level.
Unbelievable.
So like they've been, if it helps, they've been inventing extremely deranged and insane civil rights justifications for everything they want to do for half a century.
Well, Blake, I have a question for you. Why is the WNBA still afloat? Like, who's covering the losses?
I think they're a subsidiary of the NBA. Like, there's a direct relationship between the two.
Let me chat on this. So there was this great article written in 2018 by an activist, Tho Bishop, and he got just destroyed for it. It was like why WNBA players are overpaid, right? And this is 18, right? Like this is, before like we got our country back. I mean, that was, we had Trump in the White House, but like the woke was really coming on. And it's just funny because, he details, listen, the NBA is just paying these people, right? If you look at the revenue that comes in, it's not just that they take a loss. It's that the NBA just doesn't want to deal with the pushback from the activists. And so they just float the bill for this. I mean, there's a reason they never take the camera angle and take it to the crowd. I mean, look at the angles on those games. It's like Congress, right? They keep the angles so you can't see you're in an empty room, but the NBA is paying for all of this.
So because according to this, the revenue for the WNBA was $200 million in 2023. It's now $710 million, and it will break $1 billion this year because of Caitlin Clark. She has contributed to a 48% increase in attendance and record-breaking TV ratings.
You know how people say that like they don't recognize the country they live in due to like social changes or immigration or whatever? That's how I feel when I hear a story.
Could you imagine sitting at home and voluntarily watching the WNBA?
There's a question I like to ask, which is,
and not having a relative.
I like to ask people this: would you rather find a $2 bill on the sidewalk, or have your local WNBA team win a title?
I don't know my local WNBA team.
That is the correct answer. Is I don't know if iTown has a WNBA team.
I don't even wait. Hold on, let me see. What is Phoenix WNBA team? Probably some weird name like the Cactus or something, or the Sky, the Mercury.
Phoenix Mercury. Okay.
They're off.
Did you say it Mercury?
Yeah, Mercury.
There you go.
They're off to a 4-1 record, despite the absence of key player Kalia Copper.
Is that true, or could that be like a hallucination by an AI?
It could be. I don't know.
You know what I think? This is a case of you have a small pond, right? And all these big time stars before Caitlin gets there, they want a big pond, right? They want this huge. She brings them the big pond. They're still a small fish. I mean, it's just a total, backlash to that.
So what do? You foul her hard.
Did you know that?
You call her white trash.
There's only 13 teams.
That bothers me because it's like not even.
I kind of love how feminine they've chose these names. They're like not that. You know how in the men it's like the Golden State Warriors or the Timberwolves. Let's listen to some of these. The Atlanta Dream, the Chicago Sky, the Connecticut Sun. You ready for an intense one? The Indiana Fever, New York Liberty, the Washington Mystics. Here we go. The Dallas Wings, the Las Vegas Aces, the Los Angeles Sparks.
Do that,
Blake. I will give you $100 if you get the name the Minnesota WNBA team.
You know what's going to be really terrible? I do know the Minnesota WNBA.
No, what is it?
Minnesota Lynx.
Sorry, I'll give you $100. Why do you?
Seattle.
I did this to humiliate you.
Because I.
Now, how dare you know
because
this?
Being a dork, I would read the newspaper every day growing up, and I would check like they had like this
I'm
the
so
big
disappointed
detailed
in you.
sports thing, and I knew I would look at what the frickin'
You should have
WNBA
said.
thing.
See, you want money more than you want. Your,
I know
your
this is
honor.
this is shameful. I have
Isn't it Seattle
myself.
Storm? That's
Yeah.
a pretty good one.
Yes, but just for the record, Blake could have pretended like he didn't know, but he wanted that $100.
I did.
And then the Seattle Storm, and then the Golden State Valkyries.
You see, if you'd asked me that one, I wouldn't have known.
I asked you
Valkyries is a
never
pretty
heard of
good
that.
like women's sports team.
That's
name,
good,
'cause
but I
it's
mean-
like it is a women thing that is cool.
But Atlanta Dream.
Atlanta Dream. That
Philadelphia is not on the list. I don't know the answer. You tell me they're not
is
listed.
it Seoul? Is it Seoul? That sounds.
No, that's
No,
our.
they don't have
They
one.
don't have one. Okay.
No.
Lucky you.
But the Connecticut Sun.
Connecticut Sun.
It's like the least sunny place.
As opposed to the Phoenix Suns, which is plural
I know,
and
it's
therefore
just the
cool.
Sun. They're just like one thing. They're the
One
sun. Tonight we're gonna go watch the Sun play. How awful is that?
That's like a thing they do now. Like in the NHL, the 2 new teams they added the Seattle Kraken, not Krakens, just Kraken. And then now Salt Lake they actually got the Phoenix Coyotes team that they disbanded, and they're just Mammoth. They're the Utah Mammoth.
So maybe I'm wrong because I was a huge Blackhawks fan growing up. Has the NHL popularity gone down? I think it has. I mean, I was really into the NHL because it was huge. I mean, the Blackhawks fever took over, and we won 3 Stanley Cups, and it was incredible. But I feel like the NHL has gone down too.
It's actually done okay. What's happened is, I remember growing up, they were really bad in the Sun Belt, and now they've kind of gotten over that. So, for example, in Tampa, the Tampa Bay baseball team does pretty horribly in terms of attendance. The Tampa Bay Bucks are at the low end of like NFL team popularity, but the Tampa Bay Lightning, which is their NHL team,
very popular,
sells out their games, has won titles. They do pretty well, and that's kind of been who's dominating because I think the Nashville team does well, and I think there's also one in Miami, and and the Carolina one, they've all done really well. In fact, pretty much the only Sun Belt hockey team that was a dumpster fire and nobody liked going to them was our team.
Oh, really?
So,
yep, they folded and they moved to Utah.
Yeah,
so Charlie, you're right though. Regular season games like viewership were about 500,000 in 2014 to 2015, and they've dropped to 385,000 between 2019 2020. This article's from 2023, and it's changes in media consumption, regionalization of NHL broadcast, low scoring, lack of star power, and they say COVID-19 impact.
Yeah, let me tell you why it's also dropping. I'm a season ticket holder for the Flyers, and they're horrible, so I don't usually admit that in public. But I've had them for 3 or 4 years, and I actually just dropped them because after we won the election, hockey, which, if you look at the demographics, I mean, in most of the cities, the people that are coming, it's a pretty conservative crowd. I mean, some cities, it's just not going to be because of the cities, but like, it's pretty red. And after we won the election, Gritty, our great mascot, goes on ice with a trans flag, like during Pride Day. And it was just like so tone deaf. And I like flipped out I'm like, look, I'm paying all this money. I had an activist with me who's obviously right wing, and we're sitting there like having to deal with this. I think they're like one of the last leagues. Oh, they're moving slowly, some of them, but like they just double down and don't understand their audience. It's pretty bad.
And it really just kind of goes to show how popular football is. I mean, it just dwarfs these other sports. I mean, it's not even close.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm told the Thunder are in the NBA Finals.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that like Russell Westbrook?
Oh, he's gone. He's gone now. I think he's still in the league, but he's not with the.
Is Kevin Durant on the Thunder?
No, you're way out of date, man. I don't even know where Durant is. Isn't he on the? He's on the Suns, isn't he?
I stopped watching 10 years ago.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, Charlie. You're about 10 years out.
Yeah.
I can't name a single NBA player on the Thunder.
Yeah. Okay. I want to respond. So Patty Luke in our chat says, nothing like 4 men who don't play sports going after the WNBA. You guys have no business bashing these women who would clean your clocks if you had
For the record, let me just tell you, if I could get my back fixed, which I'm very hopeful I have a procedure, I could beat some WNBA players one-on-one. Not all. I could. I could challenge the bottom 25% of WNBA players. The bottom 25%. If I could get my back fixed and I have 3 months of proper preparation, I could beat them one-on-one. You think I'm joking? I'm 6'5". I played competitive Midwest AAU basketball. I
was really good at basketball too, by the way.
Yeah,
just
and like
for the record,
again, I'm taller than the bottom 25%. If I have the problem is my back is a complete, and you guys know, you could attest to me, my back is a catastrophe.
Now, what I would say,
CK, the internet used to think you were only 6'1". Glad we got that.
We fixed
clarified.
that problem. Okay. Actually, you know what, Daisy, if you go to my Instagram like 7 or 8 years ago, there's all these trick. You know, I used to do trick shots on Instagram.
I've seen the reel.
Yeah, right.
There was like a montage.
Yeah, no, not just the high school ones. I used to do like trick shots where I would just do half court shots and make it on the first attempt. Dave,
Well,
we should play some. Go ahead. Yeah.
And by the way, I'm not trying to but dear Patty, I mean, I was a first team All-State football player.
Boom. Here we go.
Yeah, I don't go around saying that, but if she's
I
going to
need
come
the
at
Andrew
me, bro.
Colvette. I need the highlight reel of Colvette.
Yeah, and
I did have one, but I'm, it's I don't know what happened to
Did
it,
you guys
but-
win state?
We runner up in state.
Why didn't you play college football?
I actually went out for one day. It's complicated.
At
I went out for
UW?
one day though at UW
You could have
open
walked
field.
on.
No, the coaches found out. Like, I didn't actually think I was going to play in college. I had no desire, but they found it on my sort of application or whatever, and they invited me out for an open field day. And it was like, I forget the guy's name. It was Isaiah something or other. Anyways, he was like a 5-star recruit. He's a wideout. And like, he happened to be out there one day, and I got lined up beside him, and I was playing cornerback. And the guy just flew by me by about, 10 miles per hour faster than me. And I was just like, yeah, it's not going to happen. What's the point? Like, what's the point? But
yeah, until
high school level, I was good.
She's striking out. I was a collegiate golfer. I never talk about that. Might have been D2. Might have got a couple $1,000, but yeah, we're not talking to no athletes here.
Yeah, and
by
Blake
the way,
can bench like 300 pounds. Patty, little known fact: Blake can actually bench with the best of them.
It's true. Blake
He lasted longer than Shane Gillis. He lasted 2 hours on the Notre Dame football team. Or excuse me, was it West Point? He wanted to go to Notre Dame, but he lasted 2 hours on the football team and quit college.
But yeah, anyway, even if we couldn't beat the WNBA players, it is noteworthy that we don't have the NBA subsidizing us for millions of dollars a year.
Correct.
To go play basketball.
And
we justify our own existence here.
Yes, and yes, we are self-sustainable. And so
I do think we should make this happen, though. We should probably. We're going to get your back fixed.
I got to get my
and
back
then
surgery done.
We have to go find
and then I need 3 months to prepare.
And then we find someone recently cut from a WNBA team. Maybe.
Yes, and I will pay her a ton of money just to do it, and we'll film it, and we'll see if I win.
So what will we do if
I lose?
I don't want to. I don't want to say it's
fine.
likely, but what if we lose bad?
I mean, again,
Who did?
I'm 6'5". I'm not going to lose bad. Okay.
You're working on cleaning it up to make sure you have an enhanced, and we're going to give the original so you don't think there were any shenanigans.
No shenanigans. We're gonna give you the enhanced. See, what we're doing is we got to figure out how to get the VEO3 watermark out of the upper right hand corner of the video. Welcome to the Jimmy Dore Show, everybody. Keaton and Kurt in for Jimmy while he is on the road this week. All right, folks, here it is. A new episode of Harold and Kumar Go to the Justice Department. Dan Bongino and Kash Patel
Yes.
are back in the news. So every week we get an episode. Yeah. Every week we get a new episode of this. It seems like they'll say something, then they'll go away for a week, and then they'll say something again. Yes. But here he is, Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino says a bombshell video confirming Jeffrey Epstein's suicide is coming soon. Bongino says the footage shows Epstein alone before and after his death, with no evidence of accomplices, suspects, or outside involvement. Clear as day, he said.
I thought the cameras were off.
Yeah, well, he says there's no video of the event itself, but they have very conclusive video that they will release shortly. Here you go.
Cases obviously are of significant public interest. I'm just telling you what we see in the file. I just want to be crystal clear on this. I am not asking anyone to believe me. I'm telling you what's there and what isn't. Right. There is nothing in the file at this point on the Epstein case, and there's going to be a disclosure on this coming shortly. We are working through there is video. That is something the public does
There's video of him killing himself.
No, not the actual act, but the entire.
So there's video. Yes, there's video of him killing himself. Well, yeah. Well, no, not the actual act. No. But there's video.
It sounds like he's cheating on you.
Yeah.
He sounds like, are you cheating on me, Dan Bongino? He goes, is there, no, I will be very definite.
Right.
What that's called in the body language world is he has very little leakage right now, and he's being very aggressive. And you better believe they get coached. Anybody in government that's going to go on a thing because they only go on Fox. They're not going to come on here. They're not going to go on anybody else's show no more, only on Fox. So Hunter Biden had a coach, remember, for when he had his interview?
Right.
They get coached to be as stiff as possible, but then it becomes conspicuous that they're doing it. So you see how aggressive he is, like while he's saying it, and you're like, oh.
Yeah, and then they ask him, so do you have a video of him actually doing it? Well, no, but he explains more.
By the way, Dan, nobody here was worried about justice for Jeffrey, just so you know. I don't really give a shit if he committed suicide. I'd like to know why the whole country is not on strike, because the very powerful people involved with him have not been exposed, and they still work here. So why are you voting or doing anything when you know that that's still there? Why?
Right.
There is video. That is something the public does not.
Video of him killing himself.
No, not the actual act, but the entire MCC Bay. There was only one camera. There were there's video that when you look at the video, and we will release. That's what's taken a while on this. We are working on cleaning it up to make sure you have an enhanced.
We're working on cleaning it up to see if you have an enhanced. Oh, then he realizes he fucked that up, so then he has to go back. Oh, we're going to give you the unedited too.
We're working on cleaning it up to make sure you have an enhanced, and we're going to give the original, so you don't think there were any shenanigans.
No shenanigans. We're going to give you the enhanced. See, what we're doing is we got to figure out how to get the VEO3 watermark out of the upper right hand corner of the video. And once we figure out how to do that, we're going to release it. It's hard to do that. It's hard to get the watermark out because, we're using the 30-day free trial. We tried to get Elon to spring for the paid membership, but he said, no, Doge and whatnot. You don't want to waste taxpayer money. So the watermark is in the video. We got to get rid of it.
We want to give you the Snyder cut.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
We're working on cleaning it up to make sure you have an enhanced, and we're going to give the original so you don't think there were any shenanigans. You're going to see there's no one there but him. Right. There's just nobody there. So I say to people all the time, if you have a tip, let us know.
Well, I'm sure there was no one there when he didn't kill himself. Like, I'm sure, that we
I think he's got a tip in his mouth from someone part of the cabal. That's what I think. Because that is crazy you know what? Jimmy's right. Because I get worked up and I tweet awful things at them and it's terrible.
Right.
I'm grateful to both of Harold and Kumar for, because people don't listen to me when I tell them the whole thing's fake and they're going to bullshit you. They did more than I ever could explaining how it is, both of them. But Fox, none of these jerk-offs are like, hey, who cares about that? Where's the people that were going there? Who was being blackmailed? What are they in charge of? Are you getting them out of there? Where's that stuff? And okay, you can't tell me because it's ongoing. How about just like an update or something? No, nothing? Okay, because it's a little different than day one we're going to have this, There's a little bit off from that.
Well, yeah, sure. Absolutely. And here's the other thing. Assuming he did kill himself, that's still a massive scandal that he was able to kill himself. The whole point of containing someone like that is you're supposed to make it so that they can't do that. You're not supposed to give them enough cloth or whatever the hell he used to hang himself with in the cell. You're supposed to watch them like a hawk so that they don't hurt themselves, assuming that's what happened. He's telling us he has video that proves he did kill himself. He's saying he has every moment except when it actually happened. He says we don't actually see him do it, but we're going to get you that video soon.
That's like when David Copperfield made the Statue of Liberty disappear. No one could figure it out, and there was no camera trickery. So, and then I found out later it was camera trickery.
Well, that's like the Mexican stare. That's like the South Park, the Mexican staring frog of southern Sri Lanka. Remember the South Park episode where there's the frog that you're not supposed to look at? Yeah, it's an old school one. Yeah, that was like a 90s
I didn't
episode.
like it until season 8.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was definitely pre-season 8. Yeah, there's like this mythical, dangerous frog that you're supposed to trust exists, but you're not supposed to look at it. So obviously, you can never prove whether it exists or not.
But there's no DNA, there's no audio, there's no fingerprints, there's no suspects, there's no accomplices, there's no tips, there is nothing. If you have it, I'm happy to see it. There's video clear as day. He's the only person in there and the only person coming out. You can see it. So
all right. So Zero Hedge has the write-up on this. Bongino claims new video evidence will prove Epstein's suicide.
Who cares?
Yeah. Almost 2 weeks ago, FBI Director Kash Patel and his deputy Dan Bongino insisted that pedophile financier Jeffrey Epstein definitely committed suicide, with strange credulity in light of all the strangeness surrounding his or some homeless guy in a mask's untimely death while awaiting trial for sex trafficking minors. Some snark there from Zero Hedge. Some little sassy there from Zero Hedge. So this is what they are referring to, of course. This was the previous episode of Harold and Kumar Go to the Justice Department. This was last week on Fox News.
Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. People don't believe it. Well, I mean, listen, they have a right to their opinion, but as someone who has worked as a public defender, as a prosecutor, who's been in that prison system, who's been in the Metropolitan Detention Center, who's been in segregated housing, you know a suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
He killed himself. You want me to? I've seen the whole file. He killed himself.
I know it's hard work.
It is.
This is literally a good Harold and Kumar premise.
Yeah.
This is literally. I remember those very well. This would like sell the movie in the preview where there's he killed himself. Like that. The timing's beautiful.
Yeah.
Great idea.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. Could be workshopped for sure. Could have something. For starters, Epstein's cellmate was moved out the day before he decided to hang himself, quote unquote, on August 10th, 2019, crushing bones in his neck, which can fracture during hangings, but are typically broken during homicide by strangulation. What's more, at least one of the cameras in the hallway outside Epstein's cell had footage that is unusable, despite other clearer footage which was captured in the area, the Washington Post reported at the time. Never mind the shouting and shrieking heard from Epstein's cell the morning he died. Now that AI is hyper-realistic, ? Like I said, a lot of snark here. Well done. Bongino says there's footage that will prove Epstein did kill himself. There's video clear as day, he told Fox News Thursday. He's the only person in there and the only person coming out. You can see it. This just goes through some of the quotes. We don't have
The to cameras read were off.
Right.
He didn't explain. They go. I think they said it. He goes, "Well, no, there's another camera. You're going to see it clear as day." What other camera? You said they were off. All of them said they were off.
Yeah, no, there's no way to sort of contain this at this point. So Wall Street Ape says, how did we go from video 1? Kash Patel says the Jeffrey Epstein client list will be released day 1 to video 2, which is the one we saw at the top of the segment. But let's take a trip back to earlier this year, where Kash Patel was undergoing some confirmation hearing questioning.
About the
I need a
Epstein
T-shirt of this.
case. I have worked on this for years, trying to get those records of who flew on Epstein's plane and who helped him build this international human trafficking, sex trafficking ring. Now, earlier I urged then Chairman Durbin to subpoena those records, and I ended up being blocked by Senator Durbin and Christopher Wray. They stonewalled on this. And I know that breaking up these trafficking rings is important to President Trump. So will you work with me on this issue so we know who worked with Jeffrey Epstein in building these sex trafficking rings?
Absolutely, Senator. Child sex trafficking
yeah.
has no place in the United States of America, and I will do everything, if confirmed as FBI director, to make sure the American public knows the full weight of what happened in the past.
What'd you say?
This is the number one in all the world for that is America. The number one destination for sex tourism is America. It's not Thailand. It's here.
Wow. Dan Bongino, as a podcaster, Washington is knee-deep in Epstein case. Don't let that story go. As deputy FBI director, Epstein killed himself. Case closed. That's right.
Listen, that Jeffrey Epstein story is a big deal. Please do not let that story go. Keep your eye on this. Catherine Rumler, I want you, we need to keep the heat on this case, folks. There are a lot of people who are knee deep in the Washington swamp who are not telling you the truth about serious allegations out there that Epstein may have had video and audio of people out there doing things they shouldn't have been doing. And you should be asking yourself the question, how is it that all these people, the CIA director, the Obama fixer, Bill Clinton, all intersected paths with Jeffrey Epstein? Jeffrey Epstein isn't with us anymore, and nobody seems to want to talk about it outside of a few entrepreneurial media outlets saying, hey, this is a big deal.
He killed himself. Again, you want me to get, I've seen the whole file. He killed himself.
I guess the FBI doesn't pay in Rumble rants like he was relying on before. And by the way, that's not a knock on Rumble. We love Rumble here, obviously. That is a knock on the Department of Justice. We need more of the Bongino on the left, not only as it pertains to this case, this is a bit of a tangent, but as it pertains to civil liberties. You know, one of the things I was like not so depressed about when he was named deputy FBI director is this was a guy who was censored by YouTube and built a huge platform on Rumble where he has advocated very, very consistently, to his credit, for freedom of speech.
Mhm.
And now you are a high-ranking official in a Justice Department that has literally locked a man in jail, Mahmoud Khalil, for speech. A man who is on a green card, who is a permanent legal resident, who has every legal right to call this country his home and live under protections of the First Amendment. He is sitting in a cell because he criticized Israel, because he used his mouth and used his words in a way that the government does not like. So both on this case and on the civil liberties front, I would appeal to Dan Bongino, try and get a word in edgewise with the higher ups, because the administration has been an absolute dismal failure in both respects, both in terms of the Epstein promise, which they completely turned their back on, and on the free speech front.
Maybe coming soon, Maha as well. Will you just rewind it so you can see the two Dans together? Let me just explain to you why you shouldn't bother talking. So, really what he should do in the other picture is have glasses like Clark Kent. So here's his superhero outfit with the Constitution Man on the one side. That's what he's doing on Rumble.
Right.
And then now he's in his Clark Kent day job disguise. I think for out of the gate, that's what he was. And I never trusted Bongino. Kash Patel, I a little bit had because he was like saying so much great stuff other than the weird Israel stuff, which we also didn't like. But I was like, maybe it is a thing. Maybe it is a thing. Bongino, look, he's wearing a We the People shirt. It's like if you had a big fat American tie on, you'd know he's full of shit. It's the number one uniform of someone that's there to bullshit you. He's wearing I can't believe I didn't spot it earlier when he had that shirt on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, on that score, I would say this. It's very obvious, we had Michael Scherzer on earlier. He's been deplatformed within an hour of the Meta enforcer noticing his pro-Palestine comedy bit, which was very benign, like extremely benign and harmless, by the way. Yeah. The country is run by a gang. I mean, that's what this is. The country is run by a gang. Hey, you know what that reminds me of? A book called Government Gangsters, written by who? Kash Patel, which he seemed very critical of until he got this job. And, for all this talk about how they're going to hold power to account and shake up the establishments, who has been the target of this administration's Justice Department? It's been people with no money, no power, immigrants, students, pro-Palestine activists. They are tough as hell when it comes to them. They can't wait when they round up an immigrant or they deport a pro-Palestine student. Pam Bondi can't find a camera fast enough to say, "We will find you. We will find you and we will support you." And when it comes to this, it's like, well, we're doing the best we can. It's going to take
not in a hurry with Epstein. Right?
Yeah, no urgency at all. All of a sudden, that urgency is gone. And this is one of the ironies. I mean, and this honestly is one of the things I thought about when Bongino got that spot. Is like, hey, listen, man. You felt the jackboot of censorship on your windpipe, and you spoke very consistently for speech. And where is that now? Nowhere. It's really a horrible failure. I would say the two biggest failures of this administration. Well, three. I mean, Gaza is obviously a nightmare, but relative to Biden and Kamala, that's relatively similar to what you would have had with them. The Epstein thing is a major broken promise, and the civil liberties infractions are just horrid.
Worse than the wokies. How do you manage to do that?
Yep. They're worse. They're worse than Biden on speech. They're just objectively. I mean, you can't really argue otherwise. You can't be locking people in cages for criticizing Israel and come out and make a free speech argument. It's absolutely
China has better free speech now. China.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You think you can't say it's criticize Israel in China? You can.
You can. Absolutely.
1775 is giving away free starter kits loaded with premium coffee and gear. While coffee prices have jumped over 30% this year, 1775 said screw it and started flinging free kits like a caffeinated Oprah on a rampage. If you've been waiting for a sign from God or just a halfway decent excuse to finally try it, this is it. But it's only live for while quantities last. So you'll get 3 bags of coffee, 2 16-ounce of your choice, dark or medium, plus their longevity blend, infused with anti-aging calcium AKG, clinically proven to reduce biological age. Translation, your morning coffee just got more effective than your multivitamin, your chiropractor, and midlife crisis combined. You cover 2 bags, $17.75 covers the rest. That's a full 16-ounce bag of coffee plus premium gear. Give me a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or reusable K-cup filter. Whole bean, ground, or pods, it's your call. Start your day with your coffee that actually backs what you believe in. Smooth, jitter-free, anti-woke, and laced with the kind of energy that keeps you young, sharp, and mildly dangerous. Go to 1775coffee.com/door and grab your free starter kit before someone realizes this was a terrible business decision. Come see us live in Los Angeles, Buffalo, Toledo, Montreal, Ottawa, Glasgow, Manchester, Belfast, Dublin, London, Liverpool, Birmingham. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets.
A federal jury appears to have found that the FBI entrapped people in a matter involved in an alleged plot to kidnap the governor of Michigan. The FBI appears to have contrived the plot, used its informants to draw people into the plot, and provided logistical and financial support to what was in effect an FBI operation. You had a lead informant, a guy named Big Dan, who was paid $54,000 over 6 months to pretend to lead a fake militia to recruit really disadvantaged and unstable men from a Facebook discussion group. FBI paid travel expenses for people involved, food, even alcoholic beverages to take the targeted folks to a militia conference out of state. There were more than a dozen FBI informants involved in the process, undercover FBI agent, several of them, one of whom purported to teach how to make a bomb. Is that the kind of conduct that DOJ and FBI are engaged in pursuing domestic terrorism matters?
Given that it's an ongoing case, I simply can't comment on any of the questions you've asked.
Well, it's not ongoing as to 2 defendants. They've been acquitted by a jury. I understand that DOJ has decided to retry 2 other defendants, but the evidence is what the evidence has been. That's been public. Don't those revelations impair the credibility of the FBI?
That was former Congressman Dan Bishop in the House Judiciary Committee last Congress. He's now a top official at the Office of Management and Budget in the Trump administration. We have breaking news tonight. President Trump is considering pardons for Barry Croft Jr. and Adam Fox, convicted in 2022 for plotting to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. Trump described their prosecution as a, quote, railroad job, suggesting that they may have been unfairly targeted.
I did watch the trial. It looked to me like somewhat of a railroad job. I'll be honest with you. It looked to me like some people said some stupid things. You know, they were drinking, and I think they said stupid things, but I'll take a look at that.
Trump's newly appointed pardon attorney, Ed Martin, is reviewing these cases, likening them to January 6th defendants. Defense attorneys argued that Croft and Fox were influenced by FBI informants who played very significant roles in developing the very plot that these 2 nitwits were charged with. Defense attorneys argued that the very idea to kidnap Governor Whitmer was introduced and encouraged by FBI informants. One informant, Dan Chappelle, reportedly encouraged the plan even when the participants hesitated and wanted to withdraw from the scheme. Adam Fox, described as the mastermind, lived in the basement of a vacuum repair shop, as all masterminds do, I guess. He was characterized by peers as lacking any leadership qualities or tactical skills. This portrayal raises real questions about his ability to orchestrate such a complex operation without some sort of external governing influence. An appeals court ruled that entrapment evidence was wrongly excluded, but still upheld the convictions anyway. Stephen D'Antuono, who led the FBI's Detroit field office during the Whitmer investigation, was later promoted to head the Washington, D.C. field office, overseeing the January 6th Capitol riot probe. Isn't that interesting? His involvement in both high-profile cases has drawn a lot of attention from critics questioning the FBI's methods. Joining us now, Republican candidate for Attorney General of Michigan, Kevin Kievsky. So, Kevin, what do you think really happened in this alleged plot to kidnap the governor of Michigan?
I think that when you take a look at all these people that were accused, they were very frustrated and really essentially fed up with what the governor was doing during COVID. The president even said himself that perhaps they were maybe blowing off some steam. But also, I think perhaps we actually have a little bit of an entrapment issue. And I think that's why the president wants to take a deep look into this.
Do you think the president should pardon these two individuals who were convicted by a jury?
I think that maybe a few other things need to happen. First, when it comes to Pam Bondi, in addition to Kash Patel, perhaps they can take a look and see what the Attorney General was doing here. The Attorney General here has been awful, and she has wrongfully prosecuted many different people. And perhaps she has been conspiring with the US DOJ during the Biden administration to bring forward these sham prosecutions in a lot of different areas. So it could be a conspiracy against rights. I think that investigation needs to happen. Depending upon the results of that investigation, and if it shows that perhaps there is prosecutorial misconduct, then yes, I think that president should seriously consider pardoning these individuals if indeed they did nothing wrong.
This is something that was the biggest story in the world when it happened. There are some concerned that this wasn't a case of the federal government monitoring these individuals and then observing when they crossed the line into criminal conduct. The federal government was actually inspiring these otherwise ne'er-do-well nitwits to believe that they had hatched this plot. Do you believe this plot was indeed hatched by the two defendants in the case, or do you believe the plot was hatched by the federal government and then somehow mentally inseminated into these individuals who are now in prison?
It really sounds like this was something that was kind of conjured or cooked up by the federal government at the time, or various bad actors within the federal government. And that's really the problem here. I do think that an investigation perhaps would show that there was a conspiracy against rights. Again, that's a 10-year federal felony. And perhaps when we take a look at all of this, these individuals should seriously be considered to be pardoned, but at the same time, perhaps there should be these particular federal criminal charges that could be brought against bad actors, both at the federal government and perhaps at the state government level.
Do you believe this case is bigger than the facts? Do you think it's tied to anything else that we're seeing play out in the powers of the federal government and how they interact with various individuals?
You know, honestly, I think it's all about one word: lawfare. And that's exactly what we're seeing here in this particular case. What we see with the alternate electors that are being charged here in Michigan. You can take a look at this time and time again with COVID. You see a lot of different actors here in the state of Michigan. If you don't fall into line with their political views or their ideology, they're going to be coming after you. And who's going to be next, right? Could be you, could be anyone. And that's not what we need to have here in the state of Michigan, or frankly, any state here across the United States. It just needs to end.
Yeah, I think it's a good point you make about pattern recognition, that in some places, if you see conduct develop, that conduct can metastasize into other investigative matters or other policy matters. A lot of people are concerned that the very person who ran the investigation we've been talking about in Michigan, Mr. D'Antuono, then ends up in Washington, D.C., running the January 6th investigation. You talked about the alternate electors matter. Do you think that there's a role for the Federal Civil Rights Division or the federal government in stopping some of these state-based actions that involve concerns about the 2020 election?
110%. I'm going to give you a very quick thing that your viewers can look at, and it's been out there for a little bit of time. The current Attorney General of Michigan, Dana Nessel, there was an undercover video taken of her talking to a liberal group in California, where she says two things. First, regarding the alternate electors, that they were brainwashed and they truly believed everything that they were doing. If that's the case, that gets rid of the specific intent prong of all the different crimes that they're being charged with. And second, she actually said that as when it comes to the alternate electors, she was charging them in Ingham County. That's where Lansing, the capital, is located, because it's a very, very Democratic county and jurors would convict. And then when we take a look at these individuals, the state cases, I think there were 6 or 7 of them, the prosecutions that happened over here in the various counties on the west side of the state. She said that those that were exonerated or found not guilty, well, that's because it was a Republican county and because of Republican jurors. I can't imagine, Matt, anyone across Michigan, yet alone any other state in the United States, that thinks that that is a good thing to do. And I really believe it shows political animus. So I'm calling on Pam Bondi and also the Civil Rights Division of the US DOJ. Please come take a look at these cases here in Michigan, because this shows nothing other than prosecutorial misconduct and an abuse of discretion of the Office of the Attorney General.
It's so important, and it's not just happening in Michigan. I know that General Bondi and Harmeet Dillon and Leo Terrell, these are some of the most terrific people we could have in government, and they got a lot on their plate. But there are state actions underway right now regarding the 2020 election that fit squarely within our understanding of lawfare, just like you mentioned. And whether it is the prosecution of Mark Meadows and Rudy Giuliani still underway in Arizona, whether it's what you've described in Michigan, where people who believed they were acting under the color of law, who had no intention of breaking the law or harming our republic, they thought they were helping. Those people shouldn't be facing any sort of criminal process or conviction or sentence. And I just have to ask you a political question about how all this plays out in Michigan. Mostly we wanted to talk about the law, but Michigan was the blue wall state that President Trump won by the narrowest margin in 2016. Then, we know what happened in 2020 and 2024. We saw Democrats most optimistic about their chances in Michigan, but President Trump prevailed in the state yet again. What do you think is the winning coalition of voters to win statewide in Michigan? And can it be a durable, reliable state for Republicans going forward?
I think moving forward, it absolutely can be a reliable state, as long as when it comes to the state GOP, we're able to unify 4 really good candidates that can win elections. 110%, I believe that. And what is the winning coalition? It's not just getting people from the GOP, but you could take a look all the way going back to the 1980s in Macomb County, the Reagan Democrats. These were traditional blue-collar workers that voted Democrat all their life. And they didn't want to actually have the same old. And that's why they voted for Ronald Reagan. Fast forward to today, these same type of individuals, they are voting for Trump. Why? Because they're on the right side of all these 80-20 issues. They don't want to see our country go to hell as it relates to foreign trade and, tariffs not being there to protect our workers. What they want to do, all of these people across Michigan, is just to live simple, healthy, safe lives. And if they're going to be doing that, and they want to do that, they're going to continue voting for Trump. And they're not going to be going for woke prosecutors, woke governors, and frankly, other individuals that are trying to undermine what it means to be a Michigander, yet alone, of course, a U.S. citizen.
You've got a wonderful state, and we hope that you can save it. Kevin Kiefsky is running for Attorney General in the state of Michigan. Where can folks go to learn more about your campaign and the issues you're talking about?
Yeah, thank you. So they could go to my website, kevinformi.com. And of course, we don't necessarily have a primary here in order to pick who the Attorney General candidate nominee will be. That's going to be up to the state party. But I do encourage folks right now to go there, take a look to see what the issues are. And I really thank everyone for their support, because we need to take Michigan back, because freedom is not negotiable.
Kevin Kiefsky, thank you so much for coming on the program and sharing your perspective.
Thank you, Matt.
So Jasmine Crockett says that a lot of Republicans come up to her and they tell her that they really, really like her. Are you buying that? Let's talk about it. How's everybody doing? My name is Anthony Brian Logan, and today we got to talk about the very controversial Democratic House rep from Texas, Jasmine Crockett, saying that a lot of Republicans come up to her while she's out and about doing her daily chores, minding her business, and they tell her that they really, really like her. Now, she made these comments on Jim Acosta's program. I guess he has a podcast like everybody else and their grandmama in 2025. But here's the $1 million question, as I asked from the beginning. Here is the $1 million question. Do you think she's telling the truth, or is she lying or exaggerating, not really giving you the full details? You know what I think? I think there is a certain level of truth. I have my opinion. I'll get to that a little bit later. But I think there is a certain level of truth to what she's saying, probably because of how popular she is. I mean, nobody can deny that she's very popular. Now, does that mean that these Republicans that she say come up to her would vote for her? I don't know about that. That might be a bridge too far. But I think there are some people who come up to her and they want to get a picture and stuff like that, and they are on the right side of the aisle. Now, before I go too far into it, let's get to a couple of clips. The first one is going to be with April Ryan. Okay, you guys may or may not recognize her. I think at one point she was a White House reporter. Anyway, this is going to be about why Trump got elected, in their opinion. Then we're going to get to the Jim Acosta clip in which she says a lot of Republicans actually like her. And of course, both clips will be in the description. If you're on IG, Facebook, etc., visit the link in the bio, go to the corresponding article on the website. But without further ado, let's go ahead and roll it.
The economy was the reason the Donald Trump won the election. It was supposed to be.
You sure don't agree with that, huh? I guess you don't think the economy was the reason. I think the economy was most certainly a big part of the reason why Trump succeeded. Let's see what they come to a conclusion on.
Before, it was supposed to be about fraud, waste, and abuse. Donald Trump won the election on the economy, but look at what's happening right now.
I mean, I hear you. I'm not going to say all the reasons he won. I think he won more so because there was a lack of education out there for people to truly understand how things work.
So there you go. Okay. I think he won because the people are just dumb. They didn't know anything. They just ignorant, didn't have the information.
Right? Like people being frustrated about the inflation that we did endure and that we still were kind of suffering the remnants of, didn't necessarily fully understand or want to understand that it was a global inflation that we were struggling with because of the global pandemic, because we live by global supply chains. Now, I think people are getting educated in the moment, right?
The economy was.
Okay, so that's why she thinks President Trump won again. The reality is people did not like the direction of the country. It did not like the policy. And the most important thing, in my humble opinion, was that border. Y'all left that border wide open and let every Tom, Dick, and Harry from all over God's green earth to come in here. Straight up criminals, people that were not wanted in their home countries were flushed upon us. And we got to deal with it. Just regular, everyday people, we got to deal with the consequences of your open border policy. What we voted for, in large part, in my humble opinion, was to reverse that. Okay. Now let's get to the Jim Acosta clip here. And of course, again, both clips will be in the box. Check it out.
Republicans poll all the time. And I have no idea what all is happening in their polling, but I can tell you in real life that I've had a number of Republicans that approach me as they see me out and they say, hey, I just wanted to let you know that I really like you. Like we come from completely different parties. But I believe that you are fighting for the people. I believe that you are trying to do what's best for all of us. I may disagree with like how you feel like we get there, but I agree with your fight. And I think that that's what's scary for them is this idea that it's not just, say, Black folk that are listening to me, right? Republicans poll all the time.
Okay, so there we go. You know what's happening, because what I gather from that is that it was white Republicans, non-Black Republicans, and then some Black people in general will come up to her, but they're not necessarily Republican. What's happening, in my opinion, is that they are entertained by her. They probably enjoy watching clips of her, but that's pretty much where it's going to stop. And I get some of the same thing, though. People come up to me and say, hey, you know what? I'm a liberal, but I watch you because I think that you're entertaining. I like your take on certain things. I don't agree with everything you say or the majority of it, but I appreciate you and what you put out there to the public. I get the same thing. And Trump also gets that. So it's not just a whole Black entertainer thing, because Trump gets that as well. They say he's the most entertaining politician ever. And he is effective. Now, in the case of Jasmine Crockett, the entertainment piece, she has it for sure. Nobody can deny that. She goes around this whole US of A speaking, and she's in high demand. She's in high demand because people enjoy hearing her talk. They are entertained. They appreciate her being able to speak. Okay. And you know, what they didn't appreciate was Kamala. Listen, Jasmine Crockett might try to run for president. Oh, they're gonna have an exploratory committee. They're gonna try it. Yes, they will. Idiocracy is here, you say? Yes, but hey, what are we to do? There's an audience for her. There's people that want to see her talk, people that want to watch videos like this. So what are you gonna do? Do I think that she'll be successful in being able to become the president? I don't think so. It's not enough Republicans who find her entertaining who are going to change their political opinion based on her being entertaining to go vote for her. Because one thing about trying to become the president, You got to get both sides of the aisle, really all sides of the aisle, not just left, right, but those who are undecided, your swing people, your swing states. That's what Trump was able to do in his past election. He won all the swing states. It was a swing state sweep. Can you do that if you're Jasmine Crockett and really what you bring to the table is strictly entertainment and not much on the political side? You could say that we're uneducated about the political system, but educate us. Tell me why we need to have, on the bare minimum, low end, 20 million illegal aliens poured to the country within the 4-year period of time. And tell me why they shouldn't be deported. Tell me why we should be supporting a guy like Kilmar Abrigo Garcia, MS-13 gang member, wife beater, human trafficker. Why should we support bringing this guy, quote unquote, back to Maryland? Tell us why that makes any sense. I don't think she'll make that connection. Therefore, I don't really see how she presses forward. But hey, who do they have right now in the Democratic Party? Who do they have right now? If it's not Gavin Newsom and it's not Big Mike, then who? AOC just as bad as Jasmine Crockett, and Bernie Sanders is 1,000 years old. He might not make it the next day, let alone the next 2 or 3 years. But look, as I close, I want to say this. Shout out to Jasmine Crockett. She is an entertaining person. People enjoy hearing her speak. But will that translate into success politically? She's a House rep out there in Texas, obviously. So you've accomplished that goal. But what's next? Could you become the governor of Texas? Can you imagine Jasmine Crockett being the governor of Texas? If she cannot become the governor of Texas, then how can she become the president? How can she ascend to a higher place than what she is? She is useful to the Democrats because people enjoy hearing her speak, so they'll pay attention, and she's able to get certain messaging out there to the public because of her platform. But beyond that, I don't really see her political value. But I think I'll leave that right there for now. And what say you? What's your opinion about what Jasmine Crockett said about Republicans coming up to her and telling her that they like her a lot? You think she's lying? Is she telling the truth? Is she exaggerating, downplaying it? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments below. You guys know where I'm at. I don't think she's lying about that. I think some have come up to her. When they get pictures, and you know what? You know the funny part? You know how I know she can't be lying with 100% certainty? Is because I've seen people that I know, Republicans, take pictures with her, hugged up. Hey, guess who I met? I've seen it. So when they're coming up to her, asking her for the picture, they're going to be nice to try and get the picture. Hey, I really enjoy you. I think you're cool. I like your snazzy attitude, all this. They're going to say all of that. They get the picture. They're going to say all of that to just be able to meet someone who they enjoy watching on the internet. That's the reality, in my humble opinion. But whatever your thoughts are, please let me know in the comments below. And that's all I got to say for this video. If you like what you heard, please comment, rate, share, and subscribe. Peace.
My good friend, Republican strategist and host of the Stone Zone podcast, Roger Stone's going to weigh in. Rog, you know how I like to do it. Where would you like to begin, sir?
Well, let's start with Elon. I mean, Elon is a hero.
Yes.
Elon had no problems with the federal government in any of his companies until he bought Twitter, renamed it X, and set it up as a platform where people of divergent views could actually have a voice.
Amen.
So uncensored. It's not perfect, but it's damn good. And that got him targeted. Suddenly, Elon found out he was the target of 9 different federal investigations into his various companies.
Mm-hmm.
I think Elon figured out before the last election that Donald Trump was not elected, that they would, pardon the expression, trump up some fake charges against the richest man perhaps in the world and seek to incarcerate him at the same time they destroyed his companies. Instead, he's done an incredible job here because, Dan, he didn't just find millions or billions in waste, fraud, and abuse. He literally found trillions.
Yep.
And here's the real question, which is, okay, now that he's identified these things, will the Republicans in Congress take a meat axe to federal spending? They did not do so in the big, beautiful bill.
No.
Although there is a structural argument that wasn't really the place to do it. The president is sending a rescission bill to the House, which for $98.4 billion, which sounds like a lot of money, but it's like 5% of the waste, fraud, and corrupt spending that Elon Musk has uncovered. And therefore, it's not good enough. If things continue the way they are, we will continue funneling money through our tax dollars to USAID, which goes into the hands, in many cases, of Islamic terrorists and others who are plotting the downfall of this country. So Republicans have got to get serious about cutting spending.
Yes, and we need to stay on top of them more. I'll tell you what, I've got a few members coming on next week, and I'm going to give them holy you-know-what, because I'm getting tired of this. Like, codify what Trump's doing, make these cuts. That's why we elected the man. That's why we gave you GOPers, you Republicans, you alleged conservatives. We gave you the House and Senate back to do what we want you to do, and you're not doing it. Let's move over to China and the tariffs before we get to the SCOTUS ruling today. You can't trust China. I mean, Trump's the deal maker, and he was trying to make a good deal. Let's not forget, Roger, he had a deal with China on his first term, and then COVID hit. But give me your input on that one, brother.
Well, he did have a good deal with China during his first deal. Joe Biden essentially just abandoned it. Gordon Chang, the old China hand, was on my show today, actually 10 days ago, predicted that the Chinese would violate a short-term deal. Trump really did bail them out. The reports of unrest in China are understated. There are, according to my sources, mass protests, a run on some banks in the eastern part of the country. The people grow restless because the position of their leaders shut down a bunch of factories, threw a lot of people out of work. There's an unavailability of certain consumer goods. So all is not well. The Chinese cannot be trusted. You would think they would be happy that Trump didn't launch an attack on Iran, because that's where they get most of their oil. Iran really is a puppet state of the Chinese regime. This is going to be a tough negotiation now because Donald Trump is pissed, and testing him is always a gigantic mistake.
Yeah, rightfully so. He should be, because he didn't have to help them out, but in good faith he was saying, hey, you know, we've been getting screwed for decades, so I'm trying to right the ship, and then I see you're struggling, so in good faith I'll do this. Now let's get back to the table, and they screw us over. But that's China. Let's be real. That is our biggest adversary on the planet, over Russia, over Iran. It's freaking China. All right, let's move to the SCOTUS decision, because we have had these activist judges now. And Raj, this happened when he was candidate Trump. Now he's President Trump. It's all they got is lawfare. They got to use these liberal judges trying to stop everything he's doing. One of the major things we wanted was fix the economy, secure the border. These judges, why wouldn't you want millions of illegals expelled? They're sucking off of our cash, our tax dollars. What are they providing to this country? This is nothing more than trying to just stop something Donald J. Trump is doing.
As you know, we had a D.C. District Court judge rule the President of the United States does not have the authority to deport dangerous, illegal gangbanger criminals. That went all the way to the Supreme Court, where Trump won. Now, this week, it's a new little game. Out of nowhere, the International Court of Trade. Have you ever heard of that, Dan? Because I certainly haven't.
There is one.
It's an obscure court in Manhattan, New York City, that for decades has ruled that presidents have an absolute authority to conduct tariff negotiations. It was only a week ago that a federal judge in Florida, T.K. Wetherall, said that the president clearly had the authority to conduct these tariff negotiations based on his claim of economic emergency, as well as the emergency of the flood of illegal drugs coming into our country, particularly from China. Also, the incredibly dangerous trade imbalances. But Wetherall didn't issue a ruling. He just said that. Then he bounced this to this obscure three-judge panel in New York City that said Trump can't even negotiate tariff deals with other nations. Now, the Trump legal team swung into action, went immediately to a federal appeals court, which put a stay on the International Trade Court's decision that said that Trump had to stop negotiating. So the negotiations have picked up yet. But that's not a final decision. my guess, Dana, is this ends up in front of the U.S. Supreme Court as well. They're trying to tie the hands of the president of the United States.
That's all they got.
He was awarded this executive authority by winning the last election.
Right.
The people have spoken. He has a mandate. The Constitution is clear.
That's it.
People who had no problems with the sweeping powers that were used by Barack Obama or even George W. Bush now suddenly have a problem with executive authority.
Yeah,
it's
ridiculous.
all political. And let me mention the worst one of them all. Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell, who is a lawyer, not an economist, refuses to cut interest rates despite historic low inflation. I guess he's afraid that the Trump boom is coming, and a cut in interest rates, plus taking Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, the two premier housing agencies in the country that are flush with cash, public, while continuing the guarantee of the mortgages they approve, is a recipe to solve the affordable housing problem in this country that Trump said would be among his highest priorities when he was elected. Powell is the one who's acting politically. He says he doesn't have enough data. Well, the data he's looking at is already outdated. This $1 too late, 1 day too short strategy that they employed during Joe Biden's time is what gave us record inflation. So it's time for a rate cut. Now, the president can't fire the Fed chairman, unfortunately. He can appoint a new one, but that doesn't happen until next year. The Republicans, however, could pass a bill to repeal the Federal Reserve Act and do away with this private bank that is doing nothing but getting in the way of economic opportunity.
You know they're not going to do that, Roger. We've been pushing for that. For the GOP won't do that. They have no you-know-whats. Roger, as always, we appreciate your input so much. Check out his podcast, The Stone Zone. You have a good weekend, Roger.
Thanks, Dan. God bless you.
It's a great day for cats and dogs. The United States Navy has officially ended all medical testing on dogs and cats. Secretary of the Navy John Phelan announced the decision this week, stating it was, quote, long overdue and would save taxpayer dollars. We strongly support this move. Some of the experiments being done had zero medical value, and they seemed deeply cruel. With cats, listen to this. With cats, the experiments involved implanting spinal electrodes to induce erections via electric shock. I know the military has a lot of things to research, but I don't know. Like right now, the military cannot hit a moving target with a hypersonic weapon. So maybe, just maybe, we should focus more on capabilities to deter China and less on whether or not the United States military can induce an erection in a cat with electric shock therapy. They also had tests that involved inserting marbles into rectums to force defecation, and they severed the spinal cords of these animals to cause paralysis. Beagles were subjected to high doses of experimental drugs to assess toxicity, despite such tests not being required by the FDA. Many procedures had no application to human medicine or any military health needs. Yeah, I guess giving the cat a boner with an electric shock wasn't key to military health needs. The tests used techniques to develop, things that really have been replaced decades ago with more modern, accurate technology, non-animal research models. There's no public record of any of these crazy experiments ever leading to a single breakthrough or peer-reviewed medical advancement. This move follows public backlash and investigations revealing these controversial experiments, including a $10 million contract involving these invasive procedures on cats. The decision aligns with broader federal trends to reduce animal testing in favor of more effective, scientific, modern alternatives. Joining us now, Chief Spokesperson for Secretary of the United States Navy, John Phelan, Christina Wong. And Christina, before I get to the subject of our interview, I just have to say, I think like a wormhole might have just opened in the universe because I was such a fan of your journalism. I was occasionally the subject of your journalism. And now I get to be the journalist asking you questions as a public official, which is a total delight in the golden age of Trump. But let us know what went into this decision to end these horrible tests on cats and dogs.
Yes, thank you so much for having me on the show. There are several key people who led to this decision. First of all, RFK DOJ, journalist Laura Loomer and her exclusive reporting on this issue, animal advocacy group White Coat Waste, Senator Rand Paul, among others, and of course, President Trump and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. As soon as Navy Secretary John Phelan was made aware, he took action. He canceled a $15 million contract that allowed for electroshock therapy testing on cats. And he also banned any Navy-funded medical research testing on cats and dogs. And he ordered the Navy Surgeon General to review all medical research programs to make sure they're aligned with ethical guidelines, scientific necessity, and the Navy's core values of integrity and readiness.
I really was impressed with that list you read because it showcases how diverse the group of people can be to come together for a really reasonable solution for our cats and dogs. That's really remarkable. So is this ban temporary or permanent, Christina?
Well, this is permanent, at least during this administration. As you know, President Trump is committed to phasing out animal testing, and so is Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. So we at the Navy, we're committed to carrying out that commitment.
And it really is great that you've righted this wrong, but any reasonable person would look at this and say, why were these tests allowed to go on for so long without medical value?
Well, we really can't talk about what previous administrations have done and why, but as soon as the secretary was made aware of this, he took action, and it just made sense from an ethical standpoint and also a fiscal standpoint.
Yeah, it really did. Now that these tests aren't going to happen, we feel like our humanity is vindicated. We feel like we're less cruel, but we also feel like the funds will probably be used for a better purpose. Can you tell us maybe how these funds might be used more efficaciously going forward?
Yes, so the secretary is committed to accountability, efficiency, and getting the Navy to a clean audit. But he's also extremely focused on improving the lives of sailors and Marines and doing things like fixing barracks and improving their quality of life. So I think that's where the funds will go towards.
Those all seem like far more virtuous uses of taxpayer dollars than severing the spinal cords of cats and torturing beagles. Christina Wong, a chief spokesperson for the Secretary of the Navy, thank you so much for coming on the program and sharing the Department of Defense's perspective.
Thank you so much for having me on, Matt.
President Trump pushing American steel on Friday in what is being touted as a historic investment in the industry and new tariffs to bolster domestic production. This means U.S. Steel, an American company, keeps its controlling interest, and Japanese manufacturer Nippon Steel will help fund the efforts. With us now is Drew Greenblatt. He is the CEO of Marlin Steel, and John Lonsky. He's a financial markets economist and the president of the Lonsky Group. Mr. Greenblatt, it is good to see you. Thank you very much for being with us. Trump wants to make the American steel industry great again. What do you think of this deal, and what do you think of the plan?
I'm very optimistic about American manufacturing. I'm very optimistic about what's going to happen with our reindustrialization as a nation. It's a fabulous time to be leaning into American manufacturing. This Nippon Steel deal is very optimistic for our nation and very good for our nation, because a foreign country is going to be investing $14 billion of cash into new technology, into American steel mills. That means our steel mills are going to be more effective, more efficient, more productive. They're going to be making better quality. That also means that you're going to have tens of thousands of new U.S. steel workers getting paid big bucks. It's going to help the industry flourish, because the local clients like myself who buy sheets of steel, coils of steel, all of these things are going to be made in America with better quality. So it's going to make us more effective, more efficient. So it's a win-win-win. And I'm very excited about the future.
John, the president wants to protect the future of those steel workers that Mr. Greenblatt was talking about, and he announced steel and aluminum tariffs of 50%. What impact do you think that's going to have?
Well, it means higher prices for products that use aluminum and steel. So that can of beer may be a little bit more expensive because of this latest jump in the tariff placed on aluminum from 25% to 50%. The problem with using tariffs as an incentive to expand a U.S. manufacturing capacity, well, would be that not only does it put higher prices on final products, but there's no guarantee that this 50% tariff or even 25% tariff will remain in effect once, say, the Democrats return to the presidency of the United States. Those tariffs can be turned back.
Right.
And another problem we're having right now with U.S. industry in general is that we are getting so many twists and turns with tariff policy, not only because of Trump, but also because of the intervention of the courts that have, at one time temporarily turned back these tariffs,
Right.
that business leaders can't plan. They don't know really what they should be doing in terms of investment spending and in terms of hiring activity.
Yeah. Mr. Greenblatt, the president wasn't happy that the Japanese company was trying to buy U.S. steel initially. Take a listen to this.
I have to tell you about Nippon. They kept asking me over, and I kept rejecting. Every time they came in, the deal got better and better and better for the workers, because I didn't give a damn about anybody else, if you want to know the truth.
So, but to John's point though about this, this is a realignment, really, because we are sourcing a lot of steel overseas. This is going to take some time. He's trying to use the tariffs as a leverage point to ensure that we have more domestic production here. How long do you think it will take to modernize the industry and to sort of spin up this additional capacity?
It's going to take some time to reinvest and then see the benefits of those pieces of technology really starting to hum. The big picture is that there's incredible optimism in American manufacturing. We have a lot of easy planning accomplished. We know there's going to be huge tax cuts coming our way. We know that if a foreign company comes in and wants to build a factory in America, they're going to be able to have a tax write-off. So factories from Germany and other countries, France, Europe, they're going to come to America and build here, not in China, not in Mexico, not in Canada, because we're the best place, the best consumer market in the world. Also, our regulations are coming down. There's a lot of positive things happening simultaneously, and the big picture is it's going to be very, very good. A month ago when I was on your show, I predicted the stock market was going to go up when everybody was crying that it was all going to go south. They were wrong. Things are turning around in a big way. There's a lot of clarity. Taxes coming down, regulations coming down. People are very optimistic. People are leaning in. This is a very good time to get exuberant about the future.
John, I only have about 15 seconds. I mean, what Mr. Greenblatt is saying is, the president is really trying to realign our economy. That's going to take some time. Do you think that this ultimately is going to result in less reliance on foreign sources of steel?
Yes, I think without question that's going to be the case. And we only hope that you're going to have localities and communities that will permit the construction of new manufacturing facilities. I wonder about that, aluminum smelters and the like. That will take some time to be realized. The only risk is that this puts so much pressure on costs that we have a renewed problem with inflation, that even Trump would be forced to take a step back as far as the pace of reindustrializing America is concerned. We have to reindustrialize, if only for national security concerns.
It's so important, that point that you made about not allowing the environmentalists to drive our economic policy. Drew Greenblatt and John Lonski, thank you so much, gentlemen.
Welcome to the Jimmy Dore Show, everybody. Keaton and Kurt here in for Jimmy while he is on the road this week. All right, this was a fast-developing story, everyone. A very fast-developing story. I don't even remember which show I did this on, if it was Jimmy's or mine. But Elon Musk expressed his dissatisfaction with the big, beautiful bill just a couple days ago, saying a bill cannot be both big and beautiful. That is a contradiction in terms.
Doge is fake.
So, you know, I was like disappointed to see the massive spending bill, frankly, which increases the budget deficit, not just decrease it, and undermines the work that the Doge team is doing.
I actually thought that when this big, beautiful bill came along. I mean, like, everything he's done on Doge gets wiped out in the first year.
I think a bill can be big or it can be beautiful, but I don't know if it can be both. My personal opinion.
He's such a nerd.
Yeah.
Kyle does him very funny too.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah.
cool.
He's tough to nail. You know, that Dutch accent is kind of hard, you know.
It's not quite that, but it's very, dude. You could tell that he was disappointed, you know, because he's, again, don't forget, a hardcore Asperger guy.
Oh, yeah.
And so you can see his disappointment because as soon as this happened, and we reported a while ago about it, I'm sure you guys did too, about how Doge wasn't cutting anything. Bannon came on the show and told us, if you don't go to the Pentagon, it's worthless.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So people are crashing their fat scooters into trucks and all this for nothing.
Right.
But I think he didn't know, because as soon as he realized the big, beautiful bill, all of a sudden I started seeing a lot more. We got to go to Mars. Like,
Right.
I think he got so disillusioned that he's
yeah.
like, oh no, let's just go to Mars. He's got an Occupy Mars shirt.
Yep. Oh, no, it's very much get me the hell out of here kind of thing. And that is what he's doing. So the Trump War Room posts, Elon Musk, I look forward to continuing to be a friend, an advisor of the president, continuing to support the Doge team. And we are relentlessly pursuing $1 trillion in waste and fraud reductions, which will benefit the American taxpayer. But of course, he is out at
I will
the
continue to
government.
visit. I will continue to visit the White House. Oh, will you bring your
Continue
son?
to drink from the minibar. I will continue.
Bring your son with the robot name.
Yeah. I'll continue to sleep in the guest house at Mar-a-Lago. Yes, because that is what I am owed. But I will not have an official position here any longer. Here's Elon Musk bidding a bittersweet farewell.
So I look forward to continuing to be a friend and advisor to the president, continuing to support the Doge team, and we are relentlessly pursuing $8 trillion in waste and fraud reductions, which will benefit the American taxpayer. So that's it, really. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. There's a cart for your bags if you need it outside the
What
kitchen.
Nick will show you out.
Yeah, show you out. Yes. A disillusioned Musk, distance from Trump, says he is exiting Washington. I wish we
Yeah,
had
you
some
and me
violence
both,
more
buddy.
for this. Yeah, exactly. Elon Musk took a swipe at President Trump's signature domestic policy legislation, saying it would add to the national deficit. Well, it's not signature anything yet because it hasn't passed. I mean, it still has to get through the Senate, which is going to be hard.
Don't
He
worry, it
complained
will.
to administration officials about a lucrative deal that went to a rival company to build an artificial intelligence data center in the Middle East. God damn it. Spurned. And he has yet to make good on a $100 million pledge to Trump's political operation. So
Want to hear
check
something
has
else?
Has not come
I
yet. Go ahead.
know, because my friend, I do a show called News for Women. I produce with Chloe, my friend
Right.
Chloe LaBranch. She has a buddy who's from Abu Dhabi, who's an arms dealer, and they poach Elon's talent. And guess what country doesn't have no tariffs on nothing? Abu Dhabi. So he's getting his stuff poached. That it has to be through Trump's people setting that up. He's
Right.
probably upset in many ways.
Yes. He seems pretty upset. He seems pretty bitter. Mr. Musk, who once called himself the president's first buddy, oh, that's sweet, is now
Buddy.
operating. He's my best friend. You were my best friend. Is now operating with some distance from Mr. Trump, as he says he is ending his government work to spend more time on his companies. Mr. Musk remains on good terms with Mr. Trump, according to White House officials. But he has also made it clear that he is disillusioned with Washington and frustrated with the obstacles he encountered as he upended the federal bureaucracy, raising questions about the strength of the alliance between the president and the world's richest man.
Do people think he's the world's richest man? I just want to ask: is everybody this fucking dumb that they really believe the richest man is Elon Musk. Do you think you would get to know the name of the richest man?
Well, he's the
It's in
world's
Forbes.
richest
So what?
mammalian man. The world's
No, he's
richest
not. No, he's not the richest man. Not
warm-blooded
by a
man.
long shot.
I'm
Not
talking
by a
about.
long shot.
So you think you don't think the people richer than him are like the reptiles, like the shape-shifting lizards? You think there are
I think
warm-blooded
MBS, Putin.
vertebrate mammals who are richer than him? Is that what you're saying?
Dude, there's you ever hear of the von Merkensteins?
No.
Yeah, that I promise you they're richer.
All right, I'll take. Well, maybe Trump should hire him next. Von Merkenstein should come. He
He's
should
a
take
front
over
man.
Doge.
Look, he's a disillusioned. I see this with everyone. It's like once I hit my 40s in comedy, the same disillusionment of the business, I watch all these other people go through it. And he's a guy who's a little bit spurgy, to say the least. And he really was like excited that we found a lot of waste. And he's just some dumb nerd. The whole media made it out like he's the power behind every stupid liberal, especially in New York. Oh, Elon controls Trump. Did you really? Do people think that nerd was in charge? No, he's yet another nerd that is being taken advantage of while he's there. Didn't you watch Barbenheimer? This is how it works.
Well, the thing about Elon is because he donated so much money, you notice Trump doesn't go after him the way he goes after the other people when he pushes
what you
back.
get.
Right? He remains very diplomatic.
Might as well
Trump
be
was
Jack Ma.
Yeah, exactly. Mr. Musk was the biggest known political spender in the 2024 election, and he told Mr. Trump's advisors this year that he would give $100 million to groups controlled by the president's team before the 2026 midterms. As of this week, the money hasn't come in yet, according to multiple people familiar with the matter, who spoke on the condition of anonymity to describe the behind-the-scenes dynamic. The billionaire's imprint is still firmly felt in official Washington through that effort, an initiative to drastically cut spending that has deployed staff across the government. But Mr. Musk has said in recent days that he spent too much time focused on politics and has lamented the reputational damage he and his companies have suffered because of his work in the Trump administration. Well, I say he earned it. I think I probably did spend a bit too much time on politics, Mr. Musk said in an interview this week with Ars Technica, a tech news outlet. He added, it was just relative time allocation that probably was a little too high on the government side, and I've reduced that significantly in recent weeks. I've tweaked the dials in my back. In February, Mr. Musk leaped on stage at the conservative, this just seemed like just yesterday, at CPAC with a chainsaw and remarked how easy it was to save billions of dollars, sometimes in an hour. Yeah, like it's wild, he said. Mr. Musk's Doge team has repeatedly inflated its cost-saving efforts, at times posting erroneous claims about ending federal contracts that they later deleted. Oh, yeah, no, that was definitely move fast, break things. Most of what they said they were doing was absolute bullshit. Yeah.
Right, but like it's just like Kash Patel and all these people think they're going to do what not Bangino. I think he was rotten from the start, but maybe Kash Patel, but they all are like the young, knock down the house, AOC. Remember that documentary on Netflix?
Right, yeah.
And then all of a sudden, Jimmy saying force the vote. AOC's slogan.
Right.
Now Jimmy's violent for saying the slogan she came up with.
Right.
How long is everyone going to fall for this stuff? And what I'm amazed at, especially now that, I don't know if you know, but Joe Rogan's Club is the seat of Western power now.
Yeah.
But people come in, I can't believe I meet. I meet all these Intel people. I blurt out MK Monarch right in their face immediately to see how they react. I meet all these people, and what I'm blown away by the most is there's a bunch of people that when you see it, you go, "Oh, you didn't know?" And that's worse than them being in on it from the start. That's when you realize how screwed this is, because they compartmentalize all the way up the pyramid, and all these people have power over, like people are lying their way up the chain. So besides spying on you, they're really not getting good information at the top. And now you're seeing it like kind of break apart, like Michael Malice's book, White Pill. It collapses under its own weight eventually because it gets absurd. Like we're well into clown world now,
Certainly, yes. This week, Mr. Musk told the Washington Post that it was an uphill battle trying to improve things in D.C. The cuts he wanted to enact were far more difficult than he expected. Oh, that's right. And a lack of interest in learning more about the bureaucracy he considered toxic impeded his efforts, particularly on Capitol Hill, according to people familiar with his efforts who spoke on the condition of anonymity to describe internal discussions. Well, the reason that is the case is because, the cuts that they were making were largely symbolic
Yeah.
in nature and very, very small, obviously, as a percentage of the overall budget, which it was obvious from day one, if you weren't going to touch the Pentagon, there was no point in doing this at all. And yeah, they said they were going to. They say a lot of shit. I
They
mean,
didn't
Donald
cut
Trump
those
says a
things
lot of
either.
shit. No,
The
did,
Biden
yeah.
things got funded in the continuing resolution. Thomas Massey always,
Well, yeah,
that
well,
guy's
sure.
always honest with it. So back then we knew
Right.
none of this. Biden's horseshit's still funded. Do you think there's two teams anymore, everyone? Does everyone still think that?
Yeah. No, well, USAID just got folded into the Department of State under
Yeah.
Rubio. Like this is
Marco
what they
Rubio.
want to do. They want to consolidate power as much as possible within the jurisdiction of the executive branch,
Mhm.
both as a technical matter and even in more abstract ways as a cultural matter. Don't forget, Trump defunds Harvard. Trump expected Harvard to bend the knee like Columbia did. So that's why he didn't want to disempower Harvard. He wanted to bring it under the practical virtual control of the executive branch. Do this, this, and this, control where these students come from, what they think. You have to pass an ideological audit and you'll get the money. Now, Harvard
American Idol.
told him to go fuck himself, and so he told it right back to them. But the plan was to bend them to his will, which he had good reason to think he could do. Columbia did it.
Yeah.
So the whole project of Doge so far has been, to the extent that they have made cuts, they have tried to consolidate operations as much as they can within this small group of people so that they can dictate day-to-day operations more than they could control some bureaucrat who is under some other jurisdiction. And that was what USAID was, pardon me. And as far as the Pentagon cuts, yeah, they were not going to go there. Obviously, the budget calls for Pentagon increases. When it comes to his efforts to upend the bureaucracy, Mr. Musk insisted last month that it is possible to meet his goal of slashing $1 trillion of federal spending. But it's a long road to go. And, it's really difficult. It's sort of how much pain are the cabinet and is Congress willing to take? Okay. Or are like ordinary people who need like Medicaid willing
He's
to
talking
take?
about that.
Yeah,
He's talking about Social Security and Medicaid.
Yeah, exactly.
Unbelievable.
Like that's what you're talking about.
Oh,
How
I
much
guess my
pain-
mother will just not get her Social Security she paid into, and that's
Right.
fine. Great,
Right.
great.
Right. The reason that's a tough vote for Congress is not because it inflicts pain on them. It's because it inflicts pain on ordinary people who they need to vote for them. And the fact that you didn't see that coming is indicative of the sort of ideological bent and sort of like philosophical persuasion of a lot of these big tech people. They just don't think shit. It's move
They're
fast,
AI.
break things. Yeah,
They are
exactly.
autistic.
Right.
I don't know how anybody thinks
Yeah.
they didn't make these people on purpose, because when you think about them, they're the perfect consumer. You can tell them what gender to be randomly online.
Right.
They're good with tech. They're
Right.
great employees, right? They're weird with personal relationships, so you don't have to worry about that at the office. You tell
Right.
me that's not an intentional thing they were hoping to come up with?
Oh, of course. Of course.
They love
I mean,
Disney crap no matter how bad it is.
no, the whole creation of that economic sector is so that people like Elon can get rich in their gym shorts. They never have to go outside. They never have to deal with anybody
Yeah.
else. They just
They're all the
you know,
FTX kid.
right.
And they
Sit
don't
it
understand
on
why you
autopilot.
would.
Right.
They don't even get what Zuckerberg's like. Oh, people don't have friends. We will make them computer
We're
friends.
making computer friends. Problem
Great.
solved. Right. Isn't that right? The solution is not how do we make people more socialized. It's no.
Yeah,
We'll create a friend for you. Exactly.
How can we make a more realistic vagina to put?
Yeah, right. Because it can be done, but it requires dealing with a lot of complaints. Yes, a lot of complaints from people who need medicine who won't be able to afford it if you did what you wanted to do.
An AI will tell them to go fuck
Yeah.
themselves.
Right, go fuck themselves. Exactly. He said it remained to be seen whether there was sufficient political will in Congress and elsewhere to actually do that. So, Newswire, White House to seek just $9 billion in spending cuts from Congress out of the $175 billion in claimed savings found by Musk's Doge. So remember when they said it was going to be $4 trillion, and then they said it was going to be $2 trillion, and then they said, well, now it's going to be $150. Now they're claiming $175. White House to seek just $9 billion at the end of the day for all that. For
That can't
all
even
that.
keep Ukraine going for 3 hours.
Yeah, yeah, right, exactly. Arnaud Bertrand says they went from the original promise of cutting $2 trillion, 28% of the budget, down to $9 billion, 0.1% of the budget, 1/10 of 1%. More perfect union. The richest man on earth, who has cost hundreds of thousands of people their jobs, wants to play the victim.
He's
Very
not
sad
the
on the way
richest,
out.
and that's why he couldn't cut anything. If he were the richest man on earth, they'd have to do what he said, but he's not. I know people love saying it, but you can't see that he's not just from this alone.
Interesting point. Arnaud Bertrand says, I was making this point the other day. This is why the so-called Department of Government Efficiency is very unlikely to achieve much. Because when you look at who actually works for the U.S. federal government, the immense majority, about 80% of people, are related to defense and national domestic security. The U.S. is, more than any country on earth, a military and police state. Yes. Ding, ding, ding. Prize for Arnaud. And given
breakaway
Trump,
civilization, that's what it is. It's not out in outer space. It's right here in front of your dumb face.
oh yeah, it's all around us. It's all around us. Absolutely. The people who can afford to fix their brakes when they go are in
might be in
what
outer space
is
too. They're not
essentially
gonna-
a breakaway civilization. That's essentially what it is, right?
The rumors are they have a whole Star Trek that they just didn't tell you. You remember Star Trek where they're traveling the galaxy?
Right.
So the conspiracies that people, just to tell you the psychological, where everybody's at psychologically, is that they've secretly just had one, but they just, imagine that in Star Trek, they just didn't tell Earth.
Right.
Nobody in Earth got to know there was a Star Trek.
Right. Exactly. And given Trump and Republicans' agenda of a stronger military, stuff like solving the border crisis, deporting illegals, etc., they're likely to very much increase jobs in those areas, not decrease. That's right. Hard to see the U.S. ending up with a much smaller army under a Trump administration. The bill, the big, beautiful bill, calls for $45 billion with a B dollars in new immigrant jails. That is 5 times the Doge savings that they are putting in the bill. Again, when you have
El
a police
Salvador
state,
won't-
this is exactly it. This is exactly it. I mean, it's a kind of a relief, honestly, that they're building them here. I guess they can't get CCOT 2.0 built so fast. So at least people will be here where they can maybe someday get some due process if we ever have any semblance of, like, democracy ever again. That would be nice. We can hope, can't we? But yeah, that's $45 billion. That's $45 billion. That's 5 times the Doge savings right there. I mean, so this is a very important point. That's why it's a very important thing that he said. A police state, you can't have a police state and a gutted government. You could have one or the other. You want to dismantle the establishment, you have to disassemble the police state infrastructure, not military notwithstanding, just the police state alone. Just the police state alone. You can't enforce that while ushering in this libertarian dream. It's a contradiction in
all they're
terms.
gonna
This is why I
do.
always thought, like, the libertarians who were hyper excited about Trump and Doge. I'm like, but the other part of this is building a deportation machine, which is a police state. You can't build a deportation machine without assembling a police state. That costs money. Even whatever philosophical differences aside, that requires a major investment. Investment that far transcends. If you look at a distribution of resources, that far surpasses what you're going to save by firing the blue-haired lady at USAID.
Yeah,
Like,
what does
it
it
was
sound
always
like,
going to
though?
end up this way.
It sounds a
that?
lot to me like venture capital, like America's a shell company. Okay, so the real country of these people, whatever this 1% is, put their investment in and they're getting their investment back. If the doors fall off the plane, F you. If anything goes wrong, this is a shell company. It's not a real country.
Right.
Okay, that's all. It's real simple. If you look at it that way, you could tell, you can see what it is. It doesn't add up the numbers. You're right. So why would they be? It's not a mistake.
No.
They're like, oh, it's just greed. Yeah, no, it is. But also, they know what they're doing. That's why they're getting rich from it. So
Of course.
the people invested, they're getting their investment back, and they're pulling out this loser of a company.
Right. It's impossible. What the vision of Doge was impossible to implement on these terms. So he finishes. So if 80% is what we're talking about, if 80% of the government is essentially out of bounds for Doge right from the get-go, it's largely pointless initiative from the standpoint of broad government efficiency. Exactly.
Mars has less
Exactly.
gravity, so it'll probably work better there. It's just
Yeah.
there's too much gravity here.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. But that's it. And they're not even talking about leaving that 80% alone. It's not only that it's out of bounds. It's they want to increase resources for that. They want to build more immigration jails. They want to increase the Pentagon budget, right? So it's not
Right.
just that that's out of bounds. It's no, they want to add to that. That
Bernie
means
Madoff could not stop. He had to
you're
keep
out
it
of
going
room.
until he was caught. He could never stop it. He could never disclose it. He could
Right.
never stop it. He had to keep it going. No choice. That's where we're at. They have to keep the scam going. It's just that simple, dude. They're going to run it, and hopefully a war starts. Why are they trying for war so hard? Because what gets us out of this when they do this?
Right.
You know, $2 trillion's missing from the pen where we can't account for it. Oh no, 9/11. Well, we
Yep,
got to.
exact-
So
exactly.
here, it's like a fire in California. It's all the same thing. You burn it down for the insurance.
Yep, exactly. It's like the sporting goods store that got busted out by Tony and and Paulie there.
Our
Right.
system of government is Greek lightning.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. What was the name of that store in the show? I forget. But anyway, they did scam people. All right. Look at the impressions on this one. Remember when this was very exciting news? The Pentagon just failed its 7th audit in a row, and Elon quote tweets it. Sounds like a job for Doge. 45.9 million views, 243,000 likes. There was an
They didn't
appetite
fail
for
an
that.
audit. They don't have one. They're not allowed to give them one. This is a little inaccuracy there. We don't know if they could pass an audit. They will not have one. Like
Right.
it's so much worse than they failed it.
Oh yeah.
They failed to have one.
Trump, February 19th, 2025, says Glenn Greenwald, we're cutting the Pentagon budget by 8%. Trump yesterday during his White House meeting with Netanyahu, we're so excited. We're increasing military spending by $150 billion to create the first ever $1 trillion annual Pentagon budget. That's right. That was from Netanyahu's visit.
Play Village People while we dance to this great news.
In April. Yes. Michael Tracy's always got the deadpan sarcasm. Elon's tweet here from 2 months ago. I know Defense Department procurement better than I know any part of the government before Doge. Major reform is needed, and it will happen. Narrator, it didn't happen. Nicely done. And I love this one too. One thing's for sure, we are all indebted to Elon Musk for making good on his pledge to smash the deep state by going hard at the National Park Service and Consumer Financial Protection Bureau while ignoring the Pentagon and intelligence agencies. Well said, Michael Tracy. So ends the saga of Doge.
He's
once
a front.
again.
He's a front to like all your leaders and Jake Tapper and all these people are just forward-facing parts of a thing to keep you occupied. All they're waiting for, and I didn't get this from anything top secret. They say it. These tech freaks, all those bunkers that they built, Zuckerberg and all them. They're openly saying why they did it because they think AGI, artificial general intelligence, is about to come out any minute and destroy. Breaking Point's even reporting about it. They're going to destroy all the jobs. And people are going to get real mad because of the social upheaval. And that's what the bunkers are for. That's their words. That's not what I came up with. So buckle up for that. I guess get ready.
You're right. Chris Hedges described the election as a contest between the corporatists and the oligarchs, with the Democrats being the corporatists and the Republicans being the oligarchs. And I think that's a very smart way of looking at it. Corporatists rely on cooperation with other countries and other bureaucrats. They have conferences, they have cocktail parties, whereas the oligarchs, it's just like rentier capitalism. It's toll booth capitalism. Oh, we own the roads. You want to drive on the roads, you got to pay us. We own the phones. You want to talk on the phone, you got to pay us, right? That's this crew. This is the sort of maverick oligarchs versus the entrenched corporatists, but the result is still a funneling of wealth and power to them at the expense of everyone else. When you look at this budget and you look at the deregulation of AI, you look at the increased investment in prisons, you look at all of the red tape they're trying to create to make it harder for people to get Medicaid and Social Security and housing. This is essentially own nothing and be happy, except when the Democrats are in control, it's own nothing and be happy. MAGA seems to be own nothing and be angry. Own nothing and be aggrieved. Right? Own nothing and be grateful the immigrants own less. That's basically what this is.
Oh, yeah. It's the eternal battle of fascist versus pervert. And there's a lot of revolving door action in that. Obviously, clearly a lot of crossover. Eagle versus snake. You could find priest versus king. It's an age-old thing, but you are never going to get out of that stupid, what do you call it, Freemason duality. Like, you're never getting out of that. You're never going to have another choice. Your only choice besides those two things are the same thing, or you can pick a new gender. You can have a limitless gender. You don't get to say what party you're. You're right wing, just so you know. I don't know what you think you are, but I'm labeling you right wing. That's how that works. That'll be assigned to you at birth. But you can pick nonsense things for yourself. We've clearly moved into that. Most people are not following this. I'm going to see my friends tonight. They don't know any of this shit. Just so you know, they're following what's happening. Some of them are following Blake Lively.
Right.
What's going on with that? Okay. Just so whenever I blather about mind control, do you think it's not happening? This is more stupid than I even remember back when we were stupid when I was young. The level of stupid now and distracted cow is like mind blowing. I mean, it really is something else, and it ain't normal. And you go to other countries, even like compromised ones like England, they're a little bit more literate.
Well, that's the key word is distracted. That's what George Carlin said. He said Americans are made to feel free through the exercise of meaningless choices. Right? They give you the illusion of choice because the exercise of meaningless choices makes you feel like you have some agency and some power within the
you're
group.
the AI.
So he said, if you want to vote, there are only two major parties you can vote for, and there's very little daylight between them. But if you want ice cream, there's 28 flavors, right? You can pick as many flavors of ice cream as you want.
I think of
but
my
the
gender
choices
as ice
matter.
cream.
Yeah, there you go. Well,
Inflation
now there's
doesn't
more
affect
genders.
it.
Yeah.
The more ice cream, the better.
Well,
Yeah,
this is what I mean. I mean, that's fun. I mean, it's funny, but it's also speaks to a point, right? Increasing the availability of meaningless choices that don't affect politics. At the
Toss
end
in
of the
some
day.
race bullshit too.
Yeah.
We're gonna have a new story about white versus black violence that everybody's gonna take. That we can rely on Jeremy from the Quartering to report on 4 times a day
Exactly. Yeah.
because the guy's coffee business is failing. Everyone's a shill. Why I like Jimmy is he's such has an inability, which I have an ability to do. Like I can't go along to get along with certain things once I know it. And so all you got to do is not be a shill, but that's at every level. What are you going to do? All my friends go, I just want to keep my head down and do my job because I'm relentless with them, so I make them say it out loud before I stop.
Well, this is the thing, man. The thing about that is, look, I wrestle with this. One of the reasons I'm really excited to talk to Gabor Mate on Monday is that, I have kids. Like I have 2 6-year-olds, I have a 1-year-old, and my 1-year-old doesn't know nothing now, but my 6-year-olds are like starting to learn about the world.
Have they picked a gender yet?
Yeah, they did not. They're starting to learn about things, and this is where and this is a preview of Monday, what our conversation is going to be. Some of it is your conscience as a person that wants to teach your kid to be a good person and a civic minded person and a kind person is, if I'm being totally honest, it is at odds with the parental instinct, which is to protect your child, right? I don't want my kid to know. I don't want my kid to know about fucking Israel. I don't want them to know. I don't even want to know who the president is. I want to protect them from that because those are very dark things to know about now.
That's why they tell people about God when they're young.
Clashes with not only what I do for a living, but it clashes with the kind of person I'd like them to be, right? And so your friends who want to tune out, at a certain point, it's not going to be reconcilable anymore. People are just going to have to get engaged because the forces of evil are on the march and they're not stopping unless we stop them. So you don't really have, you're not going to have the luxury of being able to just, out of sight, out of mind anymore.
I'm not usually that far ahead of people either. It's funny. I'm watching I was blathering about Diddy back when Russell was. So I'm not that far ahead of the class like that, but I'm watching it. And it's very encouraging to see people see through it now. Even in those Christian spaces where that prosperity gospel crap and all that other stuff, all that Hal Lindsey, late great Planet Earth Christian Zionist, that's all falling apart. And I'm glad to see it because that is a really bad philosophy, probably a psyop. They don't want you to be devoted to any kind of religion because that's a problem. It's like Slavoj Žižek, that Daffy Duck voice guy. But he used to say in Slovenia, they didn't want you to be too much of a true believer in communism. They wanted you to be that kind of breaking points, crystal ball type of, I want to maintain a relationship with power.
exactly.
If you believed in it too much, you're a problem as much as a guy that doesn't believe in it. And Gabor Mate, same thing. They knew in Hungary it was propaganda. That's the difference. Here, they're doing a better job than North Korea by far, propagandizing people.
Come see us live in Los Angeles, Buffalo, Toledo, Montreal, Ottawa, Glasgow, Manchester, Belfast, Dublin, London, Liverpool, Birmingham. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets.
Let me just play. This is something that Dave Clark just tweeted out. He said, created this with Google Flow, visual sound design, and voice, all prompted by using a VO3 text to video. Watch this.
When we get in there,
SUV.
I want no bull. You stay on my 6 at all times.
SUV in the dust. Looks like a war zone. Absolutely 100% believable.
Stay sharp. These are nasty and dangerous. Stay alert.
That looks like a little like a game.
What the hell happened here? Where are the bodies?
Okay. So this is, if you look at this, it absolutely looks like a film. It absolutely looks real. And it's just somebody typing in some prompts. SUV, black SUV driving in the dust, Middle Eastern village, nobody's around, guys, interior of the, I mean, that's all you do. And it turns into that. Zachary Levi is with us. Hi, Zach. How are you?
Hey, good morning, Glenn. I'm doing all right, man. How you doing?
I'm really good. But I'm not in your business. How concerned are you by what Google released this week? We need to rebuild our manufacturing base. And American Giant started doing that 14 years ago. They make clothing here at home with American cotton, American hands, and American heart. It's quality you can feel. Go to American-Giant.com/Glenn. Get 20% off your first purchase. That's American-Giant.com/Glenn.
I mean, I'm very concerned. I mean, you know, when you and I talked about this when I came on your show last, and I hate to sound like a doomer and gloomer, but this is something I've been foreseeing for a really long time. I've been banging this drum for a really long time and trying to wake people up and say, hey, listen, technology, it moves exponentially. This is one of the things that I think most people just don't understand, whether it's people in my industry or other industries. And might I say, yes, this is knocking on the doorstep of entertainment right now, but understand that AI is knocking on the doorstep of all of our industries. Your industry, radio, everything in entertainment,
all
certainly, anything that can be recorded and broadcast. But every industry that we are, I mean, there are huge, experts in many fields that say within a year or 2 years, certainly within 5 years, every white collar job will be gone. And a lot of blue collar jobs are going to be right behind that, because you have to recognize that AI is not just moving exponentially, but also humanoid robots and the development of humanoid robots is developing exponentially. And exponential growth is something that people just don't understand. Most people see growth as, kind of just, multiplicative, meaning like, okay, every year it gets twice as good. No. It doesn't get twice as good every year. It gets 10 times as good, and then it gets 100 times as good, and then 1,000 times as good, and so on and so forth. And so years ago, I was telling people, guys, if what we have right now, like, for example, 2 years ago, AI was generating images, and, but humans had 6 fingers. And so people said, this is schlock. Look at this. This is never going to get good. It can't even get the amount of fingers right on people's hands. I said, yeah. Right now it can't. Right now, it cannot do that. But 6 months later, it did. 6 months after that, you had video. And now you've got video with audio that is almost indiscernible, as you've been seeing with these new examples. It's almost indiscernible. Now, people say, yeah, but I can still tell. I go, yeah, right now you can. But 6 months from now, a year from now, 2 years from now, we're going to be living in a world. No, probably not even that long. No. And so people have got to wake up. And so for people in my industry, I think that, yes, we should all be very, very concerned, but everyone should be very concerned. And it's not even just, like, for example, yes, this could very much replace my job. This is partly why I am building Wildwood Studios in Austin, Texas. It, has always been, this is a 25-year plus, calling that God has put on my life to create a better Hollywood, to give artists a better life, a better work-life balance, to give audiences better content. These are all things that we've deserved for a really long time. But AI is really the kind of, I think, most galvanizing force in all of this, because if we don't do something about it, if we don't hold the line, if we don't build the ark, which is really kind of what I've always felt on my life. I felt this kind of Noah calling on my life, that God's like, hey, listen, a flood is coming. It's not going to be water. It's going to be something entirely different. And that is this AI. And if you can build the ark, then you can at least save as many of those jobs 2 by 2 as you can. But if you don't build the ark, then the flood just wipes everything out. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me interrupt you on that, because I believe, I'm developing some things with AI, and I've been on this for a very long time as well. And I believe you're absolutely right that you have to get into a boat because floods are coming. However, you can't dismiss it. You have to, I think, use some of the skills that it has in a positive way, because I think it will enhance, as long as you don't surrender to it, it will enhance what you can do. So are you talking about, building something that it has no use for AI and it's just this island? Or are you saying that we'll use it, but we'll use it in ethical ways and we'll never allow it to become the master? We will always use it as a tool.
Yes, that's exactly right. So I'm a firm believer, and have been for many years, that, philosophically, you cannot stop progress. You can only hope to guide it. That is the bottom line, right?
Right.
So it would be folly to look at new technology that, by the way, is going to do some really cool things in this world. Example being, we're at the brink of nearly having our ear pods. Apple, I think, will start, but other companies will be right behind it, if not simultaneously. You will have real-time language translation. It's going to happen. Yes. It's happening very, very soon. Now, that's incredible. That's something that, as a human race, we've all been wanting really since the Tower of Babel, right? The ability for all of us to be able to communicate across the world, no language barriers whatsoever. That is huge. That's a huge leap forward for mankind. Now, that's going to absolutely displace what is a smaller, let's say, industry of translators, right? It's not, there are many translators in the world, but it's not the biggest industry, let's say. And I feel for those people, and I think we have to be very conscious about trying to rehome them in other jobs. But you always have to ask yourself, is the juice worth the squeeze? Is it ultimately worth it for the betterment of all of us, right? So I don't think that we can't embrace AI. We must embrace AI, but we must do it in as ethical a way as possible and be mindful of what is it doing, how is it disrupting, and how is it displacing jobs, because that's the only thing that we can do. Now, when it comes to entertainment, there's going to be all kinds of ways that we can implement AI to make the process more efficient, more enjoyable, and I have every intention of utilizing AI like that. I don't vilify it, writ large, but I think that we must be very mindful about how we implement it in still holding on to human creativity. Human art and entertainment is at the brink. But I also believe, with Wildwood example being like, I think that not only is it necessary, to prevent, let's say, the extinction of human art and entertainment, but there's also a market opportunity in this, because similar to vinyl, for example, once upon a time, we all listened to vinyl records. That's what it was. And then the cassette tape came out, and everyone said, oh, well, I don't need vinyl anymore. I'm going to go with these little, rectangular plastic, cassette tapes, and I'm going to do that. Great. And then the CD came out. Even more people left vinyl, and then streaming, and now even more people have left vinyl. But the people that held on, the people that said, you know what? Yes, everyone is going to zig, but I'm going to zag. I'm going to hold on to this. I'm going to keep printing vinyl because I believe that there's something special about it, unique about it. And sure enough, vinyl sales have gone up because people are looking for something that's more human, more tangible, more slightly imperfect with a little crackle, a little, whatever.
Right.
So Wildwood, that's what we intend to do. We intend to hold on to, I can't save the entire industry. That's impossible. But I'm going to try and save as many jobs as I can. And in doing so, provide audiences the alternative. And I think a lot of people are going to be looking for that alternative.
So Zach, because I like you, I've been on this for a long time, and I have put a lot of thought into, because my job is, at stake. Everybody's job is at stake. And I've always felt, well, there's something special about humans, that we have a different sense to us. But I don't know if you heard, there was a study done of, I think, 100,000 songs. And they did, what's called hook testing to see which tested the best. I think it was 7 out of the top 10 were AI. And people didn't know it was AI. 7 out of the top 10. We used to say AI couldn't, art can never be done. So what is it that you think is going to be unique quickly? I mean, I believe that there is going to be a huge draw back to handmade, individual. When machines came out and you had factories and they started producing shirts, nobody wanted a homemade shirt. Nobody wanted a handmade shirt. They wanted one that was from the factory. But now handmade is the best of the best. So there's going to be a renaissance, if you will, of handmade and human-made stuff. But what is it right now that will bridge this gap that humans can do that you don't think AI can do?
Well, I think that, obviously live performance, that's going to be huge, right? So people in this rebound effect of people saying, it just flooded with ubiquitous AI content, a lot of people are going to say, oh, I want something authentic, right? And authenticity is the most important. In fact, there's been studies done where, just from an energy level, as humans, we have, we produce an energy when we have various emotions, right? And there's lower energy if you're sad, depressed, angry, and there's higher energies when you're joyful and happy and you feel love. But there's an energy even higher than love, as they've tested, and it's authenticity. That is the highest energetic level that we can all reach. And so people yearn for that. They really do.
Yes.
So live performance obviously is going to be that. Sports is going to have a big. A lot of people are, investing in sports and live performance because that is going to hold on the longest, at least as long as, let's say, robots and holograms. That's going to start to kind of eat into that market a little bit. We'll see how long that goes. But ultimately,
I have to tell you, may I say something on that? Have you been to London and seen the ABBA experience?
I haven't, but I'm very well aware of it, and I've heard it's incredible, and that's just the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, no, it's beyond incredible. It is. My son and I said, I didn't tell my daughter, who was a teenager at the time, 17 years old, that ABBA wasn't really performing. We just didn't tell her. And 2 songs into it, I said, do you think they're real? Does it look like they're real? And she's like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, that's not real. Those aren't people. And she's like, what are you talking about? And she couldn't believe it. And the first couple of songs, my son, who was probably 18, 17 at the time, kept looking at me going, Dad, this changes everything. This is not good. This changes everything. And I mean, everything is about to just turn upside down.
Yeah. Well, it's already. It's like in front of our eyes. It's happening already.
Yeah.
And I am not one of those people. Many people that I talk to, a common pushback that I get is people saying, well, it will never be able to fully replicate, let's say, human emotion, or, we'll always be able to tell. And I just don't believe that. I mean,
I don't believe it either.
Ourselves, we are amalgamations of everything that we've taken in, right? So we ourselves are kind of LLMs. We scrape our entire lives. We scrape information from our parents, our community, people around us, the internet, whatever. We're learning all the time, and then we are replicating from the things that we learn. AI is doing that, and it's doing it at scale. and it's happening exponentially, and we're very, very close to it becoming AGI, general intelligence, which is then just a few steps away from super intelligence. And it will be then at that point, it will be more intelligent and more capable than not just any individual human. It will be more capable and more intelligent than the sum of all humanity. So we're stepping into some insane territory. And when you start, powering video agents like Google and others that will keep popping up, it's terrifying to acknowledge that. A lot of people just don't. They're kind of burying their head in the sand and saying, no, it won't happen. It won't happen. It's going to happen. At that point, I think that what we have to, and what I'm hoping that Trump and the administration are going to be working on in earnest, is legislation that at the very least requires all content that is AI generated to be watermarked, right? So that therefore we know, we can say, okay, I can't tell the difference. I don't know the difference, but just by looking and listening to it, I can't tell if it's real humans doing this or not. The difference will be that there will be some kind of watermarking that indicates that. And therefore, that is what people are going to be looking for. In the same way, if you go to the supermarket and you're looking at blueberries, and these ones on the left look the same as the ones on the right, but there's packaging that says these ones on the right are organic. Oh, those are the ones I'm looking for. I want the organic ones that aren't sprayed with glyphosate. I'm trying to make certified organic, human-made content for free-range artists. That is what Wildwood Studios is going to be about. And also at Wildwood Studios, we're not just going to be making and really focusing and dedicated to making human film, television, music, and video games, but also providing amphitheaters and live performance venues so that it's a one-stop shop so people can really know that when they go there, they support us, they're supporting humans in that process.
Zachary, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And anything we can do to help you at Wildwood, let me know, please. Zachary Levi, Wildwood Studios owner, actor. He was, Chuck. He was Shazam. He's did a ton of great movies and everything else. So, Zachary Levi.
There's also been a lot of discussion recently about your mental and physical capabilities while you were in office.
You can see that. I'm mentally incompetent and I can't walk and I could beat the hell out of both of them. I'm very proud and I've put my record as president against any president at all.
Former President Biden cracking jokes about his mental fitness in his first public remarks since his cancer diagnosis.
But Republicans aren't laughing.
Laura Trump was one of the few who called out his decline early on, and she joins us now. She's the host of My View on Saturday nights. Great to see you, Laura. So it really is kind of amazing to look at that clip right there. For during the entire 4 years of his presidency, I have no idea what he's saying, and I didn't even get that he was joking until somebody explained it to me.
Yeah, is that what that was? Was that supposed to be a joke, Charlie? I'm not sure either. I think we're all still struggling to interpret what Joe Biden is saying. But that's really the scary part of all of this. And, you look at November 5th of 2024, that was a day that really determined a lot for the future of America. Obviously, Kamala Harris at that point was the Democrats' nominee. But you think about the fact that had Donald Trump not won this election, guys, we would not even be talking about this. Jake Tapper wouldn't have a book out. The liberal media would not be actually talking about the fact that Joe Biden's decline was so severe. And I mean, it's really frightening. I think we're looking at one of the greatest scandals in American political history, whether it's just sweeping under the rug what was going on with Joe Biden, the lies that were told to the American people, the auto pen, as President Trump likes to point out, that was used time and time again to sign very significant documents. There's so much to unpack here, but I think the great news is that you have Republicans in the House saying, look, we want to investigate this. They actually are bringing a lot of Biden staffers in to question them, to say, what did you know? When did you know? What was going on? Who was using the auto pen? But yes, I think it's terrifying to think about Joe Biden having been president for the past 4 years, guys. But imagine Donald Trump hadn't won. We wouldn't even be talking about this right now.
Now, Lara, you know something about Jake Tapper. Let's play this clip and have you react to it.
I think there are any number of people that were part of this decision to hide how bad it was not only from the media, not only from the public, but also from cabinet officials, from people in the White House, from Democratic lawmakers. I mean, there was a period, 2023, 2024, Democratic lawmakers barely saw the president. And yes, I think it was Jill Biden. I also think it's Hunter Biden. I also think President Biden has some agency here too. We're not saying it was weekend at Bernie's. He was aware what was going on. No, I'm saying he wasn't. Like, he had moments where he was non-functioning, but he understood what was going on. I mean, we saw him earlier today. He can speak and talk. If you hear right now, he could talk for 10, 15 minutes and be fine.
But Lara, during that time, Tapper attacked you. He thought you were making fun of his stutter.
Yeah, that whole situation was atrocious. You know, just the accusation that I would ever make fun of someone with some sort of a disability got a New York Times op-ed written by Captain Sully Sullenberger to say what a horrible person I was. So I'm expecting, of course, Lucas, some sort of an apology from him. I'm sure that'll be coming soon as well. But it's pretty incredible to hear Jake Tapper now. And by the way, a lot of these folks on the other side of this trying to tell us that we should now believe them. Either Jake Tapper is one of the worst reporters and journalists in the history of America, because we could all see with our own eyes and hear with our own ears, Joe Biden was not cogent at all. That he was very, disturbed whenever we saw him in public. He had to have this group of people take him to Marine One. He was specifically calling on reporters, not President Trump, who you see in the Oval Office, calling on everybody as transparent as he possibly could be. It's a little too late, I think, for a lot of these people. And the fact that Jake now even is like, yeah, for 10 to 15 minutes, he was fine. This is the leader of the free world. He needs to be fined 24 hours a day. I'm sorry, I'm the one to point that out.
Right. Oh my gosh, you pointed out so much so early, and you were attacked for it, and you stuck to your guns, and I love that about you.
Hey, it's Will Cain. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News channel on YouTube. It's the best way to get our latest interviews and highlights. And click to subscribe to the Will Cain podcast for full episodes right now.
America's small businesses rely on TikTok to succeed, helping them attract more customers and drive more growth. 74% of businesses on TikTok say it's helped them scale, like Coco Asante, who upgraded to a larger facility and brought on more staff, letting their handcrafted chocolates reach more customers. You can learn more at TikTokeconomicimpact.com. We are just having a great conversation with my friend here, Colin Plume. Colin, great to see you. We were talking about not drinking.
Yes.
We should talk about that in a second.
Yeah,
Please.
Yeah, so I saw your interview with Newsom, and it was a great interview overall.
Thank
but
you.
The thing that stuck with me is he asked you about why you quit drinking, and you said, I want to be more successful, or I want to be successful, or
I wanted to be more successful.
More successful, yeah. And I quit drinking a year and a half ago, and I'm actually writing a book about it that it will come out.
About quitting drinking?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
And
Tell me about that.
What it's done for my life. And well, I think as a business owner and a father, and you even if you didn't drink all week and then Friday night you had a few, I would wake up Saturday morning and just be tired and not engaged with my kids as much as I wanted to. And then, so that was one aspect. And then it was just the ups and downs of owning a business, the stress, the anxiety.
Yes.
I mean,
Oh, yeah.
And I wanted to just test it out. So I had a major surgery. I had my hip replaced, and I said, I'm just going to try it after the surgery. And I just felt better and better. And I felt quicker.
Yes.
And I think the most important thing is that I was able to, like, when I had struggles, I was able to recover from them quicker, right?
Yes,
I mean, I don't know what how it's affected.
No, I mean, look, I haven't had a drink in 4 or 5 years, and I was never a serious drinker at all. But it was one of those conscious decisions that, I wanted to be more successful.
Yes.
And I would go long, by the way, I would go like a year without a drink, or 9 months, right?
Yeah.
But I wasn't like hard stop. And then I got married with my wife, Erica, and I was like, I want to go to the next level.
Mhm.
I want to remember things with more clarity. I want to be sharper. I want to be more precise. I want to be able to study. And then I also, to your point, the mornings are way better.
Way better. Absolutely.
And also, you do not sleep. Literally, you do not sleep if you have too much alcohol in your system.
Correct.
Your body's not sleeping. You're just sedated.
Mhm.
You don't get into deeper. I'm sure you've done all the research. on
Yeah.
this.
Oh, yeah. And I have a good friend that I've been trying to convince him to take some time off. And the first month that he stopped, he's like, I'm not sleeping as well. And I'm like, actually, you're finally sleeping.
Yeah, you're actually finally sleeping.
He just didn't know what sleep was.
Correct. And by the way, that increases your inflammatory markers and all that.
Sure.
Do you think it's helped your business?
100%. Yeah, absolutely. Just, clarity, conversations,
Amazing.
employees, like interactions, like I'm a pretty even keel person generally, but from time to time I would, get frustrated. Most of that's gone.
Yes.
Frustration with your kids is gone. I mean, it's never gone away, but it's gone
you're more
down.
centered. You're more present.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's just been a really smooth. I'd say the hardest part was the reaction from other people. People are a little taken aback by it.
I don't mind as much. I just
You're
kinda
used
fight
to
through it.
that.
Yeah, but that's so honestly, when I break it down with people, they're like, honestly, I have to drink because it would look weird if business.
Mhm.
I would.
Mhm.
How do you overcome that?
I don't know. I just go into all the social settings like everybody else, and then I can hang out in any environment and I just talk.
It's amazing. You could still talk.
I could still
without the social
communicate.
lubricant,
Yeah, I
right?
could still do it. And I don't judge anybody. Like if they come to me and they want to
100%,
ask questions
yes.
or whatever, but I have found a lot of people around me have slowed down just because they have seen what it's done for me and how
Yes.
they haven't, and I haven't pushed it, but I think it's becoming more of the norm.
Oh, it's becoming trendy right now.
trendy. Yeah.
And again, I'm not doing this to start a trend. It's just from Dennis Prager, who we should pray for, amazing man.
Yes.
Tucker Carlson, President Trump, to Elon barely drinks. Like he's not like I don't drink. I think he might have one drink a year.
Mhm.
The top performing people I've ever been around, they are very against alcohol,
Mhm.
against substances. And they'll tell you they perform better, they think clear,
Yeah.
they have better memory, better recall, more energy, more pace. And I will also find that some of the people that drink the most, they're hiding something, they're masking something.
Sure.
So it's just so amazing.
Yeah, it has been. It's been extraordinary, and just like to be able to gather more information. I feel like I can just take in a lot.
Without a doubt.
And like if you and I have a conversation, like I want to remember more.
Well, and people
right?
say, Charlie, how do you remember all this stuff? Like, first of all, I have a good memory. I work hard at it. I eat very clean,
Mhm.
but also I don't drink. I'm not poisoning my body.
Right.
And again, I don't
Right.
mean to attack people that drink. Plenty of good people do, but
Sure.
it is poison. I mean, there
Yeah.
is it is actual poison. Your body metabolizes it as
Yeah.
if it is an arsenic.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean Andrew Huberman has lots of video,
Without a
and
doubt.
I've watched
It's bad
them.
for your skin. It's bad for your sleep. It's bad
yeah,
for all those things.
everything. Yes.
Joining us now is Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado, the bravest woman in Latin America. We're so happy to have you, Maria, on the show. So let's start with this Chevron deal that Donald Trump made. He basically said, you can't produce, you can't have operations there, but we're going to allow you to have an office so that, you can have operations in the future when we have better relations with Venezuela, and also so that Maduro can't seize your assets. What are your thoughts? Was this the right compromise?
Absolutely, Rachel. And we are very grateful to President Trump for his unwavering support to democracy and freedom in our country. And this was certainly a smart call because on one hand, it protects energy assets of the U.S. in Venezuela, but it doesn't give a communist dictator as Maduro a penny that he would use to repression, terror, and even for expanding the activities in the drug cartels. At the same time, as you say, this position U.S. companies in a great level to lead investment and operation once we bring back democracy and freedom to Venezuela.
Yeah, and that's been your message to Chevron, right? You've been like, hey, listen, I understand you're upset about this, but things will be actually more profitable for you if we see this government out, correct?
Absolutely. Right now, every company that operates in Venezuela is forced to partner not only with a dictator, but with the criminal head of a criminal enterprise that is also the head of the Tren de Aragua and Cartel de los Soles. And they operate without transparency, no rule of law, no open markets. On the contrary, once Venezuela is free, we will open markets, we will have rule of law, we will protect private property, and we will be a secure and reliable partner, and not only in energy, but also to create a firewall for security in the region and against Russian and Chinese influence in the hemisphere.
Maria, I want to talk about what's next, because we saw a couple weeks ago there were some opposition leaders, partners of yours in the opposition to Nicolas Maduro. They were holed up for a year inside of an embassy, the Argentine embassy, and the U.S. helped them escape. They're now on U.S. soil at Fox Noticias. We've interviewed some of them. But now what's next for Maduro? You say that that was a sign that he is weak. Are we actually looking at a new period of time in this whole ordeal, this whole saga? Is it time that, is he so weak that he may be deposed? Will he get a deal from Trump to just leave? What will happen? What's next for you? What's next for Venezuela and Maduro?
What you're saying is absolutely true. For the first time, we have all vectors aligned for democratic and order transition in Venezuela. This decision to cut funding creates great distress within the regime. We are already seeing signs of it, of fractures and confrontations. These decisions should be enforced. President Trump has talked about secondary sanctions already in place, but also fund flows that come from drug trafficking, weapons, and gold trafficking should be blocked. This is a way to go, law enforcement, and believe me, the regime is quicker than ever, as Operación Guacamaya, which you mentioned, the rescue mission supported by the U.S., demonstrated. We, the Venezuelan people, are committed to be free. We're working, we're fighting, and Venezuela will be a great partner of the U.S. very soon.
Well, Maria, he's weak. You won the last, your opposition party won by over 70%. Venezuela is behind you. We'll see what happens next. We're going to continue to follow this very important story in our Western Hemisphere. Thank you, Maria Corina Machado.
Thank you, Rachel.
Hi, everyone. I'm Brian Kilmeade. I want you to do me a favor. I want you to click to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page. This is the only way that I know for sure that you're not going to miss any great commentary, any great news bites, any great interviews coming your way on Fox. You can get it all here on YouTube. So subscribe right now.
Glenn Greenwald, friend of the Jimmy Dore Show, and I would say a friend of Due Dissidence. I don't think that's too presumptuous. We've had him on in the past, and we do exchange DMs from time to time. He's a great guy. One of the great pleasures and honors of getting to do this for a living has been getting to meet and know Glenn. About the videos, which we're not going to talk much about. Last night, videos were released online depicting behavior in my private life. Some were distorted and others were not. They were published without my knowledge or consent, and its publication was therefore criminal. Though we do not yet know exactly who is responsible, we are close to knowing, and the motive was a maliciously political one. As for the content of the videos, I have no embarrassment or regret about them. The videos depict consenting adults engaged in intimate actions in their private lives. They display fully consensual behavior, harming nobody. Obviously, it can be uncomfortable and unpleasant when your private behavior is made public against your will. That's why the behavior is private in the first place. But the only wrongdoing here is the criminal and malicious publication of the videos in an attempt to malign perceived political enemies and advance a political agenda. Others are, of course, free to form their own judgments, as some are prone to do about others' private lives. It won't change my work. I will continue all the many prongs of my journalism and pursue the causes most important to me exactly as before. And Jimmy, of course, tweeted support, as did so many peers in the space. The people trying to silence and discredit Glenn Greenwald have failed spectacularly. This will only bring more attention to his amazing journalism that threatens the powerful. That's what this is all about, the powerful trying to silence one of their strongest critics. This is their playbook, just like what they did to female journalist Kzaja Ismailova from Azerbaijan, who had sex tapes released in attempt to silence her. In 2012, after investigating corruption involving President Ilham Aliyev's family, she received a threatening letter with intimate photos taken by hidden cameras in her apartment. When she refused to stop her reporting, the videos were leaked online. Ismailova continued her work, and in 2019, the European Court of Human Rights ruled that Azerbaijan violated her privacy and freedom of expression, ordering the government to pay her damages. So, yes, full support and solidarity to Glenn Greenwald. I'll just say something very briefly myself. I've noticed that in response to this really cowardly and despicable smear against him, people on the left have rallied behind him. People on the right have rallied behind him. We've seen some Israel supporters rally behind him. We've seen some anti-Zionists rally behind Mr. Greenwald. The only people who I have seen engage in the pile-on this really cowardly smear have been Israel supporters. So if you support Israel, but you backed Greenwald in this, look at the Israel supporter next to you and think, what's wrong with this person? What is it about a person that would compel them to join such a despicable smear campaign? And think maybe someone who has that wrong with them has the same thing wrong with them that causes them to support this genocidal state throughout their genocidal campaign in Gaza and in the West Bank. So that is essentially what I have to say about it. Glenn is a very brave man. He has stared down much bigger and stronger adversaries than whatever dipshit thought it was a good idea to try and silence him in this way. And so on behalf of the Jimmy Dore Show, and yes, I'm sorry, Malcolm and Misha, I didn't run this by you, but I ran this by the boss, I promise. I didn't take it upon myself to do this. I should have given you a heads up as well. On behalf of the Jimmy Dore Show, I can express full solidarity and support to Glenn Greenwald. So that's all I have to say about that.
Come see us live in Los Angeles, Buffalo, Toledo, Montreal, Ottawa, Glasgow, Manchester, Belfast, Dublin, London, Liverpool, Birmingham. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets.
Rudy, welcome back to the program.
Oh, Ben, it's great to be back, Benny. I was just telling your people, you and your family, the pictures are great. I love the pictures of your family. I love it.
Well, we're
Beautiful
thankful. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wish we had more of a family-friendly topic to talk about. Happy to do that on any other show.
Yeah.
You made a lot of news by saying to Steve Bannon the other day, yo, listen, I don't believe any of this. I built that prison. I have major lingering questions. Now, it's the contention of Bongino and Cash that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. They haven't presented any new evidence to that effect. But given the fact that you know this prison better than any human being alive, the floor is yours. What's your take on these new claims?
I have the same respect for both those men that you do. They're both personal friends, and they have more evidence than I have. So I'm going to say this with that caveat, okay? But I'll just tell you what's available to me, my own analysis of it. I just find it hard to believe. I find the set of circumstances, if you were to ask me, let's put them aside for a moment, their opinion. If you were to ask me just on the evidence that I have, and nobody's actually put out all the evidence, and what I know of that prison, it's highly unlikely that somebody could commit suicide. It's a small prison to start with. It's not the ones being used now as the Brooklyn Detention Center. That's probably 3 times the size. So therefore, it's an easier prison to guard people. And if you have a super important prisoner like that, and as far as I can tell, he was the only one in that category in there at the time. I know what happens when you put a prisoner like that there, because I put plenty in there, including occasionally terrorists. One of the reasons we were hit, I always believed on September 11th, is we had this terrorist major Al-Qaeda trial going on. And there was a real focus on New York by Al-Qaeda. And we had to take care of those terrorists in that place occasionally. And we'd have to do special arrangements for them. But if you wanted to watch him, you could have watched him 24 hours a day. It makes no sense that the cameras were out. The guard station would alert you to that. Well, think about it. You've been in facilities like that. I'm sure there's a guy sitting there, and he's got a bunch of television cameras in front of him, right? Those television cameras show him all the key places in the facility. If a camera is out for 2 hours, I mean, the guy's got to be taking a long winter nap to miss it. And not to have substitute guards there for a guy that just came off suicide watch a day ago. Of course, why did you take him off suicide watch? The circumstances hadn't changed. So, I mean, what do I, to be fair, what I have are questions that all lead to, which you would call circumstantial evidence that it was not a suicide. It's also a fairly low prison. I don't know exactly which cell he was in, but some of the cells there are, I assume he was in one that was fairly tall. But if he was in one of the shorter prisons, the actual act of hanging yourself would be really hard. You'd have to have some help. In general, hanging yourself is not that easy in a small, confined space. So I could come up with maybe 3 or 4 others. I think it argues for, you got to put it all out. Maybe there are things you and I don't know that make it definitive that it was a suicide. I don't know. I don't know what those would be. So how can I just back off my opinion because 2 people I respect tell me that? At the same time, I'd be less than honest if I said those questions weren't answered. No one's explained to me why the cameras weren't working. No one's explained to me why that wasn't alert. There wasn't an alert of some kind in the guard room. Maybe the camera didn't function that way anymore. I don't know. I can't imagine that you wouldn't have a camera where the security guy is, particularly for a key prisoner. How could you have him unguarded for a long period of time? Why did you switch him? There could be answers to all that, including like if they just tell us the cell he was in and the height of it. That would help. Let's say it's 12 feet high, 14 feet high. Well, okay. But let's assume it's only 10 feet high. That's pretty hard to do that. So that's where I am on it. And the whole situation with him seems like for about 12 years, 15 years, this guy had some kind of special situation going on, right? Even that original case in the Bush administration. That was in the Bush administration, remember, when they basically gave him a deal that let him off for what appeared to be serial pedophilia. That's a pretty serious crime, except in California. And so the questions are there. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah. So at that time, Alex Acosta, who was the federal prosecutor there in the Southern District of Florida, said that he was told to back off because Epstein belonged to Intel. That's what he said before the Senate committee. It's on camera. And he had to then back off, and then he got a plea agreement and walked.
Right.
And
I don't know what implications there would. Let's assume for a moment that there's some kind of real serious national security issue that we're not aware of, and maybe shouldn't be. I don't know whether he committed suicide or not would matter all that much. Because they'd have to be looking for somebody who killed him. Unless it was somebody we can't look for. I don't know.
Right. And that of course begs the question, Mr. Mayor, like who would have the ability to go into federal lockup and kill someone? Who has that power? Who has the power to turn off the cameras? So if your contention is the cameras were off, this is very shady, no one was going in and out, yet the cameras get turned off. Jeffrey Epstein is sharing a cell with a serial strangler, who's also a bodybuilder. He also happened to break multiple bones in his neck in this very successful suicide. You'd have to beg the question, the cui bono, right? Like, who has the power to turn off cameras in a federal prison facility?
The superintendent. I mean, the guy running the facility at the time, even the superintendent in charge, like the duty officer, I would imagine has the right to put them on, turn them off, and also alert people that have to be fixed. And how long does it take to fix a camera? I mean, they must have had an extra. There had to be a place in that facility that had a camera you could move there that was less important than that. That was the single most important prisoner they had, who, as I emphasized again, was on suicide watch. So those are the things that make you wonder. And then the apparent look. I have to believe, knowing the people involved, including the delay in putting out the things on Epstein, there's some very serious issues involved. These are, as you said, honest people. They have no if this is wrong, this is a mistake. It's not a deliberate thing. But with regard to not putting the information out, there has to be a very serious national security issue that's going to have to be explained, or maybe this isn't the right period of time to do it, given what's going on in Ukraine, given what's going on in the Middle East. This can't be, some kind of a personal thing. This is a government thing. Just think of all the secrets we have, right? We keep locked up for the Kennedy secrets were locked up forever, and who knows if we even have gotten the right information, if it wasn't changed already. So I think it just raises the question more, and there are a couple of answers that have to be given that, unless I'm missing something, I think you could give without giving away whatever the terrible thing is that they're trying to deal with.
It does beg the question. You've been a prosecutor. You've obviously prosecuted some of the highest profile cases in the history of federal prosecution, bringing down the mob in New York, a lot of legendary cases. It's important to get the information out to the public, right? Like that stops people from asking or going down the wrong path, right? It's actually incumbent for the government, and we can take it. We're all adults. We've all seen tough photographs from wars and the Ukrainian front lines, or October 7th, or whatever. Like, why not just be out with it, with all of the information and evidence? Put it all to rest.
It baffles me. Why not? Because it does create a lack of confidence. When you have an open questions like this, and this isn't the only one, there are others, right, about the government. When you have open questions like this, that's the reason you end up with those percentages. So few people trust the government. So this all takes its toll. And when you need to summon that confidence, maybe it's not there. So yeah, these are important questions. They're not. This isn't some kind of frivolous case, or this is a case that's very, very important. This guy clearly had friends at the highest levels of government, not just our government, at the highest levels. So this is not voyeurism. This is national security.
So one final question about Epstein and the cross-section with New York, because he was living inside of a $53 million mansion on the Upper West Side. And this was a mansion that had the famous Bill Clinton painting in a blue dress sitting in the Oval Office. Did you know anything about that place?
I don't. It's a really strange thing. I didn't.
Can we have any evidence from there? We have photos, Mr. Mayor, of the FBI. The FBI released some photos that they probably regret doing that have boxes of it. He had boxes of hard drives that were wrapped in yellow evidence tape. And the FBI testified that they didn't put the tape there. And we have boxes of them. CDs with that say nudes on them. The CDs say nudes, Mr. Mayor.
I don't know why I'm laughing. It isn't funny, but it is weird.
What the hell is this stuff?
I'm very glad to say I never saw the place. Yeah. All the time I was U.S. attorney, and all the time I was mayor, and all the time I was in New York City. I'm not sure. I don't think I ever met him. I have no recollection of meeting him or knowing about him. I think I heard the name a few times as a big Democratic. I mean, when you'd read about major Democratic fundraisers, when he got in trouble, I remember the name. Oh my God, there's another Democratic fundraiser that's a pervert. Maybe I have a little bit of a biased view of it, but you tend to look at those things. But that should have yielded a tremendous amount of evidence. What about the island? I mean, gosh almighty, the island, you could search the whole darn place. I can't imagine this guy had operated for the period of time he did, and he left no evidence behind. Or, now this is a supposition, and it could be wrong, but he seemed to me the kind of guy that would be framing people, doing what the mafia used to do when they ran all the gay bars. People wondered, why would the mafia run gay bars on the west side of Manhattan? Because judges would go in there, and politicians would go in there, and important business people would go in there. Snap, they'd take a picture. And like you remember in The Godfather, when the senator got in trouble, they can walk in and they can fix things for you. We'll go see the judge. His wife's not going to like to see this picture. I'm sure this guy did that. I'm sure he had plenty of evidence on the people that could help protect him. So maybe I'm wrong. But if that's a logical assumption, right? And the way you investigate, Benny, is you take logical assumptions, and that's your circumstantial evidence, and then you go answer them. I always followed the rule: you start a murder investigation with the person with the biggest motive. The person with the biggest motive logically committed probably 70% of the murders. So I always wondered why Lyndon Johnson wasn't the major focus of a John F. Kennedy investigation. I can't think of anyone, including the mafia was going to go on whether or not Kennedy was president or not. The Soviets, they had a motive to kill every American president. They didn't do it. Cuba maybe, but probably they'd have to have the help of the mafia. I don't know that Cuba could have penetrated. But then you got the guy with the most obvious motive. He wasn't going to be president. They were thinking of dropping him in favor of Governor Connolly, who was in the car with him. There was rumors of that. Robert Kennedy despised him. Robert Kennedy knew he was a massive crook. That he couldn't even believe that his brother took him on the ticket. The guy used to give out cash on the floor of the Senate, and Robert always appeared to me to be the more judgmental of the two in the right way. John Kennedy seemed to be more of the smooth politician, and Robert Kennedy reminded me of the kind of prosecutor who used to work with me. He might have had different political ideas, but from a prosecutorial point of view, he was terrific. And Johnson hated him. He hated Johnson. It was like blood feud. And I can't imagine, of course, I never got to talk to him about it, that being the investigator he was, that wasn't always on his mind. There's the guy. This guy never be sitting in that White House if my brother were alive. He either would have won or lost the presidency, and Johnson would have been gone, and they may have dropped him. They were thinking about it seriously, and Connolly was at that time, I believe, more popular in Texas than he was. So these are things that I think when you leave these questions, here's how it isn't just curiosity. It's people then begin to develop a certain percentage of people that don't trust the government. Yes. And they may not even think that until you go question them on these polls and say, do you trust the government? And they think, gee, they never really answered Kennedy. They're not answering this. And I don't mean this administration. I mean, every administration hasn't answered Kennedy. They've done more than anyone. I just think the evidence may be gone on Kennedy. If they were powerful enough to fix the Warren Commission, they're powerful enough to grab the key documents that can answer these things and get rid of them. I can't imagine they let them sit around in that file for half a century.
Do you believe that there is a preponderance of Epstein evidence that still exists? Do you think that we'll ever see anything, Mr. Mayor?
I think I think it still exists on Epstein, and I think I think we are going to see it, and I think they're struggling with it. I really do believe that. I think we are.
Why are they struggling?
Because I think it probably involves something that could have big implications on our national security, foreign policy, allies. It has to be something very, very, very sensitive. Yeah. The Kennedy thing, I think, is gone. I think we're just going to be one of those things where we're going to be discussing it 100 years from now. If we still have history as a course, well, certainly not in the Ivy League schools. They don't do history any longer. That's a subject that isn't taught.
So, and this is the final question on the subject, but given what you know about the prison that Jeffrey Epstein was held in, how would you kill someone in that?
How would I do it?
How would you do it? How is it possible?
I think the easiest way to do it is to make sure you're going to use something that doesn't show up in the blood. End up sedating him, and then hanging him. Accomplish the hanging yourself. Now that could be done with the help of one or two people. You could hang him easily. You can hang him any place with the help of one or two people. But there's even dispute by the outside medical examiner as to whether he was actually hung. I mean, I don't know the answer to that either. Maybe there's a definitive answer to that, but that question has been raised by an outside report. So there are more questions than there are answers, and it shouldn't be that way. There should be more answers than questions, and with the two of them saying that, I assume there are answers, but we're just not getting them.
Yeah, and your advice as a legendary prosecutor yourself.
My advice is to put that out.
Yeah.
Put out the answers that lead them to the conclusion. The way I just laid out the questions, give us the answers you have to that. I don't think that's going to lead to, I don't know, let's assume some very important, critical person, or he was involved in some very critical mission for the United States. The fact that we raised a question, the issue that he was murdered, is not going to reveal that. It's going to create more of an impetus to find out about it, but it isn't necessarily going to give away that information right away. So I would love to see one of the two of them sit down and tell us how they came to that conclusion. And I think that would help.
Yes.
Help settle one thing, and then possibly say the rest of it, you have to just leave it to our judgment to release at the right time.
Well, you can't have a functional country with so few people trusting the government. You actually want to have a functional country. You want to be able to trust federal law enforcement to do the right thing. And it can't happen if the vast majority of the American people believe that they're protecting the world's foremost pederast. It can't happen.
Yeah, it makes it harder. I think that this is the strange thing. This is why it's so frustrating. He's done a lot of things, meaning the president, Cash, Bongino, and the whole team. They've done a lot of things to restore confidence in the government. I mean, they've taken on things that I didn't think they'd be able to take on this quickly. I mean, they've gone after the deep state about as strongly as you could go after them in the period of time they had available to them. So this is sort of an outlier. It's not helpful. And it's going to have to be answered at some point. I mean, we're not in the 1960s and 1970s where they let the Kennedy thing slide. This is just too important.
Right.
So I wish it was answered sooner rather than later.
I love that you brought up Kennedy. I love that you brought up Clinton, because it just shows it's a people's history of cover-ups in recent history. I mean, if you can kill a president on camera, then
it's almost a default position.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, we're talking the last, I don't know, we could be going back to you can go back to the Second World War, maybe equal number of Republican and Democrat administrations. So we're not talking about necessarily a part. If we're talking about crooked city governments, we're talking Democrat.
Yes. Oh, well, this is a perfect segue to Letitia James.
It's about 150 years of that.
If
we're talking about fooling around, I mean, messing around, doing things dishonest at the national level. We have our history of that too. So, and remember, Kennedy had to be covered up by both Republicans and Democrats. Nixon was in office for 6 of those years. He would have had every motive to put it out. And probably he's one of the people, given the fact he was president and also very tied into the government and the agencies. He's one of those people who probably knew the answer.
Well, he's on the tapes saying he knows who killed John.
Yeah.
We have the White House. We have the tapes. And then Richard Nixon had Watergate launched against him. 4 of the 5 people that broke into the Watergate were CIA agents. It's like,
it sounds like January 6th.
Yes.
Small version of January 6th. Practice.
So the hoaxes against President Trump are many. One of them was run out of New York. Letitia James is now in hot water herself. And you say that you're very proud of the speed at which the Trump administration is moving. Letitia James is obviously quite a big target. We call her Big Tish on this program. And it seems like she's in hot water quite bigly. What's your take on this, Mr. Mayor?
Would you prosecute this case? They've created for some people an equivalency between what she did and what the administration is doing. What she did is in both she and Bragg, both cases, is create a crime that doesn't exist and produce false evidence to support it. I just remind you of the evaluation of Mar-a-Lago at $18 million. Every time I live in Palm Beach, and I look at 40, 50, 60, $80 million 4-bedroom homes. This thing is worth, you pick the price. It's one of these priceless places. If I said $500 million, you jump at it. If I said $1 billion, I might be closer to it. The guy absolutely lied. I mean, he should create a value. I've never heard of a fraud case where nobody lost money. The definition of fraud is, putting people at disadvantage, hurting them. She's charged with saying that you live in, what was it, Virginia or Maryland when you're the Attorney General in New York. That's a pretty big lie on a loan application. Maybe there's no explanation for that. Saying that a building is smaller than it actually is, actually you cheat people out of the amount of money they're going to loan or their security and collateral. They actually get cheated. And there's plenty more. These are things that anybody be prosecuted for. And I remember she was the one that constantly said, nobody is above the law. Well, if we were to ignore the fact that she put herself in a marriage with her father in order to save money, cheat people out of money, who could justify that? The only problem is, does it get tried in New York? And our New York jury is just as bad the other way. I mean, they'll convict anything that smells Trump. If she puts up, Trump is coming after me, are they going to have a hard time? Now, it is a federal case, right? I think it's a federal case. And you tend to get a better jury in a federal case because you're talking about a much bigger pool of people for a federal case. So we might get a fair trial there. But this has to be tried. I mean, it's ridiculous to fight the U.S. Attorney's Office. It's public. She's the Attorney General. She lied about her residence and her marital status in order to cheat people out of money. Pretty cut and dry.
You would predict prison time.
If she got convicted?
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. Sure. I mean, she not if she were just a regular person. This is where having public office probably disadvantages you. But the fact that she had public office and she's really lying to the people of the state that she's a resident about her residency, and she's putting people in jail aggressively, and here she is involved in fraud. It sounds like a prison, at least some form of prison to deter other public officials from doing the same thing. I think if she was just a regular citizen messing around with a loan application and it was a first offense, I'm not sure I'd put her in jail.
So, interesting times, good things to come.
Fascinating. I think it's the most interesting times in the, I'm 80 years old, soon to be 81. And it's the most interesting, and I've been through, my recollection begins with the Korean War. I was born as the Second World War ended, but I was interested, my family was very interested in politics. So from the time I was a child, my mother and father were discussing communism and the danger of communism. And one was a Republican, the other was a Democrat. But my father was a Democrat who now would be a bigger Republican than my mother. He was an anti-communist Democrat, aggressively anti-communist. And he switched somewhere along the way, I don't remember, but now he'd be sitting there saying, how could I have belonged to that party? I don't know what's wrong with him. There's something seriously wrong at the highest level of that party because they do too many things that are irrational, like wanting dangerous criminals back among us, people who commit crimes like rape and murder and abuse of children. And they want to bring them back. And they can't seem to pick their issues against Trump. Trump could really, really destroy them by kind of making up issues and then just suckering them into being against it. I go back to the wall. For years, they were all in favor of the wall. On record, there's video of Schumer and Pelosi, wall, wall, wall. Trump says wall, and now he's a racist, a xenophobe. They even know the pictures are going to show up. They have so little regard for the public, or they figure they can alibi their way out of anything. Because I think it all comes down to owning the press, Benny. I think you feel like when people evaluate Republican political advisors, say it's not fair. It's not fair. It's like having a basketball coach, and every time your team goes on the court, they only get 1 point for a basket, and the other team gets 2. Now you want to evaluate the two basketball coaches against each other. I'm running a campaign for a Republican. That's a major effort. I'm fighting off the New York Times and NBC and ABC. You're running it for a Democrat, and you can print anything you want. So that's got to change too. I think we're doing a good job with that. And when I say we, I mean you and me and Dan Bongino and everybody who does this. And you take a look at 2020 and 2024. The difference could be we had more of an independent media in 2024. There are people who tell me, who've done an analysis, that if we had the same percentage of independent media in 2024, it wouldn't have mattered that much that they were able to censor the Post and the hard drive, that it would have gotten out.
That's right.
Through the alternative media within 4 or 5 days. So we have some things that are very positive too.
It's true. I'm a glass half full kind of guy by nature, and silver linings, and we've always appreciated that optimism about you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you a lot. You're one of the key figures in this group that I hate to mention it because I'm going to miss somebody. Sometimes I put out a list of, this is the media now. It's this group of 50 people. You know, they're going to tell you the truth. The rest, listen to them in order to know what to contradict.
Mr. Mayor, I don't know why. For some reason, the creepy painting of Bill Clinton is up on the screen.
Oh my God! I hadn't looked at it in a long time.
What would you ever hang that in your Palm Beach house, Mr. Mayor?
I don't think so. Or nor would I nor would I stay in a house that had one of those things in it for too long. I'd be scared.
What is this? Final question. What is this saying to Bill Clinton? Many have speculated this is Jeffrey Epstein saying, I own you, right? I have the goods on you.
Here's another thing. I think he says he never was on the plane. And then there are supposed to be all kinds of records he was on it 27 times. Well, are there or aren't there? I mean, those records, I can't imagine, were destroyed in the amount of time. We should be able to figure out who was on the plane.
Right.
And when he was on the plane, the Secret Service was with him. There should be government records of that.
Correct. Release them. Establish trust once again in federal law enforcement and release these records.
I mean, what is there some kind of national security? I mean, he's presumed innocent, but let's say he is guilty. Where's the national security issue there? We find out that Clinton was on that plane 27 times. It's a very damaging fact, but that isn't a fact that we should be classifying.
He's never had to answer any question. And to your point of a media cover-up, Bill Clinton has never he's never been asked a question about this on the record by any reporter, sat for thousands of interviews and never had to answer a question.
And the government? Not that I know of.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly right.
He has to be on your list, doesn't he?
He should be on a list of people who are brought in for questioning.
If we were doing a Sherlock Holmes investigation of this, he'd be on the list. Right. Or if those old movies, they'd all be in the room.
Of who would benefit.
The eight people, the Charlie Chan movie, they'd all be in the room. Agatha Christie, they'd all be in the room.
Who would benefit to Epstein's death? Definitely.
Yeah. Who would benefit the most from this guy?
Right. Yeah. Well,
interesting.
Big questions. And it's our obligation to continue to create friction and to make sure that there's pressure from the outside to release these documents, to be good for the country. Be good for the country to have them released. Everybody needs to go over and assist in this process. You can do that by following Rudy Giuliani, America's mayor, on X. He has nearly 2 million followers on X. Needs absolutely no introduction or help from us, but
No,
the
it
legend,
does.
Rudy
It helps a lot.
Giuliani.
We're on it 7 and 8 every night.
The only, that's right. Please tune in for his show right there on X. And the only guest that we've ever had on the program who also starred in Seinfeld. And so we thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Benny. You do a great job, and God bless you, and God bless your family.
Go fight that non-fat yogurt. We'll never forget.
You know, I have a coffee that I sell. I should sell a non-fat yogurt.
We're big Seinfeld fans. All the producers are massive Seinfeld fans. So it's just a classic, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Godspeed.
Welcome to Doug in Exile. This is where the happy patriots are. I've got a really good show for you guys. How many people are you willing to disagree with you before you change your mind, before you start conforming to a crowd? And what if everyone's wrong? Welcome to the Quad Club. This is our first of 4 videos. We're going to start with this Bono tweet. This was Bono on Joe Rogan just this week. Bono says 300,000 people have already died from this hard cut of USAID. And Rogan says it was a money laundering operation. And Bono is telling a lie. He doesn't know. In fact, he says that Trump fired the people who knew the codes to get into the food warehouses and that the food was rotting. But how would he know that the food was rotting if they couldn't get into the warehouse because the access codes were hidden? He wouldn't know. And all that food is made for long-term storage. It's not like they're storing fresh fish. And then here's Elon Musk down in the response. He says, he's such a liar / idiot. 0 people have died. Now, Bono has a lot of cultural power simply because he's a rock star. He's kind of like the Bill Gates of rock, where he makes his money in one area and then spends it on all woke garbage on the other. Now, here's Jake Tapper, who is still dealing with his complicity in lying about Trump.
What my co-author Alex Thompson and I came to discover after the election, when we decided, okay, now we can get Democrats to talk to us who wouldn't talk to us before, because if they said anything, there was this threat of, oh, you're going to help Trump get elected. Suddenly, more than 200 of them were willing to talk to us. And the question we had was, we all saw what we saw on debate night in June 2024. How often did that happen before debate night? And what we found out was quite a bit. It happened quite a bit.
He lies even when he's claiming some kind of a confession. We all saw it quite a bit before the debate. We all have been making fun of Biden for 4 years, calling it elder abuse before the debate. We all saw it. So Jake Tapper is hiding behind this. I just found out after Biden lost the election. I went and interviewed 200 sources, and they told us it happened quite a bit before the debate. So why is it that I'm so smart, which I don't believe, and Jake Tapper is so dumb, which I also don't believe? I believe we all have probably the same kind of relative level of ability to see things. And so his explanation of hiding behind blindness, it's still saying, don't get me in trouble for what I did. And we all saw him do it. This is back during the big Obama scandal where Trump said that Obama was spying on him. And Jake Tapper covered for Obama. That is, he said Trump was nuts for saying that his wire was tapped. And then later it proved to be true. Now, Obama has nothing to do with Biden. So why was Jake Tapper just following what everyone said and not doing his investigative journalism then? Watch this.
Welcome to Obama Tapped My Phone Island. Population, President Trump. The White House saying the president has no regrets about his fact-free claim that then President Obama tapped his phone last year, even though just about everyone else in the city in the know or with the power to investigate the claim says it's not true.
See how he hides behind everyone else. He goes, Trump's alone, island of one. And what do you do, Jake Tapper, when the island of one is right? And then he appeals to crowds. He goes, everyone thinks he's crazy. All the experts disagree with him. He would never address the facts that Trump brought up, which were on Trump's side and against Jake Tapper. I'm just bringing up this pattern of appealing to masses to try and hide your lies.
Or that they've seen nothing that can support the accusation.
Manafort under surveillance. CNN has learned that investigators wiretapped former Trump campaign chairman Paul Manafort under secret court order, both before and after the 2016 election. And that surveillance continued into this year, including a period when Manafort wasn't working for the campaign, but was known to talk with President Donald Trump.
And what we've been told by sources is that the president and Manafort were still talking earlier this year, well after the campaign. And it is a time that we've learned the FBI was listening to Manafort's phone calls. So it is possible that those phone conversations were collected during that surveillance as they were listening to them. And the Justice Department has spoken out about this, and they have denied that the president's own lines were wiretapped. But as we said, it is possible that he was picked up on Manafort surveillance. We should know that Manafort does have a residence in Trump Tower.
Obama tapped my phone island.
This is the Joe Rogan Show about Trump being tough, nearly insane tough because of what he was put through. This is about individuals. What do you do when the heat comes on you?
Like, oh, he's a crazy person. I'm like, yeah, that's the only kind of person that would survive what you try to do to him. A perfect person morally falls apart by the time they've been indicted and they've 34 counts, felony counts. Like your whole body's just destroyed by the stress of you possibly going to jail for the rest of your life. You have to be a insane person to ride that out and not look like anything even happened. Then you get shot. Yeah. You get up after you got shot. You're bleeding from your ear and you go fight, fight, fight. You got to be a crazy person to get through these. He's a nightmare for anybody that's trying to rig a system. Like, that guy's the nightmare. He's the final boss of you.
And that's why Trump is unique for the task of fixing America. He's the only one. He's a nightmare to people that are trying to protect a system. That's a huge credit to Trump because he is not uniquely not swayed by masses, by culture. You look at his hair and his tie and he's an independent thinker. And America needed him. We needed a guy that was outside the system that could break the system. So all of these people that are just giving you reasons why this is why Trump works. Here's Jake Tapper.
I didn't vote for Biden or Trump. I can't stand either party, to be quite honest.
So he just hates everyone. He just hates everyone all the time. So now there's no reason why he wasn't helping Biden in trying to attack Trump. He just hates everyone. And he's just a coward because all he really did was listen to what everyone else said about Trump and said, well, I guess I got to do my part and cover up for Biden, even though I hate both parties.
So that wasn't a bias of mine in terms of shaping my reporting, but like what was shaping my reporting was, I think the fact that there were just a lot of people lying to us, and I should have just been more skeptical about the fact that they were lying to us. But there were just so many people on the inside and so many Democratic legislators and so many members of the cabinet and everything that were just completely gaslighting the country.
Oh, and your network. So everyone around him was lying about Biden. And he goes, this is another appeal to the crowd. I think it's amazingly confessional what he's admitting here, that he's a weak beta male who can't think for himself. That's the true problem with Jake Tapper and probably all of news media. This is a confessional. Here's Chuck Todd.
So this is a party that had leadership atrophy, and at the same time, those that were sort of almost behaving like the old Soviet Union, which Biden. Is, the leader dies and everybody wants to keep their power and keep their influence. So I do think this scandal should be more laser focused on the Democratic Party. I think the press...
He's hiding the press. He's defending the press by attacking the Democrat Party.
Again, I always look at the criticism of the press here through the person that's making the criticism. And I think in some ways there's almost an eagerness to blame the press without looking at actual who should be blamed here. And it's the leadership and frankly, the members of the Biden administration and the leadership of the Democratic Party, who they're the ones that lied. Look, at the end of the day, No journalist is as good as their sources. At the end of the day, the Democratic Party lied to the American people. The leadership of the party lied to the American people. And that's where this scandal should be centered.
No, see, he's trying to keep it centered on the Democrat Party and off of media. Here's where he's wrong. Why do they tell so many lies about Trump? Trump's not a liar. Trump's being honest and totally public and totally transparent. And they do nothing but tell lies about him. So they're against his source. And then Joe Biden lies and they go along with his source. Why one and not the other? Because they're still just trying to hide their bias of being Democrat leftists. And that's why they gave Biden a pass, and that's why they attacked Trump. And to Chuck Todd, this is disgusting for him to do. I'm laughing at him, at his face. I think it's hilarious to watch weasels try and lie their way out of something. But Chuck Todd doesn't understand the job of media is to take facts and truths that you find and you pass them out to the public. You're the disseminator and spreader and mass media of information. That's not the Democrat Party's job. The Democrat Party is to be and to do what Democrats do. And Trump's job is to be and do what Republicans do, or conservatives or MAGA or whatever. And then the media's job is to take what they learned and disseminate it out. That's why they have controls of all the mass media tubes that are going out to everyone's computers and everyone's TV. And you failed at your job, at your part of disseminating information. There's supposed to be a filter. There's supposed to be a truth filter. You know what I mean? That takes all the spin out of the politics and then presents, the core facts to you. They failed. Probably even bigger than the Democrat Party, which is why their polls are even below the Democrat Party, is the media. Because it's one thing for Biden to lie or even Trump to lie in defense of their own agenda. The media is not supposed to have skin in the game and agreeing with one side's lies and carrying them on. And that's what they did. They 100% did not filter anything the Democrat Party said. They just carried the lie straight to you and doubled down on it and continued the shaming on you. So this is how bad Jake Tapper and Chuck Todd were. Joe Biden would get lost in his own closet.
But this Secret Service whistleblower actually was assigned to Biden, and he told me that Biden used to get lost in his closet in the mornings in the White House. I mean, the guy